leverage this revolution, we need to rebuild, restructure, and reimagine systems to leverage the revolution for health in India. With 1.4 billion people in our country, access, affordability, reach probably can only happen if digital health comes to the forefront and in fact becomes the mainframe of healthcare delivery systems. Because of this, and we've seen how NATHEALTH has evolved in the last few years, how NATHEALTH has grown from strength to strength, how each one of you has helped in leveraging it and contributed to its growth, how we have interacted amongst us, the private healthcare sector, and with the government to devise ways and means to change for the better. And I thank each and every one of you who has put in a yeoman's effort into trying to imagine new goals, new methodologies, and new healthcare systems. Going forward, NATHEALTH will have 5 key themes. And this is something which has evolved with multiple GC interactions with our knowledge partners, with each and every member of NATHEALTH, with the multiple federations that are there in the industry, whom we work with very closely. And NATHEALTH is trying to become a catalyst to have a unified voice of the healthcare industry so that we speak in one voice and not multiple voices when we approach the government. And these 5 key themes, as you can see, are most importantly infrastructure, expansion, decongesting, debottlenecking, institutions, provision of affordable care expansion, especially in Tier 2 to Tier 4 towns and cities, even in the metros, where there may be dark areas where healthcare provision may still be lacking. New models of care delivery, digital health technology infrastructure being developed, about which the government is also very cognizant. Skilling and education expansion, expansion of access, startup ecosystem enablement, newer partnership models, be it private partnership or public-private partnership, setting up healthcare accelerators, incubators, developing Atmanirbhar healthcare products and devices in India, globalizing India's healthcare, medical value travel, trying to take it to its full potential, integration of global supply chains, and also India for global healthcare delivery. India as a data analytics hub, a hub for development of artificial intelligence, algorithms and platforms for AI delivery. Also, let's not forget alternative medicine expansion, our Arogya Bharat health system evolution, bringing Ayush and allopathic medicines, systems of medicine together. How can we integrate them? New financing models, and we've, along with our knowledge partners, tried to delve deep into these. We today are the cheapest healthcare provider in the world. How can we make it even cheaper? Because that's what people of our country can afford. And for that, we'll have to have delivery innovations, new models, value-based care, and how do we achieve universal health in our country? How do we control NCDs? Of course, we've seen what devastation this pandemic, the communicable diseases can bring about, but once that goes down, we have to concentrate on NCDs, which also with heart problems, with diabetes, with cancer, we cannot ignore those, and we need to develop new models to be able to face up to these challenges. These key themes will actually be driven through leadership, strategic CSR, partnerships, collaborations, communication, and information sharing. We've seen how the world has become smaller through digitization that has happened, and we need to actually learn from each other in developing new models. The agenda is also defining the agenda of today. Today's plenary sessions, as you all know, drive the discussion about infrastructure expansion, digital health, health system evolution, and multiple plenary sessions, as you can see here, will take us through these 2 days. In addition, we will also have 3 very special elements to drive healthcare innovation: globalizing of India's healthcare and strategic CSR. We also have CSR awards, where we will felicitate organizations for high-impact healthcare CSR initiatives. There will be a business opportunity pavilion, which will showcase unique methods that have been used by young startups to deliver healthcare better and at much more affordable rates. And you're welcome to go around, see these, meet those young people, and help them actually evolve their models better so that they can come into day-to-day clinical practice. At the end, I would like to thank all those government dignitaries who have associated with this 8th summit, foremost amongst them being the Honorable Vice President of India, Mr. Venkaiah Naidu, Ms. Smriti Irani, Minister of Women and Child Development, Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO, Niti Aayog, Dr. V.K. Paul, member Niti Aayog, responsible for health, and who has really led from the front, as we've seen in the last 2 years of the pandemic, Mr. R.S. Sharma, CEO, National Health Authority, Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, Secretary Health, Ms. Aparna, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Deepak Bagla, CEO, Invest India, Mr. Subodh Sachan, Director, STPI, Dr. Pradeep Gedam, Additional CEO of NHA, and many more dignitaries who we'll get an opportunity to interact with in the next 2 days. I welcome you all again and hope that you will enjoy the next 2 days of interaction without masks, and that what you contribute to the discussions here will go a long way in redefining healthcare delivery systems as India moves forward and takes its enhanced place in the Committee of Nations. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving us a very comprehensive account of how the entire conference summit has been curated. And as you mentioned, addressing various challenges of infrastructure which we are facing, the dichotomies of service delivery, and of course the huge and massive disease burden which we have to address too. Pandemic has definitely given us a lot of lessons to rethink and rework on. And as you mentioned that improving access and making healthcare more affordable, towards that digital health has a very important role to play. So let us now invite the views of another stalwart, another pioneer in the industry, someone who marked the birth of the private healthcare in India, and who brought world-class and quality healthcare within the economic and the regional reach of millions of people. Ladies and gentlemen, NATHEALTH continues to grow, continues to aspire under his leadership, under his guidance. Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, the founder, chairman of Apollo Hospitals, and the founder, president of NATHEALTH. We have his special address, and he joins us virtually.
Namaste. Greeting to all the delegates of 8th Annual Summit of NATHEALTH. It's been really wonderful to recollect how we wanted to bring in the entire health force together under one roof and take this opportunity to see what are the possibilities that health can alter the way health is available, affordable, and accountable to people. That was my dream 8 years ago when we started NATHEALTH. Today I'm glad things are coming together. So I must compliment the President and his team, Dr. Mahajan, Dr. Siddharth Bhattacharya and his team, and the entire members who have joined together from the various healthcare identities, what today NATHEALTH is. And I'm very happy today. It's also an important day when we are now going to work with Global Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, GAPIO, which again will give us an opportunity to interact with healthcare community across the world. So I really want to congratulate the NATHEALTH organization for attempting to address healthcare. None of us can forget what we all went through in the last 2 years. A pandemic which was so devastating, never ever expected, but the manner in which the entire health force, the government, the way it was all handled across the world, I think is commendable. What I personally want to first give is my appreciation for the entire health force, whether they are in the government or in the private, for the great work that they have done in such times when people were panicked. Here are the doctors who worked around the clock. I know what we have seen in all our hospitals. I know my pharmacists who during lockdown went home and delivered medicines for people. So I think this is, and people who worked in the intensive care units. I think it's remarkable what the country has done, and I have great compliment for it. Whatever COVID has done, has also done a transformation in the way healthcare is going to be for tomorrow. Because we were really looking at it, from the warning that World Economic Forum gave, saying that by in 2020 to 2030, the world will face a new big threat from non-communicable diseases. What are these? Diabetes, heart attacks, strokes, cancer, infections. And I add 2 more to this 5. That is overweight, obesity, and mental disorders. These 7, according to World Economic Forum, way back a decade ago, they said that 80% of the deaths by 2030 will be from this non-communicable disease, and the cost burden is going to be $30 trillion for the world, and for India it's $4 trillion. I mean, $4 trillion. Can you imagine $4 trillion? I'm happy Well, Secretary of Health, Mr. Rajesh Bhushan there with us today, and for Amitabh Khan, CEO of NITI Aayog, they will understand what $4 trillion for India is also going to mean even during 2030, almost 50% of GDP. I know what I went through in the last 3 decades, trying to take the health expenditure from 1 to 3%. So why do we think about 50%? Forget whether we even can afford this $4 trillion. But the families cannot afford this. Because who are these people who are going to be lost during the heart attacks, the strokes and the cancer? It is the most crucial member of the family. You know, the breadwinner of the family, the happy factor of the family. And he is the person who is now responsible for the country's growth. And it's they whom are going to lose. Because heart attacks and strokes, unlike in the West, don't occur in the 60s and 80s in India. It used to occur between 30 and 50s. Now it's occurring in 25s and 40s. So who are these 25, 40s? These are the breadwinners. These are the people who are keeping the families happy. And even if we can afford the money, we certainly cannot afford to lose them. So I think we need to look at saying, how do we now transform ourselves to meet the new healthcare challenges? That should what not health, because we have a force today which previously did not exist. Because each of these healthcare components work differently. But I'm happy we have all come together in NATHEALTH. And today I think we can take any challenge, and the challenges are going to be very rewarding. If suppose you control the non-communicable diseases, and I believe we can, if we make people realize that their health is important as much as all other professions, they must also look after their health. And what I'm talking about is, personalized preventive health. If they have personalized preventive health, I can assure you that the so-called 80% of the deaths from non-communicable disease can be drastically brought down into single digit instead of 80%. And fortunately for us, we also have other developments which has come into healthcare, like the artificial intelligence, datamatics, robotics, 3D printing. All this will make a significant impact in giving precision medicine, precise diagnosis and precision medicine for the people. This is what really we are looking for. And I think it is a great value addition. But I must say this should be one of our top priorities not for the government, not for the healthcare people alone, for the people at large. They must think, my health is very important for me, my family health is very important for me, and all that I need is to find out what is my status of my health. Can I prevent any this so-called non-communicable disease? Because this is no longer a threat, it's happening. 65% of the deaths today is from non-communicable diseases. So we need to address this issue very urgently. And I think this organization, NATHEALTH, can really spread this message. Second, as I said, the technology will make a significant impact in earlier diagnosis and precision diagnosis so that patients will get better and the best care. Finally, we should also look at the dreadful things that healthcare is going to face. But we must also realize the healthcare can be a very attractive thing for the nation. I want to mention two things. One, today, in Indian healthcare today, we can proudly say whatever is happening in the majority of the hospitals in our country is what's happening in the best hospitals anywhere in the world. And more importantly, not only giving the clinical excellence, but we give something which you can't buy with a juice box or $1. This is the care and compassion. So I think Indian healthcare, with our clinical excellence, with care, compassion, and a big cost advantage, could be a major factor in driving people to India to get their health care in the country. I used to use the word saying, India is now ready to become the global healthcare destination. But I think I've been rightly corrected to say, Dr. Reddy, don't forget that yoga has been accepted by 170 countries as an International Yoga Day. So when they think of India, they should think also of yoga, meditation, naturopathy. If you add this along with the clinical excellence, and of the hospitals, and the say they are in the hospital for 10 days for the treatment, go for another 2 weeks, this rehabilitation program, and come and take a final advice. It will be a tremendous thing. Nowhere in the world can you get this. And now there's another bigger possibility, which is also very essential. You know, the healthcare around the world, including India, we are deficient in health workforce. But the world by 2030 needs nearly 40 to 45 million healthcare workers. Which country can give it? The West cannot. You know, as it is, they are deficient each year by 10%. So previously, Philippines and all used to give the nurses. One advantage India has for a long time to come is that we have this young population whom if we can train into health forces, doctors, nurses, paramedics, pharmacists, managers, all of these people, home care workers, all of this will be a great advantage. But I'm very happy that NATHEALTH is doing many wonderful things to putting all this together to make India a healthier, happier, and a wealthier country. God bless.
We thank Dr. Pratap Reddy. It's always so enriching listening to him and his guidance. In fact, he sounds so very passionate and concerned and responsible towards delivering good quality healthcare, making it more affordable, improving access, bringing in equity. So we thank him, and as he said that we have a huge task ahead, and as was also spoken by Dr. Mahajan, that herein we look forward to greater collaborations and partnerships and cooperations with the other stakeholders towards extending good quality and affordable healthcare to the people. Towards that, we now have an MOU exchange. This is between NATHEALTH and GAPIO, the Global Association of Physicians of the Indian Origin. And for the exchange of the MOU, I would like to invite here on the stage, Dr. Mahajan is already here with us, the days, and Dr. Anupam Sibbal, if I can request him from GAPIO. GAPIO, ladies and gentlemen, is a not-for-profit organization which was established in 2011. Padma Vibhushan Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, the chairman of Apollo Hospital Group, is the founder-president of GAPIO, along with Dr. Sanku Rao, the past president of AAPI USA, and Dr. Ramesh Mehta, the president of GAPIO UK. And this MOU, which is being signed here, NATHEALTH and GAPIO believes that the collaboration and cooperation between themselves will promote synergy of action, more effective use of each other's resources, memberships, and provide wider representation of the healthcare industry to key stakeholders in areas of policy making and further creating a suitable environment to benefit all stakeholders. The parties' intent is to cooperate and focus their efforts on creating and implementing policies that help build trust, share knowledge and resource, and create opportunities for mutual benefits of its members and in the greater interest of the nation at large. So the Healthcare Federation of India, NATHEALTH, coming together with the Global Association of Physicians of Indian Origin. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sibbal.
Good morning, friends. It's a privilege to be here this morning, and on behalf of GAPIO, I'd like to thank NATHEALTH and the leadership of NATHEALTH for this opportunity. For those who are not familiar with GAPIO, the Global Association of Physicians of Indian Origin aims to bring 1.4 million doctors of Indian origin on one platform, and we now have members from 54 countries. The Honorable Prime Minister for our 11th annual conference sent out a message of encouragement, applauding physicians of Indian origin for their commitment, their expertise, their knowledge, and I'm going to quote from what he said, and he said, "Our worldview is anchored in our ethos of Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya," which means may everyone be at peace and may no one suffer from illness, unquote. And India exhibited this spirit through vaccine Maitri by dispatching 162 million vaccines to 98 countries. And the Prime Minister goes on to say that the spirit of this ethos is reflected in the compassion and commitment of Indian physicians across the world. We saw the value of the knowledge and the experience of the Indian physicians when we established the COVID-19 collaborative when COVID had just started. The COVID pandemic was about 3 to 4 weeks ahead of India in the US and UK, and whatever was being seen in terms of presentation and treatment was shared by our colleagues from the West, and that came in very handy as we were planning our strategy. We in India have always believed in Vasudev Kutumbakam. Of course, it took COVID-19 to make the world realize that we are indeed one family. So delighted and privileged on behalf of GAPIO to sign this MOU with NATHEALTH, and we look forward to working with you. And what can be a better testament to the vision of Padma Vibhushan Dr. Pratap Sidati, founder chairman of Apollo Hospitals. And if it wasn't for his commitment, his vision, perhaps NATHEALTH and GAPIO today would not exist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving us a context of the MOU. And ladies and gentlemen, now we've been joined by Srimati S. Aparna, respected Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals. She's joining us virtually. And especially as we've been talking about that during the pandemic, a lot of lessons to learn from during the time. Resource crunch, the medicines deficiency, and then further supply chain mismanagement. And as we look into the future, how well prepared we are, how do we address the challenge which we have experienced. If we can just connect. Post the Secretary's address. Yeah. Ma'am, welcome to you, and I request you now for your keynote address.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be a part of the 8th Annual Summit of NATHEALTH, albeit in a virtual mode. I welcome the deliberations on this topical subject of creating a resilient healthcare system in India. The entire world underwent hardship during the pandemic, spread over the last 2 years, and the importance of adequate and affordable healthcare products and services cannot be overstated. The pandemic not only placed enormous burden on the healthcare system, apart from suffering for millions of families across the globe, but it also impacted economic growth, and that also contributed to impoverishment. India has been able to take effective measures to control the pandemic and spread of disease, while also mitigating its impacts. Some of them have been already mentioned by the speakers, Dr. Reddy and Dr. Mahajan. While acknowledging the hardships and sufferings during the pandemic, I believe one must also note the efforts made by governments, industry, and civil society to fight the challenge with determination and a very typical Indian low-cost innovation. The whole of government approach and the mission mode adopted for ramping up production of masks, diagnostic kits, PPE kits, drugs, and devices, while strengthening the health infrastructure in an unprecedented manner across the country, has certainly given confidence to our citizens. Further, the enormous efforts that went into carrying out the largest ever adult vaccination program, resulting in delivery of now over 180 crore doses of vaccine, has been instrumental in preventing loss of lives and restoring economic activities, and as mentioned in the beginning, allowing again gatherings in a safe environment. During this period, the pharmaceutical sector also stepped up and ensured uninterrupted supply of medicines, essential drugs across the country, even during the harshest periods of the pandemic. In fact, the state governments have been extremely supportive when we resorted to allocation of medicines across the country to the state governments and requested them to ensure the availability of these drugs both in the public and the private healthcare system. All through this pandemic, the role of the pharmaceutical sector has been in the limelight. Already a leader in the generic space, contributing to close to 22% of the global share in the generic market, India strengthened its claim to be the pharmacy of the world during the last 2 years, taking care not only of drug supplies within the country, but also providing affordable drugs of high quality and ensuring access to over 180 countries globally. One also witnessed examples of the effective application of licensing arrangements between global pharma and Indian manufacturers, leading to COVID-specific drugs being produced at large scale in short time and being made available at low cost during the pandemic. Without naming specific medicines, I would request all of you to recall the huge ramp up of a medicine in high demand during April 2021, along with reduction of the prices by 30, 50 to 60% by the manufacturers. The experience of these 2 years have also allowed us to identify priority areas for ensuring that the Indian pharmaceutical and medical device sectors can move into a global leadership position while building domestic resilience over the next 2 decades during the Amrit Kaal. I will touch upon a few emerging trends that this healthcare sector, as well as pharmaceuticals and medtech, can focus on to build this kind of leadership and resilience. The first trend is a greater role to be played by innovation in ensuring that Indian healthcare sector can meet the changing disease profile in the country as demographic and lifestyle changes have become observable. We can also capture, as pharmaceutical sector, higher value in the global market by investing to a greater extent in research and reduce import dependence for some of the drugs that are now largely brought in from outside. The emerging areas indicate higher potential through product diversification in cell and gene therapy and biologics, in addition to the traditional reliance on generics that we have. In fact, here with the largest private sector healthcare providers in the room, I would again appeal for a greater reliance on the part of the private healthcare sector on the excellent quality of generics that are available in the Indian market, which are not only of good quality, but also more affordable for the Indian patient. Indian pharma companies also have the value or the opportunity to capture value arising from a large number of patent drugs which would be coming out of the patent regime over the next 3 to 4 years. We are also in the unique position of being able to make efforts to translate the traditional medicine systems that we have into phytopharmaceuticals and natural products, which are seeing increasing acceptance both in the domestic and the global markets. The Government of India has launched and implemented production-linked incentive schemes for the pharmaceutical sector with an outlay of almost 22,000 crores, covering both the bulk drugs, that is the APIs, as well as pharmaceuticals over a wide range. Both the schemes have received excellent response from the country, and in the next 4 to 6 years, we would see enhanced domestic manufacturing capacity, both of APIs, bulk drugs, as well as biopharmaceuticals, phytopharmaceuticals, orphan drugs, cell and gene therapy products. This will contribute to a more resilient healthcare system. These emerging opportunities also require concentrated efforts by public and private researchers. So research and innovation will be the next area of priority over the next 2 decades. Our Department of Pharmaceutical has already drafted the policy to catalyze R&D and innovation in the pharma medtech sectors, highlighting the priority actions in this direction. The pivot towards innovation, in turn, requires a higher order of funding for risk capital for the pharmaceutical research, and government has already announced in budget this year a blended finance approach for selected sectors, including the pharmaceutical sector. I believe that the private healthcare providers can be active partners in pharma and medtech research and innovation through partnerships that build upon their respective competencies. Another broad area that would have a defining impact on the healthcare sector is the increasing convergence and use of IT-enabled tools for the entire range of activities, from drug discovery, product development, including clinical trials, and therapeutic management. Indian pharmaceuticals and medical devices sector can leverage the strong IT talent pool that we have in our country, as well as the robust digital infrastructure, so as to develop AI and ML, machine learning enabled product development, use robotics and automation to bring down manufacturing costs and maintain higher quality, and high order data analytics in clinical management and quality assurance. We would look to build synergies both through industry academia linkages as well as through cross-sector collaboration to ensure that we can leverage digital tools towards providing more innovative and affordable healthcare products. I would also like to touch upon the global trends generated by the pandemic, which reveal a reconfiguration of supply chains in the pharma sector. Many countries are looking to diversify their supply chains and build domestic capacities. India too has embarked on a trajectory of self-reliance in raw materials such as APIs to ensure drug security, and also in the manufacturing of medical equipment and medical devices that are used both in diagnostics as well as in treatment. In the years coming ahead, many countries will resort to multi-location manufacturing and sourcing, and these offer opportunities for India. At the same time, there is also greater opportunity emerging in medical services for developing countries that can be further leveraged by our Indian excellent healthcare system. We also can increase the usage of telemedicine and telediagnostics in the country. And Indian pharma and medtech sector, already a leader, can build upon these digital developments to ensure India's resilience and leadership. Finally, I would like to highlight the changing expectations and behavior of the patient population and the community that would impact the sector. Patients are showing increasing awareness about preventive healthcare and greater expectations regarding the quality of life post-disease. The demand for personalized medicines and remote patient monitoring has been increasing. At the same time, the affordability and quality of drugs and devices, as well as diagnostic and treatment services, will continue to be a priority for the country. Last mile delivery of quality healthcare and attention to rare diseases and neglected diseases are also going to be essential. So we cannot have islands of excellence in healthcare services, but should try to move towards universal coverage. I see greater potential for the pharmaceutical and medtech industry, the healthcare service providers, regulators, and researchers to work together on these areas to attain our goal of universal healthcare while focusing on innovation, quality, and affordability. Equitable access and affordable healthcare should be the mantra of all of us who are involved in this sector. I hope that the deliberations in this 8th annual summit will come up with recommendations that will help us to meet these goals in the interest of the patient community and the larger national interest. Thank you so much for your attention, and I wish the deliberations all success. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, ma'am, for guiding us, for highlighting what our focus should be, our efforts should be, the emerging technologies, then the R&D, and also the synergies and collaborations which we need to build, what the mantra should be for addressing the healthcare challenges of tomorrow and towards India becoming more self-reliant and a global leader in the pharmaceutical industry. Ma'am, we'll have a release of a report, but before that, in your presence, we would like to release a report which is by NATHEALTH and APAC Med. But before that, I would like to invite here on the stage Mr. Manoj Madhavan, the Managing Director, India of Boston Scientific, and Ms. Ameera Shah, the Secretary NATHEALTH and MD Metropolis, to kindly set the context towards this value-based procurement paper which is going to be released. This is prepared by APAC Med and NATHEALTH in technical collaboration with PwC.
Thank you so very much. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to be here. And as Dr. Mahajan mentioned, in person and probably without a mask, so really happy to be here. We at APAC Med are very happy to be associated with this project on value-based procurement, which is the future of how healthcare should be done with all the wonderful things which Madam Secretary talked about: affordability, about quality of care, about accessibility, about long-term benefit, of the value of care that a patient expects when, they come into a public or private sector hospital. Value-based procurement, I don't need to, lecture this crowd, but focuses on the long-term, benefit or the outcome of the treatment rather than looking at the upfront cost. What it essentially does is that it ensures that the patients have access to the best-in-class innovative product, which also kind of ties in very nice to what Dr. Reddy was mentioning this morning about India being a global destination of healthcare. So access to innovation is essential. Affordability is essential, long-term outcomes is essential, and value-based procurement, we would put it on line with some of the wonderful things, futuristic things which we talked about in terms of digital, in terms of AI. I think VBP should be part of the overall, scheme of things as India progresses confidently, in its vision of achieving a wonderful healthcare system with a vision for 2047. The objectives of this paper, had the preview of looking at it, and I would like to congratulate APAC Med on the knowledge partners for coming out with such a lucid paper which talks about the concepts of VBP so that all the stakeholders who are part of VBP can be on the same page as far as VBP definitions are concerned. It talks about some of the case studies, both from developing and developed markets in terms of the challenges of implementation of VBP, the benefits, the long-term benefits, and how that is the future. And the current systems, the current procurement systems in both public and private healthcare in India, which again, there's a lot of tendency to focus on upfront costs, which essentially negates why we are, the government's long-term vision of ensuring a healthy India, and also the way forward. So we at APAC Med would continue to work on this concept. I think this release of paper is just a small baby step in the right direction. But we would like to work with all the stakeholders to ensure we have a quantitative and qualitative outcome, for VBP in the long run, and ensure that we also work closely with the government stakeholders and private partners and all the other stakeholders involved to come out with a pilot on how we can go about implementing it. Again, an absolute honor to be here, and with that, I would like to pass it over to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manoj, and thank you, APAC Med. We're very delighted from NATHEALTH to do the strategic partnership and this affiliation NATHEALTH prides ourselves on being a knowledge-based organization that can really come up with new ideas and policies that we can drive across the healthcare industry. I think value-based procurement, as we talked about, is very essential in India today, where we are seeing from the patient's perspective things happening in silos. And while somebody may get reimbursed for a surgery done, or somebody may get reimbursed for a diagnostic test done, finally, how does all of this come together and make sense from the patient perspective, from their clinical outcomes? That linkage, that integration is not complete in India today, which is why the patient charter of rights, of really feeling like they got a complete longitudinal care from healthcare in India is missing at this point of time. And hopefully, by bringing in value-based procurement and really compensating and incentivizing people for not only the event, but for the longer-term outcome of care and related to clinical outcomes can be a big step ahead for us in this industry. The only way this can obviously happen is that with the knowledge that APAC Med brings, all of us as stakeholders in the industry come together to design how we would make this happen and then obviously partner with government to align that as well. Thank you again and happy to have this partnership launched today.
Thank you. And once again requesting Mr. Madhavan to join as we have the release of the study in the presence of respected Secretary, ma'am. In fact, we also have Shri Rajesh Bhushanji, respected Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. May I request also the contributors also to please join us. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the white paper which is authored by NATHEALTH and APAC Med in technical collaboration with PwC. The report discusses building blocks for enabling implementation of the value-based procurement in the Indian healthcare space. Thank you, and thank you to Srimati S. Parna. Thank you so much, ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we have been now also joined by Shri Rajesh Bhushanji, respected Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Thank you, sir, for joining us and taking our time, for being a part of this very decisive session. So may I request you, sir, now for your keynote address.
Thank you, and a very good morning to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of the 8th annual summit of NATHEALTH. On this occasion, I address Srimati S. Aparna, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India, Dr. Harsh Mahajan, President NATHEALTH, Dr. Shravan Subramaniam, Senior Vice President NATHEALTH, all other luminaries who are present there at the venue, as well as those who have joined us virtually. It is critical that for the 8th annual summit, NATHEALTH has chosen the theme of rebuilding, restructuring, and reimagining resilient healthcare systems in India. I was going through the multiple definitions which are available of a resilient healthcare system, and I was trying to zero in on a definition that is broad enough and generic enough to cover the important parameters, and I thought that that could be a starting point for my conversation with you. So what I eventually found is something which I believe meets the basic requirements of the critical parameters that would constitute a resilient health system. So resilience in the context of health systems is the ability to prepare for, manage, and learn from experiences and challenges that we face, particularly during emergencies and disasters. A well-managed and organized health system with access to adequate resources, both in terms of financial resources and human resources, is considered to be resilient. The essence of a resilient health system response is absorption, adaptation, and transformation wherever necessary. And being able to do this would require continuous strength of the existing health systems. So if this is the context of resilience, then we must realize that it was actually much before the COVID pandemic, that is in around 2018, that our country started looking towards building such resilient health systems. And that is when the basic paradigm shift happened in the way we have imagined health. So we actually started reimagining health in 2018 when we came up with this paradigm of Ayushman Bharat. So Ayushman Bharat presently rests on 4 pillars. The first pillar is Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers. The second pillar is Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. The third pillar is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. And the fourth pillar is Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Health Infrastructure Mission. So these are the 4 pillars. How are they connected and how do they lead to resilience? So what is the first port of call for a person if he or she falls sick, or if he or she wants to live a life that moves from mere treatment aspect of health to promotive or preventive and curative aspect of health, which is more in the nature of wellness or well-being? The first port of call is a health subcenter or a primary health center. So therefore, the first pillar of Ayushman Bharat addressed the first port of call and decided that over a period of time, 150,000 health and wellness centers would be operationalized across the length and breadth of this country. So when we say 150,000 health and wellness centers to be operationalized, what exactly do we mean? It means that a local villager can go to his or her health and wellness center for free diagnostics, for free drugs, for free screening of 3 common cancers, which is oral cancer, breast cancer, and cancer of cervix, for free screening of hypertension, diabetes, for free diagnostic packages. There are 12 such packages. And the first port of call would have a community health officer who is not a doctor, but a BSc nursing graduate or a Ayush doctor. So reimagining the first port of call for all health related needs across India. So that's the first pillar of Ayushman Bharat. The second pillar, once the rural population has accessed that first port of call, they have been screened free of cost. And if some of them are diagnosed with some issues, some problems, what happens to them? They have to be referred upwards to a secondary or tertiary healthcare center. That is where the second pillar of Ayushman Bharat comes into being, which is Ayushman Bharat PMJ. So what happens in Ayushman Bharat PMJ? you have a panel of roughly 25,000 secondary and tertiary care hospitals, including in the government sector as well as in the private sector, where each family can get cashless inpatient treatment up to a limit of 5 lakh rupees in a year. So that is the symbiotic link between the first pillar and the second pillar. The first pillar gives you opportunity for free screening, free drugs, free diagnostics, free wellness sessions. However, if there is a problem, you get referred to secondary and tertiary care, which is again free, which is inpatient, which means that you would be admitted. So that operates both either on an insurance model or on a trust model, and in some states there is a combination of insurance and trust model. Once you undergo a diagnostic procedure or a surgical procedure and then you are discharged from that facility, the whole process obviously being free of charge, the government is putting that bill in a trust model, or again government is putting it indirectly through an insurance company. Then you come back to wherever you reside, and there has to be a system of follow-up on such patients who've been discharged, either physically or through remote process. That is where the third pillar of Ayushman Bharat comes into being, which is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So what happens here? This creates a digital environment for delivery of healthcare services. How does it do it? It does it by giving a unique health ID to all those who are willing to obtain one. So it is not mandatory, obviously it is voluntary. And once I have a health ID, all my health records get linked to that health ID. So how are these records generated and linked? If I go to the doctor prescribes a MRI to me, so that MRI is done, and that is a health record. If an X-ray is done, that is another health record. All those health records are linked to my health ID, and all these records I can store in a digital facility known as DigiLocker, again free of charge. So every time I go to a doctor, I need not carry a bunch of papers, underneath my shoulder and show them to the doctor. Everything is digitally available, but this information cannot be shared without my consent. So therefore, there is a digital consent artifact. So if I want to share the document with the doctor, I exercise my digital consent and the record gets pulled in from wherever it was created. So records are stored in a decentralized manner and it gets pulled in and the doctor can see it on his laptop or desktop or smart mobile. Teleconsultation is also part of this third pillar of Ayushman Bharat. We presently are encouraging assisted teleconsultation, which basically means that as a rural citizen, I go to the nearest health and wellness center where I told you there is a community health officer, and I tell the community health officer that this is my problem. The community health officer is connected through an application known as eSanjeevani to the specialist doctor who is sitting either in the district hospital or in the medical college hospital or in a private hospital if they are part of eSanjeevani in that particular state. And then the specialist doctor provides his or her opinion and consultation, and the CHO, the community health officer, who is sitting alongside the patient, explains it to the patient, and then the patient understands it and goes home. This model we are encouraging because India still is largely a rural and peri-urban country, and Unlike urban areas, we do not have people who would straight away access the e-Sanjeevani application and talk to the specialist directly. That option is also available. So this is the third pillar of Ayushman Bharat. But these three pillars cannot deliver the desired result if we do not create health infrastructure in a saturation mode. Why is there a need for creating health infrastructure in a saturation mode? There is a need because in our country, there are states, there are geographies within states which have suffered from historical deficit in terms of health systems and health infrastructure creation. Therefore, there is a need that every block must have a diagnostic facility. So PM Abhin, which is the health infrastructure mission, the fourth pillar of Ayushman Bharat, it talks of every block having a diagnostic facility, a public health lab in every block. This would happen for the first time. It also talks of all districts with more than 5 lakh population having a critical care block of anywhere from 50 to 100 beds within the campus of the district hospital getting created. And wherever the population is below 5 lakhs, a referral facility and a referral transport system which will bring patients from these smaller districts to the bigger districts with population of 5 lakhs and above and admitted in those critical care blocks. Why do we need these critical care blocks? Because the pandemic has taught us that if you do not have these decentralized critical care blocks in every district, your main health facility, which is district hospital or medical college hospital, gets converted into a COVID hospital. Therefore, people are denied non-COVID essential health services. So everything under this fourth pillar of Ayushman Bharat would happen on a saturation mode. And this is a highly ambitious 64,000 crore outlay scheme for the next 5 years. So these are the four pillars: Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers, Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, and Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission, which taken together would create a resilient health system. And this is the way the union government has tried to reimagine health. However, what we need to understand is that even after very effective implementation of all these four pillars, the aim of providing healthcare services to the last person in the queue will not be achieved if we do not have very effective and very broad-based participation of the very vibrant private sector and the startups that we have in this country. And there are areas that the government has presently identified and is considering for involving in a greater participatory mode the private sector as well as the startups, most of which are in the health IT enablement. So these sectors are the sectors of infrastructure development, whether it is construction of hospitals in tier 2, tier 3 towns or diagnostic facilities in tier 2, tier 3 towns. So that is one area where we still need to focus, and subsequent budgets and other programs of the government across ministries need to address this. Then the management and operations of existing healthcare facilities by involving private sector. This is where greater freedom is available to state governments, and they can go in for individual agreements for management and operations. Then the whole aspect of capacity building and training, whether it is of our paramedical staff or allied healthcare staff or the mainstream medical officers. This is another area where small hospitals, big hospitals can all play a role, and most of these hospitals are vibrant entities in the private sector. Similarly, the IT infrastructure and the materials management space within the healthcare are areas where we are looking at private sector's greater participation along with state governments and the union government. So this was a bird's eye view. हिंदी में जिसको विहंगम दृष्टि कहते हैं, वो मैंने आपसे शेयर की, and I hope that going ahead, this relationship between NATHEALTH and the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, as well as the various state governments which are represented by their health departments, will get strengthened, and we would be in a position to jointly deliver on most of these parameters. I once again thank you for having given me this opportunity of interacting with you. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you so very much, sir, for giving us a very comprehensive account of the Ayushman Bharat mission, which, as you said, in 2018, when it was inaugurated, was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister, it had the very thought of making our healthcare system more resilient. And with the four strong pillars, not only making it resilient, but delivering to the challenges of access, equity, and affordability, and extending good quality health. But at the same time, you said to take this Sankalp to the Siddhi stage, huge and important role of the private sector, along with the startups and allied sector, stands extremely important. So we will now have a release of another study which has been done by NATHEALTH along with our knowledge partners ENY in your presence. But before that, I would like to invite Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi, the Vice President NATHEALTH and the MD and CEO of Fortis Hospitals, as we have this study which is on embedded taxes.
A very good morning to all of you, Honorable Secretary. It's a pleasure to hear from you, and that's very encouraging, and we would certainly be collaborating as much as possible to strengthen the public healthcare system of this country. So we are here presenting a white paper which is done by EY and various other federations together in the leadership of NATHEALTH on the study of embedded taxes in the healthcare sector in India. As it has been pointed out several times that GST benefits have eluded healthcare sector as the output of healthcare services are exempt under the current GST regime. On account of healthcare sectors being exempt from GST, the input procured by the healthcare establishments, which bears a GST burden, leads to the problem of embedded taxes, as the taxes paid on these inputs are not set off against the output tax liability. The block credits, which remain unutilized in the value chain, become a cost and get passed on to the end user, raising the cost of healthcare services. Top GST-bearing inputs, including medicine, reagents, medical equipment, consumables, labor, and maintenance of medical equipment, rental services, housekeeping services. In fact, medicine constitutes nearly 20% of the GST-bearing expenditure of the hospitals. The study is based on the data provided by the hospitals and diagnostic laboratories and broadly shows that embedded taxes are in the range of 5.5 to 6% of the total revenue of healthcare units. If expenditure on the imports of healthcare services provided are considered, the embedded taxes burden may marginally increase to about 6%. An important finding of the white paper is the healthcare sector has not been able to drive benefits of the GST transition. In fact, the embedded taxes in the healthcare sector have increased in the post-GST regime compared to pre-GST scenario. This may be perhaps due to partial pass-through of credits which was available in the pre-GST regime. In the pre-GST regime, the healthcare sector was vivisected for the purpose of taxation. The material component was subject to state VAT
while the services component levied by the center was exempted. In the post-GST scenario, even if there are partial material component, the entire output of the service is treated as deemed services and not goods. Contractual labor forms an important cost component for the healthcare sector and is subject to the GST at the rate of 18%, which is paid under the category of manpower services. The lack of pass-through of these taxes disincentivizes hospitals and diagnostic laboratories from hiring contractual labor. The white paper is recommending a multitude of options for stakeholders to consider in order to formulate a representation for GST rate rationalization in healthcare services. It also provides a list of high GST-bearing key inputs which may be considered for the merit rates in order to reduce the embedded tax burden in healthcare services sector and in result give a benefit to the end consumer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And now we'll have the release of the white paper in the presence, august presence of respected secretary. I would also like to invite the contributors to please join us here on the stage. That's the white paper, the study of embedded taxes in India, in association with EY. NATHEALTH is launching this. It highlights the impact of GST rate in the healthcare sector. Ladies and gentlemen, you can access these, all the reports and the white papers which are going to be released in the course of these 2 days on the summit's microsite. As we mentioned, our chief guest for the inaugural session is our Honorable Vice President, Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu ji. It's going to be very enriching listening to his thoughts, for as we know, he himself has been a very transformative leader, bringing about various reforms earlier when he was the Minister of Urban Development, and now he leads the country as the Vice President. We have a message from him, but before that I would like to invite Dr. Mahajan to kindly introduce and further invite our Honorable Chief Guest.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to invite His Excellency Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu, the Vice President of India, to speak. Mr. Naidu has personally been very supportive of what I've done over the last few years, always encouraging me. And hence, it's a personal honor for me to introduce him. His interest in politics is unsurpassable. From being born into a rural area, in a village, he became a student leader. We all know him as a fantastic and vociferous orator. He's been a prominent personality in Indian politics in the last few years. He was the president of the Bharatiya Janata Party 2002 to 2004, and coming from South India, in a party which was predominantly a North Indian party. This was a unique achievement. He has dedicated his life to social service and has held many positions of authority in the government, He's been the minister, union minister for parliamentary affairs. He served as Minister of Rural Development. And of course, before taking over as the Vice President of India, he was the Union Minister of Urban Development, in which many new schemes were started by him. And also, as the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, he kept various political parties together because of his unique abilities and charm. It is an honor for me to invite Mr. M. Venkaiah Naidu to give his presentation and oration as the chief guest. Thank you.
Mr. Mahajanji, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy Garu, Sri Rajesh Bhushan, Srimati S. Aparna, Sri Amitabh Kanji, senior officials, distinguished dignitaries, and my dear sisters and brothers, I am very happy to know that NATHEALTH is organizing its 8th annual summit for 2 days on March 28th and 29th, 2022. Over the years, the annual summit has been successful in bringing together various stakeholders in the Indian healthcare industry and in carrying out the meaningful discussions. My best wishes to the organizers, particularly the members of the Healthcare Federation of India, for their sterling efforts. Friends, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has hit the world 2 years ago, has challenged the healthcare systems everywhere. Even in India, the pandemic reinforced the need to strengthen our healthcare infrastructure. I'm happy to note that India as a team fought back admirably and showed the great resilience in the face of adversity. This is reflected in the indigenous development of vaccines and administration of over 180 crore doses, which is a stupendous achievement and a global benchmark. On a parallel footing, the rapid scaling up of diagnostic facilities and the ramping up of healthcare infrastructure bear testimony to our collective resolve to meet this grave, unforeseen challenge. All of this world would not have been possible without the sheer resolve of our healthcare workers, both in the public and private sector. In our country, as well as in various parts of the world, people have worked hard, in fact. Over the course of the pandemic, we here also learned from many others many valuable lessons related to the challenges in our healthcare system, the deficiencies in infrastructure, the limited penetration of digital health, last mile delivery of health services, and the regional disparities in health, among other issues. So all these lessons learned from the pandemic strengthened our commitment towards rebuilding, restructuring, reimagining a resilient healthcare system for a new phase, the post-COVID era. This is the biggest challenge. First, there is a pressing need to increase public expenditure in health. The government has set a target of 2.5% of GDP by 2025 in the National Health Policy. The increase in spending must go hand in hand with the capacity building. That too is very important, such as increasing the doctor to population ratio as per WHO standards. We must also urgently bridge the spatial disparity in healthcare between urban, semi-urban and rural areas. Primary health, which will bring healthcare in the most holistic, comprehensive and cost-effective way to rural India, needs to be the biggest immediate impetus from all stakeholders. The related aspect is that high out-of-pocket expenditure in India. The government has already taken several steps in this direction. These include increasing public health insurance through Ayushman Bharat, establishing Jan Aushadhi Kendras, increasing the number of district hospitals, with critical care and several other initiatives. The Prime Minister Sri Narendra Bhai Modi recently has announced that there will be steps to set up a hospital in every district. It's a welcome statement, it should be implemented. At the earliest, we must strive hard to reduce the out-of-pocket expenditure, as I told you, which is pushing the marginalized sections deeper into poverty. This COVID has shown the potential of using digital technologies in healthcare. I suggest we also leverage our strengths in information communication technologies for improving our healthcare. Digital health and telehealth services must be expanded to remote areas to ensure equitable access to quality healthcare. Finally, going forward, we must focus on curbing the worrying trend of increasing non-communicable diseases in India, which account for around 60% of deaths in our country. We need to create greater awareness among the people on these lifestyle diseases. I urge health experts, cultural icons to take the lead in this regard and guide the people. My dear sisters and brothers, our aim to improve the public health situation in India cannot be achieved by only state-led single-point solutions. With the diversity and scale of our healthcare demands, we need to improve all stakeholders, involve them, improve their participation. Public-private partnership should be strengthened further. This is the time to come together to rebuild, restructure, reinvent, and improvise our healthcare systems for the post-pandemic era of the 21st century. I congratulate the NATHEALTH for bringing together key stakeholders to discuss and achieve this important object. There are a number of important people who are participating in this conference. I hope that meaningful sessions will be given, and all these sessions has to be taken note by all the concerned and see to it that we march forward to make a healthy India. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
We thank the Honorable Vice President for his guidance, for his suggestions, and thank him for his margdarshan. Ladies and gentlemen, as an expression of our gratitude and appreciation to all our speakers and our commitment to sustainable development and to green growth and a healthy growth, we are going to be planting trees, and that's the e-certificates are going to be sent to all the speakers post-conference through the email. Towards that, as I mentioned, there's going to be a group of 10 trees which are going to be planted. That's the trees for tigers at Ramtek, Maharashtra, planted by NATHEALTH. So a big thank you to all the speakers also for contributing to the vision and the mission of NATHEALTH towards the green growth. And as we close this inaugural session, I would now like to request Dr. Shravan Subramaniam, the Senior Vice President of NATHEALTH and President and CEO of GE Healthcare India and South Asia and the Managing Director of Wipro GE Healthcare and GE Healthcare for his concluding remarks and also to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What a splendid moment it is to listen to our Vice President. Thank you so much, Dr. Mahajan, for making this happen. It's really special for all of us to be here and be a part of this fantastic event. So it's not just the Vice President, His Excellency Sri Venkaiah Naidu. We also will be having some other special guests later today. Srimati Smriti Irani, the Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development, she will be speaking to us. Mr. Amitabh Kant, the CEO, Niti Aayog, Dr. V.K. Paul, Honorary Member, Niti Aayog, Mr. R.S. Sharma, CEO, NHA, Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, Health Secretary, spoke to us. DOP Secretary, ma'am, Ms. Aparna, absolutely brilliant, understands the pharmaceutical and medtech industry like no other. We'll be having the Invest India CEO, Mr. Deepak Bagla, Mr. Praveen Gedam, Additional CEO, NHA, and Mr. Subodh Sachan from STPI. Many amazing speakers. Already you've heard some of them today and you'll be hearing more of them in the coming day and a half. And, you know, just think for a moment. Today is the 28th of March, 2022. Think for a moment of where we were exactly a year ago today and exactly 2 years ago today. Right? 2 years ago, We were just coming to terms with a nationwide lockdown. Some of us thought it would just last a couple of weeks, but many people in this room were scrambling and coming to terms with the enormity of what lay ahead. We thought we were over the hump, and then a year later, of course, we were ravaged by the second wave, the Delta wave of COVID. And now here we are, maybe a little bruised, but standing together, all of us in the healthcare industry, along with the government, working together for a resilient healthcare system. It's a privilege for me to welcome the members of the audience, both online and in person. We really wish more of you could have been here in person, but we understand that it's not easy for everybody to be here in person. We're getting used to the hybrid model ourselves, but it's just terrific to see and feel the energy of the audience here. NATHEALTH members, NATHEALTH guests, prospective members, and we also have our former presidents. Daljit Singh, thank you so much for being here. Preeta Reddy was here also, and our founding president, Dr. Pratap Reddy, he gave us his words this morning as well. And it's just been a privilege to serve with this fabulous leadership team with Dr. Harsh Mahajan at the helm. Harsh has been a fearless leader. He's motivated us. He's been a voice of reason for all of us in the leadership team and across NATHEALTH. His energy and drive have been phenomenal, just as Dr. Pratap Reddy was when he started off this organization. We also had a terrific opening of Gapio, signing of the MOU with Gapio. Anupam Sibal, I didn't realize that Gapio wasn't a member of, we didn't have something already with NATHEALTH. You've always been a friend to NATHEALTH, and it's great to formalize this relationship today. We've also released several knowledge papers, and you'll see more coming up, so we'll speak more about that eventually. But I would be remiss if I did not thank our special partners. First off, ADL, Arthur D. Little, you've been absolutely phenomenal as the overall event knowledge partners, aside from the papers that you've developed. Also, EY, PwC, and other knowledge partners who've come together to make this event what it is. The session owners and moderators, Access Health, PwC again, Arthur D. Little again, Bridgespan, Sahamantram, IQVIA, and our agency partners, Avian and Indian Attitude. Thank you so much for being here and making this a terrific event. And last but not least, our NATHEALTH Secretariat, led by Siddhartha. Siddhartha, you've been keeping us all, holding us all accountable with a gun to our head almost every day, making sure that people are on time, that we get the event sorted out, and what promises to be a wonderful set of sessions today and tomorrow. Thank you, Siddhartha, and the NATHEALTH Secretariat for everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for those words of thanks for everyone. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you to also all of you for participating and being a part of this important session. As I mentioned, as a gratitude and appreciation to all our speakers, we are going to be planting trees per person, 10 trees. And must I mention here that we have close to 120 speakers who are going to be addressing us in these 2 days. So 10 trees per person, that makes it 1,200 trees we are going to be planting. And that's really impressive footprints, greener footprints we are going to be casting. And that's become possible because all of you have also supported us with your august presence here. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a very short tea break. In fact, it's a running tea. The tea is arranged in the Aitchison Hall, in the next hall. And therein we are going to be, we also have the exhibition. That's also an area for networking and seeking greater business opportunities. Post two, we are going to be having sessions also there, the business opportunity sessions, the startup session. Mr. Wagla is going to be joining us post lunch in that session. So with that brief, we'll close this session, the inaugural session, with a group photograph of all our distinguished speakers here, the LT members here on the dais. And quick 5 minutes, if you can get your tea here and join us for the next session. We are slightly some 15 minutes delay. We have to catch up on time. Because post-lunch, we have Mr. Amitabh Kant, the CEO of NITI Aayog, joining us. He's going to be with us only for 50 minutes. As we know that he's going to be joining us sharp at 2 o'clock. So we need to be in time for that session and accordingly have our sessions, all the sessions on time. Thank you again. Enjoy your tea. In fact, enjoy your tea along with the session as we start another 5 minutes from now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your tea. That's in the next hall. But request you to get your tea cups here. We are going to be starting with the next session. Another 5 minutes. So a quick pick of your tea and coffee and some cookies. Join us here for the next session, please. Shri R.S. Sharma, the CEO of the National Health Authority, joining us. And as we all know, that he was a former chairman TRAI, he was a former Secretary Electronics and Information Technology, also the Chief Secretary of Jharkhand. Very digital footprints he has casted in this country. Yes, good morning and good greetings to all the speakers who are joining us virtually, and yes, all the participants also. Thank you for being a part of these extensive discussions which we are taking place here towards building a more resilient healthcare systems. And we've all seen how the pandemic actually initially took us all by surprise with some bit of teething problems initially. Then slowly we learned our way. We could manage well, but still a lot lessons learned during this time. And in fact, as we have been saying, that the pandemic has given us a lot of lessons around the regulatory and political processes to be developed for the future responses. So in this session, if I can just request the participants to please join. Our speakers are already here, so that just requesting your presence also. So welcome to all the people who are present here. I believe the others are going to be joining us, but then all those present virtually, all our very eminent participants, guest speakers. This is a session on building a resilient healthcare system in India, the key learnings from COVID. So taking the key learnings from the very unprecedented event of COVID, in this session with experts, we discuss how do we build a resilient healthcare system that drives equity, access, an open, transparent, inclusive process which brings in all the sectors also. And in this session, we'll have our former Secretary Health speaking to us, his keynote address. We have two presentations from the private healthcare industry, and then we have also a panel discussion. With that, I would like to invite Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi, the Vice President NATHEALTH and the MD and CEO of Fortis Hospital, to lead the session with his opening remarks and context setting.
Once again, a very good morning to all those who are present here and those who have joined us in a virtual mode. It's an important topic as to how to build a resilient system and learnings from COVID. Of course, COVID has taught us a lot of lessons. At the same time, it has also demonstrated some of the structural issues with healthcare system, not only in India, but all over the world. And I think there are very important lessons which are to be learned from this phase. But I think what we need to look forward is as to what we can do from those lessons and take this forward to the next level of learning and the challenges which may come in future. As our founder president, Dr. Pratap Reddy said, and our president, Dr. Mahajan said earlier, I think it is important that we don't forget that there is a huge burden of non-communicable disease, which is a silent epidemic which has been brewing, and that has become even more important in view of the focus which was lost from that part of the care. So I think it is important that we don't forget when we are planning for future and be very biased by the current events. Current events do represent what is the shortcomings of our current system, but it does not give solutions to what is required for, especially for the non-communicable diseases and the huge burden which that puts onto the society. some of the areas like chronic kidney disease, diabetes, hypertension, and as well as mental health are areas which need to be kept in focus. Similarly, the infrastructure in terms of production of medical devices, consumables domestically in India is an important aspect of creating a healthy ecosystem at the national level. But the most important component in my mind is the human resources part of the whole ecosystem. Even if we create infrastructure in smaller town cities or the states which have been deficient in that infrastructure, it may not succeed because we require eventually human beings to run it. So I think upgrading our medical education system, upskilling our healthcare professionals, empowering nurses to become practitioners, those are the areas I think we must be focused on, and not just the physical infrastructure. We need to look beyond COVID, and we need to review health as a more interconnected sector. Holistic connections which it makes with the whole society also have to be kept in mind, and investing in healthcare, in all the components of healthcare, especially human resources, is the crying need of the hour. With this, I would invite the session to progress, and I would request Dr. Krishna Reddy and others to take over this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the context and the tone of this session. And as you mentioned, apart from the physical infrastructure and the technology upgradation which is required in the healthcare sector, a focus has to be more also on the human resource development, the capacity building. So with that, we move to our very first eminent speaker of the session, wherein we are going to be having a presentation on the global best practices on health systems resilience. We did hear from the current Secretary Health, Shri Bhushan, what the definition of resilience and how India has been planning, working on building a resilient healthcare with the Ayushman Bharat and the 4 pillars of it. But what is the global best practices on health systems resilience? We hear in this session an assessment of the health systems resilience framework and the global best practices. I invite our presenter, Dr. Krishna Reddy Nallamala, the Regional Director, Access Health International, South Asia.
At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Mahajan for giving this opportunity to partner with NATHEALTH in exploring the resilience framework. Because most of the time, the frameworks and the assessments, they are spoken only in the language of public health. The private health is only mentioned as a private health engagement responsibility of the governance system. But it is not, even the private health system leadership does not look at how do they actually assess their performance in the normal times as a system, not as an individual industry, but as a system, how do they assess their performance. And also, the monitoring mechanism as a body, large body, because otherwise the private sector is considered as the fragmented, unregulated system. So there is a need for private sector to evolve into a cohesive, regulated, that is a self-regulated, not requiring the government to regulate, but self-regulated, self-governing, and self-growing system, with equal responsibility for the purpose of health system. I think if there is a shared purpose of health system, both from the public, the government, as well as the private, I think all of us understand the 3 objectives of health systems. Together, how do we maintain the health status of the people? How do we respond to the health needs of the people, not only during the normal times, but as the pandemic has shown us, during the crisis times. I think that is the change in the definition of health system function as to whether it is only talked about. We talk about 1 doctor per 1,000 population. This applies only to the normal times, not during the crisis times. So there is a need for redefinition of what is the health system function. And the third function of the health system is how do we actually reduce the financial hardship of the people to access this health care. So there are multiple methods, both by the government as well as the private sector together, how this has to, so this section as a beginning of a partnership with NATHEALTH in exploring what are the assessment systems for the building the resilience. Rajesh Bhushan has elegantly summarized the definition of resilience. In fact, this framework is given by the Institute of Medicine of US as a part of definition of the resilience. So when we look at this, the dip is when we absorb the shock. These are the 4 phases of the health cycle, the shock cycle. When each system undergoes a shock state, that how much you can minimize this shock, the impact of the shock on the communities and the health systems. Then also you can prepare yourself how to recover fastest from this shock, not only from the health related shock, but also from the social, both lives and the livelihoods that get affected. As we recover from the shock, as we are supposedly doing, I mean, we are presuming we are recovering from the shock, but we don't think so. I think we are maybe making the same mistake that we are assuming we already recovered from the shock. No. So when we are recovering from the shock, that is the time I think all of us are meeting in the next two days to learn from what happened in the last 2 years. Suppose if we think we have done great and we don't learn from the mistakes, we don't admit our mistakes, then we haven't learned. I mean, we are not a learning culture. We are not a learning system. So the objective of resilience is how do the systems actually learn from what happened in the last 2 years? What worked well, what did not work well? I mean, all of us are talking about the power of molecular technology, power of digital technology. They did well during a crisis state. But are we looking at what are the flip side of these things? We are not. I think these are the sessions which should make us think, reflect, are these innovations are equally safe and equally effective during the normal times? Suppose today, if my privacy is eroded for the greater good of the public in terms of the surveillance, does it equally work in the normal times? Will there be misuse that my privacy is exposed on the name of surveillance? So I think people have to reflect and learn from these shocks so that when you see the green is you don't want to recover back to what you were before. You want to recover to build back better, build more stronger systems, build more resilient systems. So when we define this clarity between strong systems, because last 2 decades, all the discourse was strengthening health systems. So strengthening health system is from weak to strong during the normal times. The resilience is the fragility, the vulnerability for a shock, unexpected shock. A catastrophic shock either due to war, which is we are witnessing in Ukraine, or a pandemic that we witnessed and we are continuing to witness, or the climate change. I think the whole world is witnessing what's happening with the climate change. So how do we actually learn and build back better? So I think the whole objective of this learning session is to think through that we don't go back to things as they are. If you don't learn, I mean, just like most of us are clinical medicine, I think most of us clinical medicine, we conduct mortality meeting every week. We learn from the deaths. We learn what mistake we did that patient died. And also we learn from the case studies what we did good that the patient survived. The system is like a patient. I think what we did good, what we notice sometimes is the discourse that we did everything good. Not. I think first thing is to accept that we did not do everything good. Then there is a scope for learning. Otherwise we think we learned. So that is the beginning of the learning. So, so there is a need to redefine the functions of health system, because most of the WHO definition you see is defined for the normal times. When I define a heart function, I define during rest and during stress. If I pump 5 liters during rest, I pump 30 liters during the peak stress. So that ability to reserve capacity to meet the unexpected need, a sudden surge in the capacity, that is called resilience. On one side, the management schools talk about efficiency just in time, the supply chain just in time. The contrary to just-in-time efficiency is the surplus required, the stockpiles required to be resilient when there is a crisis. So how do you balance it as a system, especially this impacts the private industry. And it faced during the COVID times. The pharmaceuticals faced it. They were not getting the raw material. The diagnostic kits they faced, they were not getting the raw material because you were just in time. So there is a need to rethink in terms of the resilience, not in terms of the strength. So that is where I think the definition of health system function should be that it should meet health needs of the people during the normal times and during the crisis times, not just during the normal times. Similarly, the indicators have to be redefined. I mean, the health workforce for population indicators, they need to be relooked at. There is a disruption in the way the healthcare is delivered. The digital technologies have democratized the health workforce. That means you can access specialists anywhere in the world. So in this context, do you still continue to talk about this manpower for this population? Is there a need to relook at it, redefine, relook at the indicators? So this is how I think there is a need for learning the frameworks. We look at typically the health systems from a 6 building blocks framework of the WHO. And the same building blocks are equally applicable to the private health systems. It is not just for the public health system. So when you talk of the building block of how healthcare is provided, how health is financed, how health workforce is supplied, how health goods and technology are essential as a part of the strengthening of health systems. And more importantly, I think when there is a huge fragmentation of the health system, I mean, we have private providers, public providers, modern healthcare, traditional healthcare, formal healthcare, and informal providers. I mean, in such a fragmented system, unless there is a neural network that connects this fragmented network. So in the original description of the WHO, the health information did not have the same importance that it is given today. It is essential for the system to evolve to the next level. If there is no health information exchange across the health system, we will not be robust, we will not be resilient. I mean, that is where the responsibility of the private health system, how do you contribute to the resilience? By sharing the information. The health information, are we sharing where it is required? We are supposed to report the reportable diseases, communicable diseases. We don't report. Let us introspect that we don't report. So now that the policy is supporting a national digital health architecture, so at least the government is doing its job of defining a national digital health architecture. But as a private system, are we ready to participate in that greater public good of sharing information? Sharing anonymized information for the big data analysis. Why should we wait for 10 years to know that diabetes is increasing or CVD is increasing? With the digital technology, it is live data. I mean, you can know exactly when there is an unexpected illness, a novel illness is spiking in a particular geography with the current digital technology. So I think I would request the private health system players gathered here and also online that I think as a NATHEALTH also, please design this framework and evaluate your own system. And within the private health, again, the pharmaceuticals, the biotechnology and the biomedical devices, the clinical services, the diagnostic services, all of you can again look at this framework and assess yourself. Are we resilient? So this is a frame, I mean, just like in clinical medicine, we have a diagnostic formula. So similarly, I think these frameworks can be applied in terms of, for example, the governance, because one of the key things that came out of the global learning and very indicating information is the leadership failure. When we say talk of leadership, we talk of only the public leadership. But as a private health system, also we have a leadership. I mean, we organize ourselves into associations, we organize ourselves into federations, we have our own self-governance structures, we have our own self-regulating structures. But as a group, did we rise to the occasion to educate our fraternity in infection prevention control? In fact, most of the health workforce actually suffered from the infection because they don't know the infection prevention control. So, whereas at least the public health system, they had a governance structure. They could immediately transmit what they are supposed to do to the health workforce. So I think these are some of the things which I thought a private system can look into, how to use the framework. As I mentioned here, always we talk in terms of the public health systems, but it's important, I think, to look at private health systems in the same way as the public health systems are scrutinized as a part of, because unless we know how our system is performing, how our system is strong enough, how our system is resilient, we will not be identifying problems of the entire sector. I mean, as an individual industry or individual organization, we have our own risk management chapter in our strategic discussions. But that applies only to a single facility, a single organization. It does not apply to the entire system. So there is a need to dialogue and discourse around the entire system. Just two thoughts I leave behind, because one is what private health sector contributes to the resilience of the entire health systems. But much more important, I think equally important, the sector to look at it is your own resilience. Because you are vulnerable. You are vulnerable during a shock. Then how do you build your own resilience? While you contribute to the societal resilience, but how do you have your own resilience? I think you need to look at it from both angles. See, when you look at your own fragility, then you discuss with the policymakers, we are vulnerable. How can you help us in becoming stronger? If we become stronger, we become a resilient healthcare provider to the society. So I think this is what I thought we need to have a different dialogue around that. So as a part of this learning exercise, in fact, we did not release the white paper deliberately because it is a process. It is a process. We are introducing only an introduction. I mean, what are the frameworks? How do we look at the frameworks? How a private health system can adopt this framework? Then we would like to have series of dialogues with the industry leaders, the private bodies, various bodies. I mean, this is not only in India, it is across Asia and across the globe, so that there is a cross-country learnings. How different countries actually stabilize their private health systems, because most of the countries have evolved into mixed health systems. It is no more public health systems anywhere. So there is a need to look at how these countries have evolved. So this is going to be a process, and hopefully by next summit, we will have a much more researched, a thoroughly researched undertaking wherein we can come up with a framework that private health system can utilize to evaluate itself every year and in preparation for the resilience. So this will be a journey, and I thank Siddharth and also Dr. Mahajan for giving this opportunity to partner with NATHEALTH at India level, but we will be extending this learning process to across South Asia, Southeast Asia, and as well as East Asia through our 3 offices located there. In fact, this is a catalytic funding support came from the Rockefeller Foundation to help in this learning process. Ultimately, we have to evolve into learning health systems. I mean, this discourse should go into the state level, district level, village level, how the systems can evolve. So the points to explore are evolving assessment frameworks and indicators for private health system. Then organizational designs for future shocks, that means building your own resilience as an organization. Resilience of supply chains, I think, which we will be discussing during the panel discussion, because that became the most important as we are interconnected and interdependent world. how to build the supply chain resilience. This I mentioned in terms of dichotomy between the efficiency versus surplus. How do we resolve this dichotomy between the efficiency and the surplus required of a resilience and strong systems? And lastly, the private sector engagement as part of good governance systems, because there is, what are the institutional mechanisms? I mean, we are meeting in this forum, we are listening to each other, public and the private, but is there a formal institutional structure, like the Thailand has an institutional structure, where there is a monthly dialogue between all the stakeholders, the civil society, the private sector, the policymakers, and the government. So there is a need to have an institutional mechanism. I think that will go a long way in strengthening the system. I think I would not like to take more time in summary. Thanks for patient listening. I'm eagerly waiting for the panel discussion as well, because the panelists are representing different aspects of the industry, the providers, the pharmaceuticals, the supply chain experts, and as well as the financing from Ashwajit Singh on the finance front as to what are the innovative financing solutions for resilience. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation and highlighting the framework with the 6 windows on which we need to concentrate and evaluate as we build back better. And as you mentioned that towards building this resilient, we need to build a more resilient, sustainable, affordable, accessible, equitable, and a safe and secure healthcare system. So as we take this journey of learning from the lessons from COVID and building back better, we now assess how the budget 2022-23 prepares us for building this, how it supports us towards building this resilient environment. And for that we have Shri C.K. Mishra ji, the former Secretary Health, former Secretary Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And as we know that both these sectors, they in fact complement each other, they go hand in hand. He has casted impressive footprints, massive footprints in both the sectors. We look forward to his analysis of the budget for healthcare in terms of building future resilience.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to everyone here. It's indeed a pleasure to be physically present at an event after such a long time. It's great to see faces which one would have forgotten if it hadn't happened early enough. I was initially supposed to speak virtually, but then, as always, NATHEALTH dictates, and I have to just follow. So when I got a phone from Dr. Mahajan saying, no, you have to be physically present, I said, so be it. And the only thing I was thinking of is, this diktat is going to continue with the incoming leadership as well. So I have a problem at hand. No, but thank you very much for having me over. But what this really takes me to is my fondness for the way NATHEALTH has been operating. I have the good fortune of speaking at the first inaugural meeting of NATHEALTH, and one has been associated since then. I think it's close to 6 years or so. So the way we discuss things shapes a lot of thinking, and that is what I guess organizations like this are supposed to be, apart from at times becoming pressure groups, which we really don't see happening in India. But I guess that is something that should also happen. But, you know, we just had a brilliant presentation by Dr. Krishna Reddy, and thank you so much. I learned so much from this. What I thought about resilience is so much clearer in my mind. But what I would intend as I go along is, since the subject stands there, I would like to reimagine what he presented from the eyes of the man sitting as a block medical officer in a tier 3 city, how can he understand resilience? And because at the end of the day, he is a very, very critical factor to providing resilience both to the vulnerable and actually to the system as a whole. What has pandemic really told us in terms of preparing? I think there are two very clear learnings from the pandemic. First is response. How do you respond to an unforeseen situation? And the second is that we've seen that obviously, whether it is the public sector or the private sector, there are gaps. Some of it we admit, some of it we don't. But there are obvious gaps which need to be filled, and perhaps one of the critical key elements in filling that gap is resource. How much of resource comes from where is a different issue altogether. But I must tell you something very interesting about resilience. Whenever we meet, and I have seen this over the last 10 years that I have been associated with the sector, this is one subject we definitely talk about. Year after year, we've been talking about the same issue, our response to it. We've not, as a country, been able to shape ideas to bring that response to fruition. I think, seriously, it is time when we put these things together and move on with a system which may not be a foolproof system, but is perhaps more resilient than what we are. To me, for the sake of the persons I was referring to, resilience would have two aspects. One is the system itself, and second is the delivery mechanism. The system, let's think about it for a while. You know, since your subject is reimagining, why talk about what is happening? Let's reimagine. And one of the questions that we need to answer in this country is the 4-tier health system worked at all in this country, or do we need a completely revamp of the system to create or to infuse more resilience? We always thought that seamlessly from a PHC to the CHC to the district hospital to the tertiary care center being handled by the private sector, a patient will move. It has not happened. We thought that the number of units handling this will be able to handle healthcare. It's not happened. So, does India really need a different healthcare system today? Is it not time that in some parts of the country we'd start experimenting with a different healthcare system, where the line between the public and the private is more blurred than it is today? Can we imagine or reimagine a system like that? I think that is what our contribution could be. I mean, we keep saying, and here I'm deliberately saying this to provoke, that government did not do X, government did not do Y. Very often true. I mean, we've never got pats on our back earlier, but let's take the oxygen issue, for example. One of the biggest criticism was, we failed miserably as a country. Let's face that first. One of the biggest criticism was that government did not plan for the quantum of medical oxygen that would be required in case a surge of 250,000 per day, etc., took place. My question is, did the private sector foresee it? Did the private sector hospitals prepare for it? If government did not see it, they did not see it either. So, when it comes to responsibility, I think there is very little distinction. We need to remember this, that we are collectively in this job. The second issue that I mentioned is about delivery. Health system delivery has been poor across sectors, irrespective of whether we are trying to talk about the public sector or private sector. What is that one critical element or two critical elements which we need to tweak in order to get the system going? Dr. Reddy spoke about out-of-pocket expenditure. With all the effort over the years, we still rank very poorly as far as out-of-pocket expenditure is concerned. I mean, and with all the investments that have happened. So what is it that is missing from the puzzle that we are trying to put together? That is something that we really need to think. And this would really have two parts, the infrastructure part and the manpower part, which we'll discuss in a while. This brings me to the issue of investment and budget. When I saw the agenda for the day, it said decoding the budget. I'm still looking for the code. The budget, honestly speaking, has nothing new or different or more. Healthcare, except for last year, when you had an additional provision of 30,000 crores for the vaccination and 25,000 crores for strengthening the health system across the country. If you look at this year's budget, there is nothing additional that has been provided. The National Health Mission remains at the level that it was. The disease control programs remain where they were, which is the basic job of government, doing primary preventive promotive health. I, for one, would have been extremely happy even if a non-fiscal issue like a blueprint for public-private partnership would have been put in the budget. That is what was required, and if we have not put it, even after the learning of the pandemic, I think we need to think seriously. But then, if you want to understand the budget in a context, let's look at the political will of 2017 health policy. What did we say? 2.5% of the GDP. Where are we? I think about 1.4 or something. And it is not just public spending which has not gone up sharply. Private investments also have not shown great speed and alacrity in investing in healthcare. Why? Is it the system? Is it the norms? Is it the rules that govern them? We need to decode that. In any country, if you look across, government funding is critical. But there is a huge amount of private investment which is coming in, and if we are not able to attract, either our ecosystem is bad, or the current structure of private investment, the return on investment is not good enough. There's something that is dissuading people which we need to correct. So it's not just that it's one side. Both sides are holding health sector back in terms of investment. And even when investment comes, it's a knee-jerk reaction, particularly in the public sector. There is an event happening, you invest in that. There is a disease which has just thrown itself up, you invest in that. Where is the thought process of actually creating a system which responds equally to every challenge? That we have not been really able to do. I mean, can we, since we are reimagining, can we, for example, have a different investment pattern in a TB endemic area? Geography, I mean, India is not one, it's a huge country, you can't do the same kind of investment everywhere. So can we think of a system where in a TB endemic area, the basics are tweaked to take care of TB? We know what disease prevalence, where it is. If there is a requirement, we know the states where, you are getting a lot of cancer cases. What do we do there? What kind of a tertiary investment do we require there? What we are doing is, this year we will add 150,000 more health investment centers. Next year we'll add 200 more PHCs. Doesn't make sense. To me, this addition greatly dilutes many of our thinking because we are never able to back it with manpower. So what we need to do is focus on geographies and design our government structures appropriately. We need to create that ecosystem where the private sector can actually go to the tier 3 cities. So I think we are in a serious situation where we need to work on that. Then, apart from the infra and the equipments that we are talking about, we come to the manpower bit. Ukraine is a recent example everybody has been reading. Why do we not have enough doctors in India? I had asked this question once to the erstwhile MCI, and in confidence I'm sharing here. Their response was that our standards are the best in the world. We can't compromise on that. So I guess the mortality rate in the rest of the globe must be very high because their standards don't match up with us. Absolute, you see, with the same kind of a setup, if you can have 300 students in MBBS, what is preventing us from tweaking our requirement of it? And it's largely infrastructure and manpower. But mind you, there is a problem here. And this we need to understand very clearly. The problem is that on many occasions, when this tweaking has been attempted, undue advantage has been taken. So even one mistake by one person actually puts the entire system on alert. So we must share responsibility. We can't just blame the rule makers for this. But unless we are able to infuse some amount of confidence in the rule maker to actually go ahead and change, we will not, nobody is going to come forward. I'm being honest about the situation on ground. So, we will have to get more doctors. Or, you think of an alternative system where you are willing to absorb others who are really not doctors but may be competent enough. The moment you mention this, you get so much of opposition. And I have faced it, so I'm saying it. And why do we keep talking about doctors, what about the allied health professionals? Look at our hospitals. I mean, which is the biggest part of the delivery that I was talking about, is the nursing, is the care. Look at the kind of people we have, look at the kind of payment we are making. I think we need to really look at the systems differently as to how we want to produce. So once you have all this, perhaps you'll have a better and a more resilient system. But at the bottom of it all is how much are you willing to invest. The day healthcare becomes a vote-getting machine, we will have more investment in health. It has to have the political backing. And now I feel one of ours, which means everybody's job, is to try and push that situation where every good healthcare delivery gets you 2 votes. That is now the catchword. That is what will get us more investment. Otherwise, I think 2.5% is a far cry. And in this investment scenario, everybody will have to play a role. All 11 players of the team will have to play. You can't just say that this is government's job, and government can't turn around and say that the private sector is supposed to do this. You need to play this game together, and to do that, that trust deficit that somehow has crept into our system must disappear. If NATHEALTH and organizations like this can help remove that trust deficit, I think more than half of it is won. Thank you very much for having me over. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your very candid and honest confessions and insights on our response to the pandemic as a government, as a private sector body, as a nation as a whole, on our public and private healthcare system, the much fragmented and poorly financed healthcare system, and on our budget. As you mentioned, probably we need to have a relook and a rethink and probably a complete revamp of our system. Probably also having healthcare as a major voting agenda, as you said, and all it comes to shared responsibility and building that trust. So thank you so very much, sir, for guiding everyone. Thank you for your suggestions. And now we have a special address on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and resilience. Our speaker, Ms. Dipali Khanna, the Managing Director, Asia Regional Office, Rockefeller Foundation. She joins us virtually. Welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to all. I'm really honored to be part of the National Health Summit this year. While I've had the opportunity to be a part of some important discussions around the pandemic in the last couple of years, this is a particularly important one. We are here today, a little over 2 years since the World Health Organization declared the pandemic and the world as we knew it changed forever. On one hand, COVID-19 disrupted our economies, weakened livelihoods, overwhelmed our public health systems, and caused approximately 6 million fatalities to date. On the other hand, it has also pushed us to pause and reflect, recognize the limitations that exist within our healthcare systems, and identify ways to make them more resilient for the future. As we begin to build back better and restructure our systems for a more resilient future in public health, it is important for stakeholders across government, private sector, medical and scientific communities, public policy, academia, to find synergies across our work and collaboratively build stronger public health systems. At the Rockefeller Foundation, collaboration and innovation to strengthen accessibility and equity in the public health sphere have formed the ethos of our work across the globe. Now, more than ever, these continue to be central to our partnerships and investments. With more than a century or legacy of impactful philanthropy around the world and in India since the beginning of the pandemic, we have been committed to supporting pandemic response in regions such as India, Thailand, a range of countries in Africa, United States, and many other geographies. While each region had its unique set of challenges, increased access to diagnostics, for instance, was a need everywhere. We focused on building institutional relationships that were key to shaping out sustainable and practical initiatives aligned to national response priorities. In India, for instance, we forged an important partnership with the Principal Scientific Advisor for the Government of India, which enabled us to work with CCAMP, Center of Cellular and Molecular Platforms, a leading bioscience center in the country. Our initiative with CCAMP focused on scaling up domestic manufacturing of essential testing materials, helped bring down the cost of testing by approximately 97%, from approximately $70 to $7. This helped increase affordability and availability of critical diagnostics, which were crucial to India's pandemic response at the time and continue to play an important role as the pandemic continues. Similarly, to strengthen India's COVID-19 testing and tracing landscape by making it equitable, cost-effective, and scalable, we were also able to convene national policy, industry, and academic stakeholders to build the smart testing and tracing roadmap. As the pandemic progressed through various stages and with mutations that caused serious waves around the world, including the repercussions of the Delta variant in India during the second wave last year, and the rapid spread of Omicron this year, has reinforced the need to not just keep up with the virus, but to be one step ahead of it. It emphasized the need for having a threat detection system that is trusted and used worldwide to end COVID-19 and also protect the world from future threats. This requires us to build and strengthen the networks that swiftly, accurately, and collaboratively gather, analyze, and react to signals of disease threats. Recognizing this, we launched a Global Pandemic Prevention Institute, or PPI, last year. In India, it is supporting a coalition of organizations led by CCMB, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. The aim is to upscale genomic surveillance across India by ramping up sequencing and local knowledge, drive additional representation from India in global repositories, and deepen the connections of these institutes amongst each other and for global partnerships with public and private sector. As I mentioned earlier, as a foundation, we focus heavily on the part of collaboration. Aligned to this principle, we partnered with Access Health International, you just heard from Dr. Reddy, and supported their recently launched Global Learning Collaborative for Health Systems Resilience. The collaborative aims to support country governments in the Global South to evolve their strategies to strengthen their health systems and prepare them for future pandemics through a combination of collaborative learning, cross-fertilization of ideas, regional and inter-country collaborations, technical assistance, and most importantly, knowledge support. We are super excited to be part of this journey and believe the platform will provide a unique opportunity to share credible knowledge and information across sectors and organizations that will pave the way for stronger healthcare systems. We also believe for some initiatives and partnerships to be more impactful and engagement of the private sector in strengthening public health response is absolutely critical. We heard Mr. C.K. Misra also elaborate that so wonderfully. While the past couple of years have witnessed a strong collaboration between private and public sector, this pandemic has created an opportunity for this collaboration to grow. With most of the consumables, whether it is vaccine, medicines, protective equipment, diagnostics, etc., they're primarily produced by the private sector, and the private sector's role in supply chains nationally as well as globally is undeniable. In fact, the recent Smart Testing and Tracing report was a product of collaboration with the private sector. We realized that for the report to be a useful resource for policymakers, it would need to include experts who are involved on the ground and brought on board private sector experts from hospitals such as Sangeeta Reddy from Apollo Hospital, for diagnostics, Dr. Naveen Dang from Dr. Dang's lab, for pharmaceuticals, Swati Piramal from the Piramal Group. That certainly was a great decision because we could inform our work from their valuable experience and insights. Similarly, NatHealth has the potential to play a pivotal role in empowering Indian healthcare, supporting innovations in the healthcare space, and ensuring last mile delivery of affordable and quality healthcare to meet the ambitious goals of achieving universal health coverage. Its recent partnership with the National Health Authority is an example of private-public collaboration and how private sector like NatHealth can be instrumental in enhancing opportunities for private sector involvement in the journey towards a more resilient future. Whether it is supporting the technical expertise and resources or sharing knowledge and learnings that can make public health systems more effective and efficient, there are endless opportunities for stronger collaboration between the private and public sector. As a foundation, we are committed to supporting and being part of some strategic and meaningful partnerships and collaboration as the process to restructure, rebuild, and reimagine the future of resilient healthcare system continues. Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to be part of this important dialogue and the summit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your very valuable insights into the way forward and, of course, the learnings from the pandemic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move into the panel discussion. So after a lot of food for thought and to ponder and to work on, given by Shri C.K. Mishra ji, who not only decoded the budget, but in fact dissected the system and our willingness also, and gave us very constructive suggestions, and also coming from Ms. Dipali Khanna. We take these discussions with our panelists. I invite the moderator of the session, Dr. Krishna Reddy Nallamalla, the Regional Director, Access Health International South Asia. The experts, the panelists joining us, most of them are joining us on the virtual mode. Dr. Dale Huntington, the Senior Director, Healthcare Systems Policy, J&J. Professor Prashant Yadav, Affiliate Professor in SEED, Lancet COVID-19 Commission. Mr. Puneet Kohli, Managing Director, Fresenius Medical Care India. They're all going to be, and Dr. Om Manchanda, Managing Director, Dr. Path Labs. They're going to be joining us virtually. And Mr. Ashwajit Singh, the Managing Director, IPE Global Private Limited. I request you, sir, to please grace the dais.
I think this is a unique experience of running the panel discussion with one panelist here. I'm not able to see the other panelists on the virtually. I think they may be displayed. So while I think we have heard important suggestions and insights in the morning, we have 5 panelists who represent different aspects of healthcare. We have Dr. Om Manchanda, who is representing the healthcare delivery services in terms of the diagnostic services. And we have Ashwajit Singh, who will be looking at the development financial assistance. I think all of us have talked about the need for innovative financing. Since the public financing will not be able to rise to the need of 2.5% GDP, there is a need for innovative financing, which we can discuss. In fact, I will start that dialogue first with you, since I think IPA Global has been forefronting innovative financing in terms of enabling infrastructure in the underserved areas. Please proceed on that.
Thank you so much. And interesting, I'm the only panelist here. The others, and they said business is down. The others are busy in their offices, which obviously means that the health system is bouncing back. I'm going to start straight, given the time constraint. I'm going to come straight to the point. I think the first point I'd like to make here is that all the speakers before me, and I'm sure the speakers after me will talk about the fact that we just getting about 1.5 odd % of the GDP into the health sector, which is not adequate, which is not enough. Absolutely not. I agree with them. If you look at India's ranking in terms of, the commitment to the budget in the health sector, we stand at a miserable 179 out of 189 countries that were looked at in terms of commitment of prioritizing the health budget. And I'm talking about at all levels, the national, state, as well as the local level. So yes, definitely we need, more funding into the sector. But I'm going to first challenge that itself, that are we actually using the funds allocated in this sector in the right manner? To me, that requires correction first before really looking at putting in more funds into the sector. And I can tell you to start with that we work a lot in the public health sector. So I'd probably be the only panelist who works in public health rather than more of the private health space. And we work very closely with the national as well as the state governments. Let me tell you that we have amongst the best laid down policies in the world, be it our National Health Mission, be it our Ayushman Bharat, be it the digital mission that's been announced. I think the challenge really lies in the actual utilization and implementation on the ground. Asking for more funds and getting more funds, of course, is required. I'm not shying away from that for a minute. But I think more important for the immediate thing is to really look at better efficiency of the funds. I'll give you an example now. We worked in one of the Bimaru states, and they were always looking at shortage of funds. When we did an assessment for them, we went back to them and said that they were only utilizing or drawing down 27% of the funds that were available for them under the health mission. And they were totally taken aback. And then we went in and made a medium-term expenditure framework, because the funds in the health sector are coming from various windows into a state government. They'll be coming from national government, they'll be coming from donors, they'll be coming from, even the local bodies get some funds. And when you make a total expenditure framework for the entire health sector funding, you realize that there is funds to be utilized. I'm not saying they're adequate to meet the gap, but there are funds to be utilized better. Similarly, we talk about creating and investing more in infrastructure. But at the same time, are we really looking at our existing primary hospitals, the manning of those hospitals, the e-Sanjeevani is being launched? Are they really, is it being sort of implemented at the ground level? So I think that's the first issue I'd like to raise here, is that Mr. C.K. Mishra also mentioned about the ecosystem itself, but I think we need to improve our utilization of funds before we talk about enhanced funds into the system. The second point in terms of actual funding requirement, and you heard Mr. Rajesh Bhushan say that earlier as well, is the role of the private sector. And again, the speakers before me have said that, but it's very important to forge these partnerships, whether it is around the operation and maintenance of primary hospitals, whether it is looking at collaborating with them. You've got primary hospitals where a lot of investments been made, which are defunct. The doctors in the rural parts of India are actually running their own practices. They are not there at the primary centers. That needs to be looked at before we talk about enhanced funding. So these are some of the things that, so implementation and partnerships is the first two things I would look at before looking at innovating financing. Now, coming to financing, let's be clear, the private sector, at the end of the day, the reason that the private sector is not putting in the quantum of funds that it should be putting is because they are not looking at the enabling framework, the policy framework. They're not being able to generate the kind of returns that they are wanting to generate. Our current mindset is get in the private sector where things are not working properly. But I don't think that is really what the private sector is looking at. They are looking at coming in, whether it's through partnerships or through fresh investment, into sectors where they are able to get in a return at the end of the day. Health sector globally has amongst the highest quantum of funds available when it comes to private sector financing. However, we have to understand the issues there, the issues of long gestation periods, capital intense investment into the health sector. So the government needs to come up with a better enabling environment. You heard about the GST paper that was submitted earlier today, which would, of course, help getting returns. The startups in this sector have the maximum potential of impact. And that's where the startups need to be encouraged. So when we talk about innovative financing, we need to A, look at the enabling environment, and B, look at more processes of being able to support startups as well as projects with long gestation periods. And here I would like to mention about a blended finance facility, which was again spoken to by the Secretary of Pharmaceutical in the morning. And the NITI Aayog has come up with a joint paper with us on blended finance facility. That's a innovative financing mechanism that has been developed for the health system. It's the first of its kind in the world. It's done under funding by US aid in a project called Samrid. And I'd like to talk a bit about that because I think that is something that's here to stay, and that's perhaps going to shape the future of innovative financing in the private health sector in times to come. Now, what happens to these small startups very often is that A, they are high risk. They don't get that kind of encouragement initially that they should be getting. Their impact can be huge because in health sector, you can really scale up the impact if you come up with a good product. So where do they go? They don't have the technical expertise to be able to raise funding. They're not good enough for initially for banks to come in. They are too small maybe for even private equity funds to come in and support them. And these are really the ideas of the future. These are the startups that are going to actually change the entire face of the health sector in the country. Now, a blended finance facility is a facility where you've actually got 3 windows. You've got and a number of other innovative financial products as well, like social safety notes or partial risk guarantees, etc. But the 3 windows that you have are windows where one window would enable you to draw down a grant. The other window would enable you to get some debt, and the third window could get you some equity. So that's a blended finance where, depending on the need of the startup, if it's a high risk kind of a startup which requires initial grant to make it more viable, you're looking at a bigger grant window to start with, matched by debt wherever required, and of course equity at the right stage. So you need to really structure this. And so Samrid is this project that's come up under the USAID auspices, which is being managed by IP Global. In fact, Rockefeller Foundation is also one of the investors in the grant window in that. And it's really got these 3 windows where IIT Delhi is hosting the grant window, where Rockefeller Foundation, cryptocurrency, a couple of other foundations have put in money for grants. We also got tie-ups for equity. We've got tie-ups with banks to the tune of $250 million for these startups. Axis Bank has invested money in that, or committed. IndusInd Bank, Caspian. So you've got a number of these MOUs where you can get in this blended finance. And till now, about 22 startups have been funded. And the good thing is that these startups have been able to leverage, besides the money that they've got from Samrid, they've been able to leverage around 10 times of the value of that. And that's really changing the entire sector. So I think coming to innovative financing, we will need to look at a number of these different kind of products where you get a blend of debt, equity, and finance, especially for startups which make a high impact.
Thanks, Aswit. I think he has addressed the capital requirements and the innovation that is required in the capital for the private sector to go to risky areas. In addition, I think the fintech for health is revolutionizing the consumer financing, the health consumer financing, in terms of the patients. If they're not protected enough or the insurance is not enough, how do they meet actually the financing? Having addressed the financing aspect of healthcare and its resilience, the most important, of course, is on the provider side, how healthcare providers are responding. We have Om Manchanda from Dr. Lal Path Labs to look at, because a lot of innovation that happened in the delivery system during the pandemic in terms of direct-to-home deliveries, the aggregator systems, the digital platform systems, online pharmacy systems, online diagnostic systems. While the pandemic enabled a policy support during the pandemic, if there is a regulatory uncertainty going forward, it makes some of the risk element much higher. So how does the provider systems look at the emerging regulatory space for some of these innovations, because they have to be embedded into the future systems? Dr. Oman Chanda, and I think I will ask Puneet Kohli as well to answer a similar question, because it addresses the delivery of essential health services, both for the pandemic as well as for the non-pandemic related health services.
So who should go first?
Dr. Manchanda here.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me on this session. And I think it's been nearly 2 years, and I think this panel discussion forces me to really look back and see what really happened and what have been the learnings and what probably are the recommendations as we go forward. So, if I was just sum up in 2-3 things, number one is I think the pandemic situation is a different management situation. There's a business as usual and there's a business in crisis. So I think last 2 years for all of us, of course I can speak on behalf of diagnostic space, has been very stressful for all of us, not only at the top management level, but for our employees as well. And if I were to just sum up what really changed in these 2 years, when we have business as usual, one is really focused on customers, which are, in our case, patients and doctors. And maybe quarterly we have to focus on shareholders as well, because we do investor calls, etc. And a bit of employee management on an ongoing basis. But what I noticed that when this pandemic happened and suddenly demand on our time went up on a lot of external stakeholders, and I want to list some of these stakeholders because they take away a lot of your time, while the time needs to go on to facing this crisis, but a lot of time actually was going on these areas as well. And some of these I want to list down here, that media interactions suddenly shot up. And there was a lot of demand from media for our time and for questions, lots of bright questions, but many of us didn't have the answers. Then regulators, unfortunately our regulatory system is that state health is a state subject, and you are suddenly forced to deal with at the center, then state, and even at district level, like close to 600 plus districts. And you're dealing with all the CMOs across the country. So the humongous task to interface with the regulatory or government bodies in this situation. Many of us feel that, healthcare systems, we have employees, they're also human beings, their motivation level, they're also vulnerable to this infection. That became a humongous challenge, while it was not really felt by outside system, but internally we really had a lot of stress in that area. Then we also had challenges coming out of certain PILs being filed and a lot of time being spent on dealing with some of these court cases, etc. I think lastly, there was also issue of perception management, because various bodies were looking at this entire healthcare as a business, private healthcare slightly from a different perspective. And lastly, of course, industry bodies were asked to coordinate. So a lot of time actually was spent on many of these areas. What I found, I think you touched upon, the landscape of patient behavior also changed dramatically, where we were all used to servicing physically, and I think the overnight the business landscape shifted digital. People wanted home collections. As we speak on this panel, 80% of us are sitting online. So I think that's a reality now, where maybe 20-30% physical, the rest is all online and home delivery. I think the other demand that really went up, which is humongous, is that this industry is highly fragmented and highly unorganized. So there's no level playing field. In a situation like this, we were expected to actually get integrated into one system where ICMR had this RT-PCR app and everything has to go into this. And I think all our IT systems are not on the same page. And I'm taking this little bit of effort to really set the context as to what my learnings out of this entire crisis has been. We also saw sudden surges in demand and supply and a lot of disruption as well. And surge was such that I was just looking at my data. In 1 month, the demand swing was, if you do 1 unit right now, it's 15 times within a span of 1 week. And it reminds me, as we are sitting right now, last year, exactly the same time, end of March in Delhi, this whole thing started building up, this wave 2. And I still remember April, May, our demand swing just went up 15, 20 times of certain tests like IL-6 D-dimer. And it also felt like a free fall, as if there was absolutely nothing happening. I also noticed that this entire crisis was that, you have an unorganized industry, fragmented industry. In crisis situation, you're trying to run it as a one unit, where the public, private was expected to work as a seamless organization, which was a great experiment. I think last 2 years, this kind of crisis one has not seen, and I'm very happy to say that I think system has been tested, a lot of resilience has been seen. Of course, there are gaps, so one is seeing a bit of learning out of this. So I just thought I'll sum up a few of my learnings, and if they are useful for policymakers, etc. I think number one is that healthcare has 2 distinct aspects. One is the clinical aspects, which I think a lot of scientific communities, doctors and medical bodies look at it. There is a huge management aspect of healthcare as well, which to my mind, one needs to go back and see what are the gaps and probably engage with some management institutions and see in a crisis like this, when you have to run it like an integrated private public health setup, what are the areas we need to do? In my sense, I think we need to have much more participation at policy making level from private players, and in various task forces would have been really helpful, because many of us run large enterprises, so we know the real life ground level challenges. Could be one recommendation I can probably suggest. Second is in this new age, the digital thing where the information flow is on real-time basis, some of our systems that exist or regulation that exist where empowered to do a lot of things, I think we probably need to have a relook at it as to what will have to be delivered from central systems, central government bodies, and what needs to be delivered through state. And I think a lot of clarity is required so that the private players actually know whose doors one needs to knock. I think we were bit of in a situation where we didn't know where to go for the solution that we were all looking for, the problems that we were faced with. I think one of the challenges that we also faced was, other than uncertainty around demand projections, we also had huge uncertainty around pricing as well. One actually didn't know as to, because it was managed by government bodies, RT-PCR pricing. As I think I heard from previous speakers, at the end of the day, private healthcare attracts private capital, and that capital expects certain returns. And in absence of that uncertainty, it becomes very, very difficult for us to plan supply for the demand surge. At the end of the day, you're just trying to match supply and demand. And in this case, it was sudden surge, so one really didn't know as to what's really going on. And many of us are also stuck with a lot of reagent inventory as well, because this demand suddenly vanished overnight after that. So there is a cost of capital which needs to be inbuilt into this. I think my recommendation is a higher level of participation from private players in some of these policy making will really be helpful, including even price regulation as well. I think these are broad points I just want to make. And if I were to also look at on the softer side of, just 1 minute I'll take, softer side of crisis management, I think decentralized systems work when the business is as usual. A bit of centralization needs to take place when there's a crisis. In crisis, making mistake is a part of life, because speed is the essence, efficiency is not. So if we focus on fixing the problem, will always be helpful rather than fixing blames. And I have seen, at least in these waves, a lot of energy gets spent on where do we fix the blame. I think lastly, I would say leadership at all levels needs to have a calming effect and motivational impact on the teams, because there is a panic all around. I think with these points, I'll hand it over back to you.
Thanks, Dr. Manchand. I think you've covered various aspects of the delivery system, the challenges, but hopefully all these challenges and the solutions are put into a systems of learning by some of these platforms as we go forward, so that we don't make similar mistakes or face similar challenges. Since I think we do have some time constraints, I would request the panelists to be mindful of time. I come to Puneet because it's specific area of the dialysis care and the challenges faced by the biomedical industry. Dialysis is essential, I mean, because you cannot stop dialysis. Patients have to continue dialysis. And the dialytic setups became some of the focus areas of actually getting infected. So there may be ideas of how to overcome some of these unique challenges that the renal patients faced. Puneet, over to you for your insights into this.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. And as Dr. Manjanda spoke about the lessons from a diagnostic space, I'll limit my talk on how COVID impacted the chronic diseases, and I'll restrict to dialysis. Hemodialysis is a critical procedure which is required to be done 3 times a week to maintain the life of an end-stage renal disease patient. And like most therapy areas, dialysis patients also suffered, not because of the disease, but because of lack of availability of infrastructure, lack of awareness on where to go. And also, this problem of how to, report when a dialysis patient tested positive, because in the first lockdown, there was so much of confusion. And, one of the learning was that we have to make a mini crisis management team. I think the collaboration between the suppliers, the hospitals, the clinicians, the diagnostic lab chains, and the government played a very important role. And that's what our experience has been in Fresenius Medical Care. In the second wave, we were able to manage, this surge of problem in a better way. What we did was, staff motivation and staff fatigue was one of the area which we encountered in wave 1. And that's where we made cluster-wise management crisis teams, which helped in shifting of staffs from one clinic to another, which prevented the staff burnout and also provided uninterrupted services. The second important thing which I believe is a lesson is this digitization piece, which Dr. Manchanda mentioned about. In our clinics, we have a proprietary patient management software called Euclid, which helped the nephrologists who are also fighting the COVID battle to manage and remotely monitor the patients while they were not inside the dialysis clinic. It's a cloud-based system, so it helps the data to be taken directly from the machine, and the nephrologist can change the prescription. And also at this stage, I also want to highlight a model which was implemented in Mumbai. A lot of speakers spoke about the collaboration part, and I think this model, I believe from a chronic state, can be implemented for future crises in different parts of India. So this basically is Project Victory, which was developed under the leadership of Dr. Chahal, Municipal Commissioner of BMC. So he took over this role in the peak of the second wave in Mumbai, and we all know Mumbai was going through a terrible phase. So he had to tackle COVID cases, as well as there was another issue which he was facing, which was basically that dialysis patients were dying, not because of chronic kidney disease or COVID, but they were not getting dialysis. So that led to the creation of this Project Victory, which was a collaboration between BMC, Apex Kidney Foundation, which is one of the leading dialysis provider in Mumbai, and IIT Mumbai. So IIT Mumbai, through a digitally tech-enabled platform, connected all the Mumbai nephrologists, all the centers. Apex Kidney Care trained the manpower. About 150 technicians were trained in record time. And also they connected all the hospitals and rearranged the machines. So in the entire COVID period, this platform managed 4,400 dialysis patients without any single mortality, which was attributable to lack of dialysis available in the city. So I think this is a great model. And, since we don't have much time, from my perspective, from a chronic disease angle, there were, three top learnings. One is we have to see that how we can have standalone facilities for chronic diseases like dialysis, cancer care, which are attached to a hospital. How we can have a very definitive regulatory mechanism for home dialysis. And I'm again, since Dr. Reddy, you mentioned about at-home service. So like other home therapies, home dialysis was also asked for. But the problem in India versus the Western model is based on a system that the patient can do the dialysis at home because there is a rigorous training as well as technology enablement which is provided to the patient. So I think for us in India, for home dialysis or home care to scale up, we need an enabling regulatory environment which helps us scale this model. And we spoke about the financing part, I think innovative pricing models. And also I take this opportunity to mention that for a disease like dialysis, if the cost of the machine is very high because of high custom duty, it takes affordability out of the equation. The other part is we need regulatory mechanism on how we will manage the biomedical waste at home, how we will manage emergencies at home, how we will provide training to the patients, and also how we can develop a digital tool for remote monitoring. I think the National Digital Health Mission is the right direction. I think how it can be integrated for home care is also one of the aspects we should look at. So in summation, I think the most critical part, and we salute to all the healthcare professionals who played a critical role in pandemic. And, the speaker spoke about the ratio of healthcare professionals to the patients. I think we have to seriously work at a PPP model on how we can create more paramedical staff for different disease state. Dr. Manjanda mentioned about private participation in policy making. I am a big believer that a lot of companies in the private sector have domain expertise, and each company can be tapped into. Like we can provide, full domain expertise to the policymakers from a dialysis perspective, and then there are a whole host of companies who can provide that support. So I think it's a wake-up call. I think we have to work more cohesively and break these barriers and get better prepared to handle such crises which may emerge in future.
Thanks, Puneet. I think excellent insights, but unfortunately, I think we are exceeding in the time. I quickly go through the two panelists who are there. Just ask Dale the question related to the pharma sector from a policy perspective, especially in terms of the supply chain disruptions, which Prashant also will be addressing subsequently. But the collaboration between the R&D units as well as the pharma sector in rapidly bringing out of the vaccines, rapidly repurposing the drugs, the coordination with the regulatory agency for the emergency use authorization. I mean, some of these learnings, how to put it forward as a new norm for the future systems.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Reddy. I'll try to be brief. I'm conscious of the time. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this panel. Johnson & Johnson's response to the COVID-19 pandemic has been guided by the conviction that unless everyone is safe, no one is safe. which is why we work to develop and deliver a vaccine that can protect the health of everyone, everywhere. From the outset of this pandemic, we aim to develop a simple-to-use and accessible vaccine that could be transported around the world through standard vaccine distribution channels. We support the development of a vaccine with a truly global and inclusive research program that studied the vaccine across the US, Europe, Africa, Asia, and Latin America, as we sought to generate evidence across multiple geographies and diverse at-risk populations, including in resource-limited settings. So I'd say that is one important characteristic of our response and lessons learned, is the diversity and the breadth and the reach of the research program that went into this on a global scale, as well as within countries looking at diverse populations. Johnson & Johnson earlier this month announced the completion of a landmark agreement between Janssen Pharmaceuticals Incorporation and the manufacturer Aspen's SA Operations, Pty Limited, based in South Africa, to enable the first COVID-19 vaccine to be manufactured and made available by an African country for people living in Africa. And this is with the explicit goal of increasing COVID-19 vaccination rates across the continent of Africa. Diversifying and expanding global manufacturing capacity is a key strategy for expanded global vaccination coverage. And that's why it's critically important to controlling the COVID-19 pandemic and reducing the risk of emergence of new SARS-CoV-2 variants. So this building manufacturing capacity in multiple centers, multiple geographies around the world is another key landmark characteristic of a response to the pandemic and building pandemic preparedness going forward. In India, we have a collaboration with Biologic E to build upon its capacity in vaccine manufacturing to rapidly expand vaccine production. And that's another key characteristic of this same strategy. I'd just like to make one more response before stepping back from the COVID vaccine to take note of the importance of life course vaccination. Vaccines save between 2 to 3 million lives every year and contribute directly to lifting people out of poverty. In important ways, this COVID vaccine has shown a light on the importance and difficulties of achieving universal coverage of life course vaccinations. One can think only of issues around vaccine hesitancy that came out with this pandemic and the vaccination programs around it. There's a pressing need to develop strategies for sustainable life course immunization programs moving forward. And that's work that's undone for us and something to address in the future. And I'll just stop there in note of the time. Thank you, Dr. Reddy.
Thanks, Dale. I think you covered an important area, the vaccine and the various challenges that the industry is facing. I will come to the last panelist. Sorry for the delay in keeping you awake. Prashant, I think you are the expert on the global supply chains. Just we would like to hear your perspective from the supply chain resilience perspective.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, and thanks for having me at this panel. I'm joining today from Dakar, Senegal. I want to highlight one thing which I believe is important to keep in mind. There is a lot of discussion about pandemic preparedness, but I think we have to keep in mind that unless we develop systems for localized epidemics and can think about how private sector, how information flow, how diagnostics companies can come together to address localized outbreaks, then our ability to do it at a larger scale when it's a pandemic is weaker. So I see this discussion happen when there is a pandemic, but I don't see such a blueprint similar to what Dr. Mishra was mentioning come up when we have a localized JE outbreak or we have a localized Nipah outbreak. So I think we've got to build from the bottom up. We've got to build it at a scale which is more manageable, where you can test, try more things, so that then you are ready for a larger scale pandemic. So I think epidemic preparedness and epidemic response should be something we ought to keep in mind. Supply chain resilience. So I think supply chains require advanced information and velocity of information flow to be higher. When I say advanced information, what I'm referring to is that the business model for genomic sequencing or detecting new pathogens or biobanking negative PCR tests, That is clearer if it is done by a government agency, but for a private lab network to be carrying out these functions, we need to think about what will be the business model, what is the right incentive for private labs to feed into a surveillance infrastructure. I think early information is the thing that supply chains thrive on. So that's the first part, which is think about sequencing, surveillance, and how do we build a business model for it. NatHealth could help in thinking about what that structure is. Second is supply chains love high velocity of information flow between different actors, in particular in healthcare where there are so many different actors. The speed with which information flows across them is what matters in the response and resilience. Otherwise, if we don't have speed, then we have to buffer it with lots of stockpiled inventory or excess capacity, which will come at a higher expense. So I think the information systems and the backbone that delivers fast information. Related to that is speed of money flow. We have many pockets of money, similar to the colleague who was describing, we have unspent monies in the National Health Mission. So there are many pockets of money. It's just that the speed with which they can be deployed is very different. And even the startups and the new innovative entrepreneurs who come to help the health sector in general, the health system in general, or for preparedness and pandemic response in particular, they face the problem that, yes, there is money, but it will become available through a process that takes longer. So are there opportunities to speed up velocity of money flow in the health system, in every node of the health system, public, private, diagnostic, pharma, other life sciences, and so on. And then to cope with this, the supply chain needs to have a high degree of operational flexibility. And when I say operational flexibility, I'm implying the ability of a life sciences company to switch from being an efficiency-driven factory that is making only one product campaign on its production line to be able to switch very quickly, pivot from making one thing to the other, completely changing what that capacity is deployed for. And that capacity or that operational flexibility is not free. It comes at a cost because it does compromise some efficiency. So I think it's a bigger question as to who pays both the slightly higher CapEx and the slightly higher OpEx that is required for more operational flexibility in manufacturing and distribution. And that's a question that multiple countries around the world are asking, which is, will we pay the premium for operational flexibility in the healthcare supply chain? How much will that premium be? And will it be largely government, or can some of that premium be transferred to private actors in the system? Then the last thing I want to mention is that the actors in the supply chain, including some of the new ones which for the first time have come into the healthcare supply chain because they pivoted from making electronics to ventilators and so on, they are all asking, is there a blueprint in which we can see where we fit? We do one part, but the healthcare supply chain is very complex. So is there a meta structure under which we all can fit our work? And that is something which I think most countries are struggling with. And the very, very last thing I want to mention is that the idea of a stress test, similar to the stress tests that we have for banks, is gaining ground, is an important one to keep in mind and put into the policy discussion. The idea would be all companies who are authorized to sell health products in a country undergo a stress test, either voluntarily or through some kind of regulatory body, which asks them to demonstrate that if there is a demand surge of 2x, 5x, 10x, 15x, 20x, how will their supply chain respond? Similarly, if there is a supply disruption because one incoming node of API or critical material disrupts, how will their system respond? And these tabletop exercises are important. We have all the tools to do them today. It is just a matter of finding the governance structure and making those asks of how such stress tests will be carried out for entities in the healthcare supply chain. Who will run them? Will it be done through a voluntary body? Will it be done through a regulator? I have my views and pros and cons, but I think that's where I'll leave you with. Thank you, Dr. Reddy.
Yeah, thanks, Prashant. I think I thank all the panelists for excellent insights. But it only leaves behind, I think, a lot of ideas for everyone to think through in the next coming years and coming days. Enough time is not there to discuss, go deeper into that, but I think very important points have been raised by all the panelists here. I thank everybody for this wonderful panel discussion, and apologies for the time that it has taken. As a moderator, I think I did not keep up the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you to all the panelists.
Thank you.
In the interest of time, requesting Dr. Raghuvanshi for his concluding remarks as we close this session.
I think in the interest of time, I'd keep it very brief, but I think this was a wonderful session. And the ground you set, Dr. Reddy, was wonderful. I think there are many questions which need to be addressed. And I think there are certain areas where the healthcare industry needs to focus and look at themselves in a mirror as well. I was very impressed by what Mr. Mishra had to say. And I think there is one take-home message for the private healthcare sector here, which is how do we build that trust deficit which has set in between the various stakeholders. And I think unless that is addressed, many of the issues which are very obvious to all of us cannot be addressed. So I would not want to say much more because we are running behind time. Thank you so much for this wonderful session.
So thank you, sir, and thank you to everyone. We now invite you to please join us for lunch. We're going to be starting with our next session at 2 o'clock. It's going to be very short and quick lunch break. 2 o'clock, we have also a session starting, the business opportunity session in the Addison Hall. Mr. Bagla is going to be joining us, the CEO of Invest India. At 2 o'clock here, we have Mr. Amitabh Kant, the CEO of NITI Aayog, joining us. So requesting you to please join us for lunch, a quick lunch, and a quick back here in the hall for Mr. Kant is going to be joining us. He's going to be with us for a very short time of 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you once again to all our sponsors also for the support which you have been extended.
system. It also talks about the new investment opportunities facilitated by the Government of India and alternative financing models to address the financial gaps. So may I request Ms. Ameera Shah to please further set the context and for her opening remarks to the session.
So to say good afternoon to everybody, and I hope everyone's not eaten a too heavy lunch. We have a very interesting speaker that we are very, very honored to have with us, Mr. Amitabh Kant, and I think he's already online. If we can just get him connected. Live, है ना? Siddhartha? Siddhartha? So let me just tell you a little bit about Mr. Amitabh Kant. Shri Amitabh Kant serves as the Chief Executive Officer of NITI Aayog. He's a member of the Indian Administrative Service, Kerala Cadre 1980 batch. He has authored Branding India, An Incredible Story, and Incredible India 2.0, Synergies of Growth and Governance, and edited The Path Ahead, Transformative Ideas for India. Mr. Kant has been a key driver of award-winning initiatives such as Make in India, Startup India, Incredible India, and God's Own Country that have positioned India and the state of Kerala as a leading manufacturing and tourist destination. He has conceptualized Atithi Devo Bhava, or the Guest is God campaign, to train taxi drivers, guides, and immigration officials as stakeholders in the tourism development process. Do we have him online? Okay, so I think till we wait for Mr. Kant to join us, I just want to quickly set the context for what the next session is going to be. And we're really talking about restructuring and refinancing for alternative care models. If you look at India today, and we look at sort of where we are, I think the deep commitment that India has made towards universal health coverage, I think is a tremendous commitment not made globally and all over the world. I think this is something which we have all taken very personally, but obviously it's a very complex problem to solve. We have a large, diverse country, a small tax-paying population, lack of adequate health infrastructure in smaller towns, lack of doctors all across the country, and many other limitations that don't allow large increased spending in healthcare. But I think the question that we really need to ask is that we have a bunch of things in India which may not be working to the best of the ability. And there are some facts that we must recognize as things stand. Even today, we see that a large number of children are still dying of waterborne diseases. We are still seeing today that more people are, many people dying because of lack of access of care. But by the way, there are more people dying because of a lack of access of good quality care. And I think those are things that we have to recognize. In today's world with COVID, especially in the post-pandemic era, I think we're seeing a time where digital technologies have truly come in a significant way. And telehealth has become something which is very important. How can we really use the new technologies of the world today and try to solve some of these complex problems of India? Are we going to continue to just build brick and mortar physical infrastructure bit by bit and keep waiting for our problem to be solved? That might take many, many decades from here. Or how can we use technology to leap and sort of move ahead and not only build physical brick and mortar infrastructure? With COVID, we've seen home care becoming significant. We've seen senior care requiring different ways of getting managed and treatment given. And all of these today are not under the purview of any sort of coverage of insurance, of government payments, or of government schemes. Even our OPD, normal OPD is out of pocket today, including things like diagnostics, which are outside hospitals. How can we look at a refinancing mechanism? And to me, the ideas here are about picking up maybe 3 or 4 things that we could potentially do. Obviously, we all recognize that government spending in healthcare has to increase. I don't think there's a doubt around that area. But currently, out-of-pocket expenditure, which is 60% of total health expenditure, needs to come down to the 30%, which is the global average. There are countries which are obviously much lower, but 30% is the average at this point of time. How does that happen? I think that can happen in 2, 3 ways, besides government increasing expenditure. The other way that we could do this is to really potentially mandate health insurance for all the formalized workers in the country, where corporates are actually looking to cover health insurance schemes as part of their compensation and CTC. How do we look at the informal economy and informal workers? Is there a government scheme that can be created which can allow the tax-paying economy, whether it's through cess or whether it's through CSR monies, to be able to fund schemes which have been created for the informal sector? Could we in some ways look at sort of a co-subsidized payment that the government and individuals could potentially do? So using the trifecta of government spending, insurance, and government schemes, we need to figure out a way to bring down OOP and expand our coverage from beyond hospitalization to alternative care methods, which could be including at home, different categories of people who are not mobile, people who are older, as well as, like we said, OPD services, which is actually at the core of healthcare. I think the questions we must ask, and hopefully we will discover in some of the panel discussions today, is India moving towards an equitable health system? With our goal of universal health coverage, are we really moving in the direction where all Indians are given equity and equitability in this direction? Second, what are the gaps? Number 3, can Indian healthcare industry continue to attract long-term capital? I mean, if we look at the capital that has come into India in the past 10 years, majority of it has been private equity. When private equity comes in, the rate of returns expected are very high. They're at 20 to 25% per year, and the tenures of that capital is very short. Can we not drive policies to create a longer tenure capital, a patient capital of 20, 30 years, which could come in from sovereign funds globally, and which could also come in potentially from loans locally, so that you have long capital tenures? This would automatically also drive down potentially the interest rates, which would make India attract far longer term capital. I think Mr. Kant has joined us. I'm going to just stop here, and I would love for Mr. Kant to join us. Mr. Kant, thank you so much for being here today. I have already done your introduction. Would love you to please come in and say a few words.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to join all of you. And let me just give you a perspective of what is our thinking in NITI Aayog. The National Health Policy 2017 envisions having a digital health technology ecosystem. It recognizes the very integral role of technology, e-health, m-health, cloud, Internet of Things, wearables in the health delivery. It also visualizes a National Digital Health Authority to regulate, develop, and deploy digital health across the continuum of care. The policy advocates the extensive deployment of digital tools for improving the efficiency and outcome of the healthcare system. We are also aiming at an integrated health information system that serves the need of all stakeholders and improves efficiency, transparency, and citizen experience. The goal is to deliver better health outcomes regarding access, quality, affordability, lowering of disease burden, and efficient monitoring of health entitlements to citizens. We've been making efforts towards having a national digital health platform with the concept of national health stack, which eventually evolved into the National Digital Health Blueprint and now launched as the National Digital Health Mission by the Prime Minister on 15th August this year. Parallel efforts were going on in the form of integrated health information platform, whose primary objective is towards the introduction of EHR into the medical system with a focus on the continuum of care, and PM Jan Arogya Yojana 2.0 IT platform, which aims at the integration of insurances and other provider level platforms. Eventually, both of these will be integrated to complete the loop. The National Digital Health Mission is a technological leapfrogging to ensure equitable healthcare services delivery in India. The National Digital Health Mission launch has ushered India into a new era of technology-enabled healthcare delivery. A unique health ID will be created for each individual and will provide access to integrated services across different tiers of healthcare delivery. This is critical to help realize universal healthcare. The current focus is on health ID, health facility registry, personal health records, telemedicine, Digi Doctor, and e-pharmacy. Over the past 2 years, the country has been facing an unprecedented public health crisis in the form of COVID-19. Since the onset of the pandemic, our state governments have responded with various innovative measures to contain the spread of the virus. The unprecedented challenges caused by COVID-19 were managed collectively by governmental and non-governmental support. The changing dynamics of the COVID-19 infection called for early identification, remote monitoring, and appropriate referral mechanism to reduce the number of severe cases and deaths. The National Teleconsultation Service of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is the first online OPD service offered by a country's government to its citizens. The National Teleconsultation Service is providing healthcare services to patients in their homes, and safe and structured video-based clinical consultations between a doctor in a hospital and a patient in the confines of his home are being enabled. eSanjeevani, a doctor-to-doctor telemedicine system deployed nationally for the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare at 155,000 health and wellness centers under Ayushman Bharat scheme of Government of India, was also launched. We enabled, at the peak of this crisis, we came out with the telemedicine guideline and pushed them vigorously. ABSWCs is envisaged to be the platform of delivering an expanded range of private care services closer to the communities. The digital public good created during the pandemic continues to gain traction and has achieved more than 5 million cumulative teleconsultations till December 2021. Offered at no cost, this e-health service has made it convenient for people to avail themselves of the health services without traveling. It enables two-way interaction and even generates a prescription slip. These platforms, using available telehealth, home testing, e-pharmacies, and other digitally powered offerings even without much innovation by large healthcare providers. 65% of today's e-commerce users would also use digital health solutions. Significantly higher adoption of digital health tools was reported by patients who had long-term disorders such as cardiovascular diseases, diabetic, and hypertension. The pandemic forced people to use digital channels for care needs. Having experienced the benefits of digitally enabled healthcare delivery, consumers now consider them necessary. However, as too often in India, supply lags well behind demand. The underpinnings are already there. India now has a sturdy digital backbone via Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission. We were able to do vaccination completely digitally, unlike the rest of the world. The COVID platform was an entirely digital process, unlike in USA or UK. Aiming to capture health data across physicians, providers and patients, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission platform will provide interoperability, flexibility, security, scalability and complete access. It is now up to the healthcare providers, startups, technology providers, investors and other stakeholders to develop digital health offerings that meet and stimulate demand. Like nature, the economy abhors a vacuum. Those who delay could find that others have already captured the opportunities. There will be a technological leapfrogging in the field of health, and this is a huge opportunity. At the moment, opportunities abound. India needs compelling, accessible healthcare solutions that provide equitable access and can be rapidly deployed and scaled up. Conventional healthcare capacity is doubtful to catch up with the demand and supply gaps. The country suffers now, and therefore it is very necessary that digital solutions are the answers. They build on the deep penetration of smart devices and increased connectivity that the government has invested in over the past decades. The pandemic catalyzed the adoption of telehealth, home health, e-pharmacies and other digital offerings, but there's still a lot of room for growth. Meanwhile, some solutions remain largely unexplored, including e-diagnosis, tech-enabled home health, and more mature e-pharmacy solutions. For conventional healthcare players, health technology startups and investors, this is the best time to enter and build a position which will be hard to beat in subsequent years. This is an opportunity, and I would request each one of you to capitalize on this by technologically leapfrogging. I take this opportunity to wish Dr. Harsh Mahajan and his entire team all the very best and all success in this endeavor. This is a unique opportunity to work in partnership with all of us. We'll be here to provide all assistance and support to Dr. Harsh Mahajan in his very successful, to enable him to have a very successful tenure as the head of NATHEALTH. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Kant, for your very constructive ideas and views. And as you said, technology will have to see a leapfrogging in the healthcare sector. And for the Government of India, NITI Aayog aims to place technology at the core of all transformation as we aim to make our healthcare more qualitative, more equitable, more accessible, more affordable, and taking it to the doorstep of the people. Also delivering on the Prime Minister's vision of One India and One Health. And you also mentioned that the Government of India's vision towards better preparedness and the response to the future health challenges and emergencies. Thank you, sir. And in your presence, we would also like to have a vision paper being released. This is a vision paper on digital health, which has been prepared by NATHEALTH and by Arthur D. Little. I would like to first invite Dr. Shravan Subramaniam, the Senior Vice President NATHEALTH and the President and the CEO of GE Healthcare India and South Asia, and Managing Director Wipro GE Healthcare and GE Healthcare, and also Mr. Barnik Chitran Maitra from Arthur D. Little to just briefly tell us about the report, about the white paper, and then we have the release.
Thank you, and thank you, Sri Amitabh Kant, on his remarks. The report is a watershed report when we actually talk about the potential of digital health in India. In fact, we were quite surprised to find, as part of our consumer survey, that more than 400 million users in India have used digital health over the last 2 years, which is a remarkable number, and India is already #1 in terms of digital health users. Again, I'd like to thank more than 1,000 participants who participated in the survey and several NATHEALTH members who gave us a lot of insight on the way their organizations are adopting digital. As Shrikant said, that there is a lot of demand. I think supply needs to catch up. The report touches upon a few areas in terms of what could be the next set of innovations and services which customers demand, and how can the full healthcare ecosystem step up and deliver those services. We will talk more about the report in a subsequent session, but again, I'd like to thank NATHEALTH for their coordination, for their cooperation in getting this report out, and particularly to Shravan, Dr. Mahajan and Siddhartha for helping us get this report. Shravan, a few words.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Mr. Kant, it's really a privilege to have you here for the inauguration of this report. The report is terrific. I think Banik has really given you the gist of it. But my humble appeal to all of you here, seated in the audience as well as people watching this remotely, is to take a look at this report, spend some time with it, take it to your management, and really ensure that this is embedded in part of your annual plans and your strategic plans for the coming years. It is terrific. It's got inputs from a lot of our member organizations as well as healthcare and technology players that are relevant in this space. And it's also looking at not just what we have done or what we have employed over the last couple of years as we've emerged from COVID, but also what can be over the next few years. So please enjoy reading it. I think it's really going to add a lot of value for your organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now have the release of the report in the presence of Mr. Kant. If I may request also inviting the contributors to please join us here on the stage. So as spoken, this report highlights India's fast evolving healthcare landscape poised for a digital revolution driven by the Indian digital health consumers and global learnings and best practices on how to address emerging technology needs in the context of integrated care. So thank you once again to Mr. Kant. Thank you for your time and your insights. We'll be, sir, planting 10 trees on your behalf. That's at Maharashtra, the Trees for Tigers. Thank you again, sir. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next part of this session. We have Dr. V.K. Paul present with us, the Honorable Member Health Niti Ayog. Thank you so very much, sir, for joining us, and we look forward to your guidance as we take this session forward. We'll first, there's a report which we have, and that's towards that I would like to request Ms. Meena Ganesh. She's joining us virtually, the President of Home Healthcare Association and the Managing Director and Chairperson, Portia Medical, and Mr. Vivek Srivastava, EVP, Healthcare at Home.
Good afternoon, and many thanks for inviting me to be part of this very momentous occasion of releasing a very important paper on the state of the home healthcare industry and what could be the future of it. So I just wanted to break this down into two parts. I want to provide a little bit of background and context, and then I'd request Vivek to come in and share his views about the paper itself before, of course, we look forward to Dr. Paul and his comments on what we are trying to do here. So the home healthcare and outside of hospital healthcare industry is an age-old one, actually. It is, but it's always been an unorganized, low-key affair, not necessarily driven by any medical protocols with a lot of supervision and quality standards. But it's always been lurking around. However, in the last, I would say, about 7 to 8 years, with some corporate players coming in to take this up much more seriously, the face of this whole industry and the kind of offerings that we bring to the table have changed pretty dramatically in the last half a decade and more. And what happened, interestingly, has happened during COVID, as I'm sure a lot of people are aware, that the home healthcare industry stepped in to support on two counts. One is a lot of COVID patients who were isolated at home, needed remote monitoring. And I hark back to what Mr. Kant said about digital healthcare playing an important role in the COVID period, and the home healthcare industry, with the help of digital health, played an important role in supporting them at home remotely. But also they played a very important role, and especially more so in the second wave, in providing support at home. There is a very large number of moderately sick patients had to be stabilized at home with medical support, including respiratory care, etc. And so that was a big piece of work that the industry stepped up to support. Also, because a lot of the hospitals were stuck with COVID patients and beds were not available, a lot of other services also ended up getting delivered at home. Now, what this did is, in a matter of 2 years, I think it has changed the perception of consumers and customers and patients and other stakeholders of the healthcare industry regarding the importance and the potential contribution of the home healthcare sector in managing the health and in getting health to the corners of this country, to all the citizens across their entire life cycle. So in this context, we were very grateful that NATHEALTH and Pricewaterhouse joined hands with us to help us put this paper together. Now may I request Vivek to share it.
And that's why, we all came together as an association and partnered with NATHEALTH and PwC to come up with a paper. And this paper was focused, one, to just educate the whole healthcare ecosystem about the industry, the contribution, and what kind of things which we have done, probably many people don't know, and tell what all can be done by the industry and how it can be a big and important player in solving the problems of the country. And with that, we also have put in recommendations in the paper for the payers, for the government, to showcase how internationally this industry has helped in the healthcare ecosystem. Also, what kind of outcomes can be created and so on. So we look forward to people reading this paper, and I'm sure you guys will enjoy what we've written. And the recommendations are taken up by the government, as well as the payers, as well as other people in the other constituents of the healthcare ecosystem. And we see this industry progressing and trying to solve the problem of the country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing the insights into it. And if you can now have the release of the report, the launch, in the presence of Dr. V.K. Paul. And of course, Ms. Meena Ganesh, present with us virtually. Requesting all the contributors also to please join us. So as mentioned, this is a report authored by NATHEALTH and how the home healthcare and senior care sectors in India are set to jump to the 2.0 version and what will get us there. So that's along with PwC, the report just now launched. And may I now request our keynote speaker, Dr. V.K. Paul, the Honorable Member Health, Niti Aayog, who's driving the National Health Mission in the country. Request you, sir, for your remarks on the home care sector and its role in expanding the care continuum.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Namaste. Chairpersons, and the distinguished leadership of NATHEALTH. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be with you this afternoon and to be able to share a few ideas in our shared journey, shared mission of providing the high quality, affordable, best quality, most affordable healthcare to the people of India. I'm very delighted to be a part of the event, specific event on the release of the report on Indian Home Healthcare 2.0, redefining the modern care continuum. I truly consider this to be a very timely initiative, and I truly consider this to be a very important initiative when you see it coupled with the report and the foresight that you have laid down in the document on the care of the elderly. Put together, these are very important policy papers, policy documents for all of us to take forward. As rightly pointed out by Meena ji, home care in a way became a norm in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. In particular, it got refined in the second surge of the wave. This, we could see, could open up possibilities of providing similar kind of continuum of care in a safe manner, supported by IT, supported by health professionals in other priority illnesses, health conditions, and even for promoting healthcare for that matter. So I'm very proud and very happy that I had a chance to receive a presentation on the ideas contained in this report. And I appreciated a lot of wisdom that has been put in the document, but also challenged in some specific areas for more work to be done and more refinements to be done. Very pleased to say that NITI looks forward to working with you closely on both the care of the elderly and home care mission in partnership with state governments, in partnerships with other stakeholders. So very proud to be a part of this, and thank you for doing this work, because if you hadn't done, I had to do it. But now we can do it all together, because this is the necessity of the times, this is the necessity of the nation. Having said that, if you read the report and look at the paradigm used for the report, it is in 3 boxes and very nicely crafted. Regulatory framework and policy reforms, financing, capacity development. And I had suggested that we put a 4th pillar, IT, technology, absorbing, using technology. And that's of course mostly an editorial work, because technology would drive quality care. Without technology, home care can still happen, but it would have many more other challenges. Many challenges are sorted out by use of technology, and we just had a session on technologies. But here I am also referring to technologies other than IT technology. And let me start from that, therefore. So we have to be co-travelers and co-partners in helping develop the other technologies such as biomedical products, devices, things that assistive technologies that can be so very useful for specific groups in the home setting connected to the health system through the IT linkages. And that is one space which I clearly visible separate from this, and it is a space which brings in the solutions also for the elderly, for those who are disabled. The work that has been done in the area of regulatory framework is really very sharp by the group that worked on it. It talks about registration and licensing of home care providers, talks about integrating medical care between institutions and home, so ensuring continuum and two-way processes, talks about accreditation and standards of services, standards of care, clinical treatment pathways, and also, of course, all this works through the ethical principles. It works through the privacy principles and all that the medical profession stands for. The issue of capacity building is critical. Issue of giving impetus to this form of care, this extension of care into the homes, which actually becomes the fourth tier of care, which actually always was fourth tier of care, would require reorientation of how we work, what our skills are, adapting some of the skills, bringing forth some skills which we may have used less often. So very, very pleased to see the framework that has been used and the work, ideas that have been put in this report. So I congratulate Meenaji, Vivekji, and all the other team that led this work under NATHEALTH. So NATHEALTH, you're doing a splendid job, very proud, and after 2 years of very difficult times, I look forward to more energy and energetic outputs and your vibrant involvement with the larger cause of the health of people of India. And here, let me now add 2 ideas for you to consider. I don't want to miss this opportunity to remind us all of 2 challenges. And those are obvious. One is infrastructure, the other one is human resources. On the infrastructure, time has come that we consider expanding the private healthcare and also the government healthcare system in terms of facilities. I may add here that in the last 7 to 8 years, extensive efforts have been made for expanding the healthcare infrastructure in the public healthcare space. You are aware of our scheme to create 157 medical colleges. You are aware of how 6 AIIMS plus the mother AIIMS in Delhi are now a part of our AIIMS family comprising 22 total institutions. You are aware of the development in regard to the PM ABHIM initiative on infrastructure where care blocks will be built and so on, and laboratory setup will be augmented and so on and so forth. The point I'm making is that when I'm appealing to you to come forward with creating additional infrastructure in the private sector, I'm also saying that in the public sector, in the public space, union and state governments put together are making huge efforts to strengthen the public health system infrastructure. I urge you to consider ways and means of expanding the private health infrastructure. All cities, all towns, but in particular Tier 2 and Tier 3. And let the debate be ignited once again. And also here, an important issue is for you to make infrastructure which is compatible with the business dynamics that emanate from PMJ, Ayushman Bharat PMJ. Because the future expansion would have an interface with financing mechanisms, health insurance schemes of the government, and today that scheme is Ayushman Bharat PMJ. It will expand. It will be made more energetic. Many more of the beneficiaries of today's beneficiaries of the program have to be connected to facilities to receive health care. So the point that I'm making is I urge you that please consider PMJ paradigm to be there to stay. And there, the package rates will be decided in a certain way, which is being refined. But the business model of the existing system perhaps needs to be tuned to the financing that could possibly come from any government health insurance scheme, and here specifically the PMJ, because this will be the umbrella, this is already the umbrella. I may like to inform you that the PMJ's original intent is to cover 500 million people, but even today, several states have included additional beneficiaries, and I believe the number is already close to 65 to 67 crores of beneficiaries. So this is the vehicle on which we are making progress, and it is our shared journey and the shared quest for universal health coverage to the extent of secondary and tertiary care system. And the universal health coverage for primary care, the foundation is the health and wellness centers, and that we can discuss on another day, but we should never forget the 103,000 health and wellness centers that have come up in since 2018 in a very short period of time that we're well aware of. So my appeal to you is, can we think of the models of healthcare infrastructure in the private sector space, which are affordable, which are sleek, which are minimum frills. There is always a value addition for those who can afford, but the ones that work on a model which is compatible with the government schemes, and here in particular Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. I may add that this is a very special scheme of the government. It's a scheme which is at the heart of government's efforts for social development, healthcare, and preventing catastrophic expenses on the part of the families. Very, very dear to the Honorable Prime Minister. My second ask, as always, is to please request you to contribute towards capacity of human resources. And here I want to remind you that it is the private sector which has something like 6 lakh beds, and every bed needs to be seen as a bed that provides care, but also provides education to our nurses, to our doctors, to our paramedics, allied health professionals. And here in particular, for meeting the demand and the unmet of our specialists, the DNB programs provide the way for us to work together. You are well aware that if you bring in your resources optimally and to the best possible extent, ideally, then you can unleash possibly 40,000 to 50,000 postgraduate seats, if not more. Currently, there are only about 11,000 DNB seats for the 6 lakh beds that not even 11,000. 11,000 is total. Probably about 9,000 to 8,000 to 9,000 seats are coming from the 5 to 6 lakh secondary tertiary beds that the private sector has. And the other 6 lakh beds are today giving something like 42,000 seats. Even there has to be many more additional capacity initiatives. The short point that I'm making is that we all feel the pinch of inadequate specialist workforce and a doctor workforce and quality nursing workforce. Can we please work together to find ways of doing it? We have to work together. And the real potential treasure of specialist training site in the seats is really with the private sector. DNB is now a well-oiled system. National Board of Examinations has done many, many reforms. It is very conducive for us to work together. The requirements are very rational. They are very, I would say, optimum. Please join hands. Please see it as a national cause. I know it puts some pressure on your system, including the financial viability at times beyond a point. But then please, we can work together to address that. But this cannot exist. That 6 lakh beds are generating 9,000 postgraduate seats from the private sector hospitals, or 5 lakh beds to 9,000 seats. So I plead with you that please be partner for training of specialists, training of nurses, training of specialist nurses, and you're hoping also very soon training of nurse practitioners in the clinical care situation that you deal with. The Honorable Prime Minister had also, in his address recently, requested the private sector to come forward for creating medical colleges, taking initiatives in the medical colleges, creating medical colleges. The large hospitals can be converted into medical colleges, can marry other institutions, we provide the College Connect. I may mention here that the Board of Governors in supersession of Medical Council of India have created a scheme where 2 to 3 to 4, I guess, private sector entities can come together. One of you brings the hospital, another one brings a medical college, the college part the medical college, because medical college also has the hospital. And that could be, unused engineering college that you may have, or a building in the heart of the city, which can be quickly converted into a college. And a third one can give the residential facilities for the student which are needed for obvious reasons. So it's possible for private collaboratives to create medical colleges. So think about other ways in which large hospitals can become a part of the medical college or can evolve into a medical college. Is that possible? I think in nation building, it is very critical that the health sector enlarges its scope in the current stage of our development. You are aware that if we have about 12 lakh beds, close to 1 bed per 1,000 population, we need to be 2, even as per the National Health Policy. But we perhaps need to go beyond that to meet the rising needs eventually that this nation has. So both in terms of preparing the infrastructure and also training of specialists in particular, there are areas where you have strong presence. Critical care, we realize in the wake of COVID-19, the center of gravity was in the sector for sure. So kindly look at it dispassionately. We must find a, we have been discussing this even before the COVID-19 struck, and we were trying to find a way together. Please ignite that discussion and make suggestions, but please as we move forward, make a difference in both these fundamentally critical areas of infrastructure as well as quality workforce. I go back to say that I look forward to working with you on taking forward the concept of home care. Being a pediatrician, I must tell you that one of the most important home care in operation in the public sector, public health of India, is the home-based newborn care. It emerged as a model in Gadchiroli, where Dr. Abe Bang created such a model. I'm very happy and fortunate that I was associated with that work and then associated with being an advocate of that work. Home-based newborn care is in operation since 2011, and it's also accepted accepted across the world as an important approach and is recommended as a norm by the World Health Organization. So there are some interesting lessons out there. Even there, the time has come for us to use technology, and you can help us create those models. Newborn babies being discharged from private hospitals also can be supported through home-based newborn care and technology. In fact, and that's my last point, in fact, an important point I did to Meena on that day was, please tell us the scope of home care. You have in your report articulated the pathway to make that happen. But the technical part, well, before that, the bouquet of services that can potentially reach home with ease and then with some difficulty, and we can group them differently. need to be thought about. And then start building around that and connect this, this delivery paradigm that you have created wonderfully in these 4 buckets that I talked about can be linked. Huge scope, palliation could be another quick win. Health care of the elderly and care of the challenged person would be an early and a priority quick win. Newborn care is an obvious one. You've already done it. Take it forward. Supporting early childhood development through home care. Child is at home. Our mothers do not necessarily know how to get the best care in terms of learning opportunities for the young and also the nurturing care. Everybody needs help. And that could be an early tick. So I'll be particularly happy to see how you look at home care to support child health, newborn health, feeding, complementary feeding, adequate feeding, childhood development. Let me challenge you here by saying, complementary feeding at the right age starts only in about half of Indian children, less than 60%. Adequate feeding between 6 months to 1.5 years is woefully at a level of only 12% according to NFHS. Home care is also home care for nutrition. This could be a game changer. And I would therefore request you, to create what kind of services can be taken to home. We have done it for newborn care, we've done it for COVID. We should on priority do it for the elderly, I think, for sure. And then, of course, other opportunities. With these words, my gratitude to you for excellent work, my best wishes, and our dialogue for the larger mission of making India a global standard of healthcare continues. Jai Hind.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Paul, for the assessment of the home care report, your comments and your compliments towards that, and also further igniting our thoughts with your very constructive suggestions which you have given to us towards the private sector unleashing its potential, looking into casting more digital footprints as we take healthcare more to the doorsteps of the people and making it more affordable and equitable and inclusive. And also on creating a more vibrant skilling and reskilling ecosystem, investing into capacity building, and also further exploring the scope of home care. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, to you also. And as with this, we move on to the next part of the session, wherein we have now the presentation on innovative healthcare delivery models of the future. This is based on a white paper which has been prepared by NATHEALTH and PwC. And I would like to invite our presenter, Dr. Rana Mehta, the partner and leader healthcare, PwC. Thank you to both of you. You may take your seats. This is then going to be followed by a panel discussion, which is going to be moderated by Dr. Rana Mehta.
Thank you, and it's indeed a pleasure being here and listening to Dr. Paul. I think a lot around the continuum of care is actually now happening. I think the parts about senior care, home health, value-based care. As a prelude to the panel discussion we're having, I just thought we'll take a couple of minutes on looking at, healthcare, the innovative healthcare delivery models. But more than going into the models, which I thought let's talk about what are the building blocks which we've seen in a post-pandemic world. It was a very unique position. 2 years ago, I think this was the norm, and today I think everyone's delighted to be face-to-face. I think for the first time also it put healthcare on the center stage because a health care crisis caused an economic meltdown, which had never happened. But I really think as we go ahead, there are four things which really changed. First was acceleration. Healthcare came into the forefront. And we saw the acceleration. A vaccine, which typically would take 10 years, happened in 10 months. The second, I think, was the convergence. We all, as healthcare players, realized we can't deliver it on our own. We are all like pipeline players, but the platform players need to get in. We all work together to deliver it. The third, we found really deepening minimalism in a way, how did we manage to put an ICU at home, something which was unbelievable even before the pandemic. And then finally, I think a diverging focus where we're looking at value and not at volumes. So I think the platforms came into play, and healthcare typically, and if you look at the number of steps, it's getting compressed, and every part of the platform creates value. And this is the basis of the new innovative models which are coming in. The rehabilitation, the whole component of where it's becoming very seamless. So the diagnosis, treatment, and recovery are all seamless. They were very siloed, and the role artificial intelligence is playing in that. The second, we spoke about the convergence of purpose. I think there are two components, and everyone alluded to it. One is that because healthcare came into the forefront, I think the two words were sustainability and viability. Going ahead, I think technology has become ubiquitous, and tomorrow we'll ask, what's the business model of healthcare? Well, the business model will be actually the business model which technology enables you to have. I think the next component we got into, I think, was the convergence of purpose. I think all stakeholders have come together, whether it's the patient, the caregiver, the technology, the care providers, and we didn't see this 2 years ago. Today, everybody thinks these are our partners and they are not our competitors, which I think is going to create a totally new building system. Dr. Paul referred to this, but I think the movement of the government from a provider to a payer actually has brought about a lot of change, and that's going to bring innovation. The whole idea about universal healthcare, and I think the pandemic did more as a proponent of that. Is healthcare something I need to look after, or is healthcare actually a right? So going ahead, finally, I think there's a new value proposition, but we've always looked at healthcare as, the patient being an involuntary customer. And I think what the pandemic changed, it's made it a patient as a partner where we work together as an ecosystem in keeping him healthy. And I think these ramifications will drive innovation in the coming decade. Thank you.
So may I request you to be taking your seat on the desk as the moderator of the session. Herein we have now a panel discussion on creating value in India's continuum of care paradigm, financing and innovation. We are going to be discussing in detail. Inviting our speakers, Mr. Vivek Kanade, the Managing Director, Siemens Healthineers. Mr. Prashant Sharma, the Managing Director, Charnock Hospital. Mr. Mayank Baspal, the CEO of Aditya Birla Health Insurance. Mr. Anand K, Chief Executive Officer, CRL Diagnostic. Mr. Shishir Agarwal, the Managing Director of Terumo India Private Limited. And Mr. Shikhar Malhotra, the Vice Chairman and CEO of HCL Healthcare Private Limited. Our speakers who are joining us virtually, welcome to you also. So with that, I hand over to Dr. Mehta for the proceedings of the session.
No, thank you. Thank you for all the panelists. I think this is a very, very interesting discussion. It's the first time also I'm doing a discussion which a few of us are physically here and few of us are virtual. Now, I think giving precedence to the people who are virtual, Vivek Right. I have to turn around to look at Vivek. Okay, it's in front. So Vivek, I'll start with you. I think we spoke about the various changes which happened, and we spoke about how healthcare business models changed. But you were telling me Siemens aspires to serve 230 million people who are not engaged before. So how are you actually reworking your portfolio, your go-to-market, and partnerships to make this happen? A very different paradigm from how you operated before that.
Yeah, thank you, Rana. Just a quick question. When we are virtual, am I heard?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you. So thanks for that question. I think we in Siemens Healthineers, so I'll take that question based on what we have been working on and what we're doing. At Siemens Healthineers, we started a global project called the New Ambition Project, and within that, we have created a special work stream to focus only on about 3 billion population in the world, which currently doesn't have access to care. I mean, access to care, affordable, all of these have been buzzwords for quite some time, but how exactly do you get there? So what I want to describe today is about this work stream which we are working on in India based on 3 pillars. And I think then that's more, I'll explain it in a more generic manner. We have taken, as you rightly mentioned, the target of touching an additional 230 million people. Yeah, it's not patient touch points, but actually 230 million additional patients as part of our global sustainability target. So that is something which we always announce to the market and the progress of it. So this is quite serious for us. We are working on 3 pillars. The first one is, of course, the product portfolio. And as Dr. Paul sometime back talked about it, we don't need the bells and whistles, but at the same time, we need a very robust and a high quality product that fulfills the needs of a section of population that we are trying to address. We can forgo some features, but not at the cost of quality and not at the cost of robustness. So that's the pillar number 1. The pillar number 2 is you have a product, but how do you reach it to the right places? How do you penetrate the market and how do you go to market? So distribution and go to market is, I think, a very, very vital piece, because a lot of costs that currently make it unaffordable are also coming from the distribution system. So here, I think we have to leverage IT and digital. Just having a good product without creating awareness, without making a possibility to reach to the right set of hands is also not useful. So a creative go-to-market strategy that will help in making this product more affordable is the second pillar. And the third and the most important pillar is you have a product, you have a go-to-market or a distributor strategy that makes it all affordable. But how do you enable the success of providers within Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, or even on suburbs and outskirts and smaller nursing homes and hospitals? I think there it's important that we start looking at business models or partnership models that are going beyond the transaction, and this we have had some experience with right now. So we are looking really at risk and reward type of partnerships, because if we need to enable providers in the smaller towns and cities to succeed and to get these additional touch points of patients, I think we really need to participate in this market. Just providing a product is not enough anymore. So we are creating strategies where right from, let's say, equity investment to pay-per-use to PPPs to risk and reward sharing through revenue share, I think these are all topics absolutely on the table for us. And I'm happy to say that we've been experimenting with this for some time, but now we're looking to kind of scale it up. For example, um, we just signed up with a provider. I don't want to take the name right now, but without the permission. So we just signed up with a provider to have, as a pilot, 10 entry-level CTs in Tier 4 towns, not even Tier 2 and Tier 3. Tier 4 towns where we bring the equipment, the provider brings the clinical expertise of teleradiology and technologists, and the host in these Tier 4 cities provide the brick and mortar infrastructure for this CT scan and provide the patients. So this is a pilot which we've already started, and similar to this, there are a lot more projects in the work. So I think unless we now, as companies, as organizations, as suppliers, we start thinking about the right at the end of the chain, how to make the entire chain affordable. I think only then this whole program will succeed, but we can't work only on one or the other of the links. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
No, thanks, Vivek. And I think the whole chain, as you rightly said, needs to be geared towards accessibility and affordability. And I think I also like the part about the risk and reward, where you share both of them together. Anand, I'll move next to you. So I think if there were any winners in a pandemic, I think it would be the vaccine companies and the diagnostic companies. And we were just talking about the multitude of companies which actually want to get into diagnostic, having had the experience. It was, of course, a great experience because when mobility stopped in a lockdown, the diagnostic companies were still able to service the population. Now, but I think that also changed the diagnostic companies forever. How do you see this evolution, and how do you see your company, say, 5 years from now?
Thank you, Dr. Anna. So I think the pandemic has done a lot of changes to the way we work, and especially diagnostics as being part of healthcare has been made as a front runner in terms of handling this pandemic. So what we found is, as diagnostics, we have always been on the sidelines, and this has put us in front. And based on this, what we found is that there are multiple possibilities, and adaptability to those possibilities are required if we have to serve. So that is when we got into multiple options of home testing. You have at-home testing, as well as going and providing services at home, and creating more facilities and infrastructure across the country. Because most of the labs, if you see across the country, the major lab chains also had very few facilities for molecular biology initially, and then they ramped up quite fast. So what happens in this whole process is that our patient centricity has come to the forefront. So when you say you are patient centric, what actually you're trying to do is you have to empower the patient. I think that in the form of innovations, in the form of information technology that has been provided, we have been able to give a lot of emphasis on information being shared. So the digital moves that happened during this whole last 2 years, even though I should say that diagnostics as an industry has always been adapting to new technology, but in the last 2 years, this digital transformation has been fast-tracked. So what we find, labs providing reports over web has been common for the last 20-25 years, but still now we have patients looking at booking tests, viewing reports, archiving reports through web, as well as web applications and mobile applications. So these transformations also mean that there is a lot of awareness about laboratory as an industry. So what we see, we now have people talking about RT-PCR in common parlance. We also have people talking about NABL in common parlance. So this means that there is a sense of quality. Today we have a huge population in this country, and if you see the size of the diagnostic market itself is quite small. So there is a lot of opportunity for growth, and this growth is more of, we have so much of volume growth also coming in from that. So to enable this, we need to have a focus on not just on illness, but also on illness. So what I feel is that what is going to move is from illness to wellness, from a doctor-centric approach or doctor-first approach to diagnostics-first approach. That is a kind of change that I think will happen, where we also see that, home healthcare is moving from healthcare facilities to at-home facilities. So these are the changes which I think will be there for the next 5 years, where diagnostics will play a very key role in the continuum of care paradigm. And I should say what we can talk about is a sort of a clinical lab 2.0, version 2.0, which means that we move from a sort of a volume-based healthcare. We all talk about lab tests becoming commoditized. So when you have a volume-based approach, you get tests getting commoditized, but we sort of move into a value-based approach, which means that we go into an affordable, accountable healthcare system, where we are able to be a very key feature in that whole care continuum. Whether it's what we are going to provide to not just patients but also to providers and the payers. And this is going to help in overall looking at not just cost per test but cost per outcome. So we look at patient outcomes rather than individual tests as being part of the whole scheme of things. I think these are the changes which will happen, and which will and innovations will happen around these. Since we have 70% of the clinical decisions being based on laboratory data, and 80% of the structured objective data that is available in any healthcare system belongs to the laboratory. So this means that if we can put this data to good use, if we can create longitudinal reports, and using those longitudinal reports we can create actionable insights, clinical insights, that will go a long way in what we call as innovation that will definitely help in the healthcare growth.
Thanks, Anand. I think you're right. Diagnostics has an outsized impact, both in terms of the diagnostic piece, but the overall quality of healthcare which gets delivered, because getting it right the first time. The second point I think was very important was you're saying, it's going to be diagnostic first rather than doctor first, and we saw that happening in the pandemic. You got the test done and then you approach the doctor. So another very different trend which Mayank, I'll go next to you. So I think the whole continuum of care, and we keep talking of everything which happens outside the hospital. And the affordability in India is always limited by what you can get from an insurance company. I think in terms of, as we look at the continuum of care, unfortunately most insurance only covers acute episodic care. But if we were to look at the various facets of home care, other components of care outside the hospital, at some time there needs to be a financial access. How do you see that panning out?
Yeah, thanks, Rana, and thank NATHEALTH for this invite. It's always good to be there and share your thoughts. So, what you raised is a very important question, because if you look at the overall healthcare expenditure and the part out of that which is today, forget about whether it is insured or not, but what is available for insurance is a fairly small proportion, mainly in hospital, as you said, acute episodic events. And therefore, there is, if you have to look at the provision of the entire continuum of healthcare, and from a universal healthcare access perspective, there will be a need for financing, because while the government might take a certain part of the population and take a decision to fund, there is the entire population above that which needs to pay on its own, and where you need the financing model. The financing model for the hospital care is, I would say, is available today, and it's, of course, there are more work to be done, but it's fairly mature. But the other part, whether it's home care, as there was a fair bit of discussion I heard Dr. Paul talk about and gave his views, which is, and the paper has been released, so that the NATHEALTH thoughts are there in that. But even other than home care, I mean, expenditure outside of that, with the medicine, the doctors, the testing, etc., it is very important to find financing model for that. I mean, OPD, to my mind, I think is now potentially available, because one of the advantages of COVID time, to my mind, is the whole advent of digital health and the technology to enable access to digital health as well. And I think that can become, I would say, a big enabler to provision of financing models for outpatient expense coverage by insurance companies, because that was one of the big challenge that we faced earlier. There are other support that we will need in terms of regulatory support to kind of create some product structures which are available globally, because to a large extent outpatient expenses are not necessarily pure insurable set of expenditure, because there is a customer choice that can be made there, patient choice that can be made there. But at the same time, there are other aspects like the government support in terms of tax, because 18% GST, to my mind, kills a product for funding outpatient expense because it takes a lot of value away from what the consumer will see in that offering. So, but I'm sure that, we can work together on that, and as part of NATHEALTH also, we like to kind of take that discussion forward, because it's very important to bring that into financing, not just from a perspective of financing available to patient, but also from a perspective of how the health insurance companies can see the entire kind of cycle of health, what is really happening to consumers' health, and play a more proactive role in consumers' kind of health journey rather than just a reactive role of funding. Because ultimately health insurance is not a pure financial services play, it's actually at the intersection of financial services and healthcare, and therefore moving closer to healthcare delivery. Similarly, on aspects like home care and all, I think it's very important that as we look at making home care big, and I think that was one of the reasons why we chose to play an active role in even in the in the way the paper has evolved, is that whilst that is happening, it's important that the financing model is also discussed parallelly along with it, that what are the contours, what will make it easier for products to be built in, because there are and joint work in whether it's home care or any other delivery model, because many other healthcare delivery models are evolving. And so if the financing aspect of that is also thought through parallelly, I think it will be easier from the insurance company's perspective to then put that into the form of a product and an offering. And I think, of course, there will be support required from the government and the regulatory bodies, but at the same time, at least the payers and the providers should work together on that from the very beginning. And I think that's, we were at least very happy in the way some conversations around senior care and even home care recently has happened through the whole platform of NATHEALTH. And I think I don't see why it cannot happen. And plus, I heard Dr. Paul talk about the whole, PMJY, infrastructure. I think there's also an opportunity to use that infrastructure to, deliver, financial, funding, health funding products, other sections of the population which will not be covered by the PMJY scheme, and who may not be able to fully afford the regular private healthcare insurance products through provision for missing health, middle, etc. So, and I feel that there are opportunities which have opened up in the last 3-4 years. There's work to be done, definitely. I wouldn't say that it's very simple, very easy. But I think if we all the relevant stakeholders in the healthcare kind of ecosystem work together, then I also don't see why we can't be able to put the right structure for offerings in place. But we'll have to work very, very closely, and I think that's very clear, payers and the providers there.
No, thanks, Mayank. And I think the key message from that, I think both the payer and the provider need to work as we build this continuum of care from that perspective to look at, the financial access is built in for day one, especially for those products which are insurable. Shikhar, I'll go next to you. I think one of the things in the pandemic which became very apparent for every large corporate was the physical and mental well-being, because it came right up in the front, while I think we had a pandemic, but mental health also became an epidemic. And I think the component of, who really pays for your health, and the corporates really said, let's take a step ahead. Traditionally, we've always looked at corporates saying, we're here to increase stakeholder value. But how do you increase stakeholder value in a pandemic? You need to really make sure all your employees are well. How do you see the corporate healthcare space panning out? And what are some of those innovative things you're trying to put in place as it probably reaches an inflection point?
Thank you, Dr. Rana. Firstly, it's a pleasure to be here at NatHealth today. I'll answer the question since I wear two hats, so I'll answer it from both perspectives. One is as a provider of corporate health through HCL Healthcare, and then the second is as a board member and promoter of HCL Technologies. We've had experiences on both sides on how companies have responded. I think, if I start with my journey going back to 2014 when we started, we would visit a lot of large corporations, and we would really struggle to even identify the people that were tasked with benefits, employee benefits, because it was quite a hidden subject even within companies. A lot of the awareness was getting built, but I think as as everyone is acknowledging that the pandemic was really the tailwind, right? That changed the dynamics. And suddenly HR heads became COVID experts overnight, which was quite interesting. In a lot of your companies, you would have seen the same thing. We saw that there was awareness actually being built, but because of the pandemic and now the workforce became distributed. So having a distributed workforce meant that you don't really know where your employees are. You don't know what they're doing except that this is the output of their work. And the concerns became extremely acute. So companies actually started being extremely innovative, and corporate India really rose to the occasion through a lot of innovation and very interesting financing models. That really gave the groundswell, built the groundswell for corporate healthcare, and it's been huge, especially over the last 2-3 years. I think maybe 10 years ago there were just a handful of companies, but there are a lot more companies that have entered the space now, and I can only imagine that there will be many, many more. As more companies actually enter the corporate healthcare space, it's going to force innovation, it's going to force new ideas. It'll certainly build a lot of awareness, which I think this space desperately needs. I know in India, we generally talk a lot of expertise and about raising the ceiling, but actually we also need to raise the roof, raise the floor, which is just the average understanding of health and how to access people. If you take the average Indian who's unemployed, he still has primary healthcare needs, he still has needs for possible hospitalization, but he may not have the access or the financial wherewithal. But once he comes under the umbrella of a corporation, he has access actually to both. And I can't possibly see at least the top 100 companies in India ever spending less than what they already spend. I think that spend will only increase. People are a lot more interested in providing mental health, primary care, a lot of really interesting solutions which would actually enhance it. And I think you mentioned, mental health. It's again a very nascent space, but there's a lot actually happening over there. Nutrition is another huge thing. I laugh with my team that, as mankind, we've managed to put a man on the moon, but we still haven't figured out what to eat, right? So we're not, so that science is sort of still evolving, but I quite enjoy the fact that the corporate India is a huge absorber and consumer of a lot of these services, and as corporations grow, because we're spending more and more time inside these companies in our lives, companies have this obligation and the wherewithal, they're becoming a lot more profitable. So it's a great avenue to serve those tens of millions of people that otherwise you would have to access through, through a B2C sort of channel. But here they are actually ready for absorption, and it's a great medium actually to provide and really enhance India's health overall.
Excellent, and I think as we're moving more and more organized structures, I think that becomes really important. And this has been very low focus in India, and I think the pandemic was probably the silver bullet which brought it up in front. Shishir, I'll go next to you, and I think we kept talking about the affordability, the accessibility, and often in the medtech space, devices are expensive, and we've always spoken about financial innovation, how we can make it more affordable. But you were also telling me about product innovation and how can you actually use pay-per-use to make this very affordable across the continuum of care.
Thank you, Rana. First of all, I know we are running short of time, so I will be a little quick on this one. So if you look at it, Rana, many of these medical devices or equipments per se, when they start out, they are pretty expensive, and they are available only to some large centers, and they start trickling down later on into the larger mass. And the cost of the equipment becomes a barrier to care. And especially when you look at high volume centers versus low volume centers, larger cities to tier 2, tier 3, etc. So how do you solve this? And many companies have ways of financing options, etc., so that it becomes more affordable for most of these centers to start adopting it. So we at Terumo, we tried to solve for it. Actually, we are trying to solve for it by including some of these requirements at the design stage of the product itself. For example, in some equipments, so that it becomes pay-per-use. It also becomes more customizable to many of these centers when they have to adopt it, so that in the beginning itself, it is available to a large center as well as a small center based on the patient volume or the traffic that they are experiencing. So in a way, we are trying to solve for availability, access to latest technology, utilizing some of this technology in the product itself, so that we are available to the larger masses in the shortest possible period of time, and make sure that improved patient outcomes are available to most of the people across our country. So these are some of the ways in which we are looking at it, and we believe that this will also go a long way in establishing equitable access to technology, even at a provider center.
No, I think innovation just beyond the current paradigm is excellent. And I think one thing you mentioned, it takes a very long time from a tier 1 to tier 2, tier 3. And why not approach India as one homogeneous component rather than wait for that to happen? Prashant, finally to you. I think you've been a provider for a long period of time. And you've also looked at the whole value chain of the continuum of care. And you often find that for a provider to actually tell a patient to go away because there's no bed, but the continuum of care does not continue, both from a technical point of view, but also from a financial point of view. So what are some of the challenges you've seen, and how can we really innovate in that space?
Thank you, Rana, and thanks everybody. So one of the benefits of a physical meet is peer learning. That you don't just learn from the screen, but you also learn from people across coffee meets and cups of tea. So I'm very happy to hear about the new developments which the home care companies are doing in terms of setting up step-down units, not the HDUs, but something on the models of a SMIF, where a patient requires only observation, but does not really require critical care as such. So whereas in a hospital setting, a typical ICU would have an RPOB or daily billing of about between 30 to 80,000 rupees per day. So a SMIF would ideally make that payout from the patient's perspective, patient side, to a fraction of that, to let's say 10 to 15,000 a day. There have been companies who have been working on the home EICU model, home ICU model, and the cost for delivery of that care comes to sub 10,000 level. So these are the models, these are the changes in our approach towards providing service which we need to imbibe, because 50,000 day on day per day is a very, very difficult number for most of our population to reach. And unless we have these other lower cost options, the cost of delivery will not go down, one. Secondly, there is a bit of a skewed division with disparity between what we want out of a healthcare facility and what we are doing to make it happen so. For example, our finance model. So whereas everybody is talking about affordability, lower cost, universal health, and so on and so forth, which basically means a lower cost of delivery. But on the other side, the finance models which are available for a typical hospital is nothing different from, let's say, a manufacturing plant. Whereas the financing is the same. You can negotiate on the terms of rate of interest, but it's a 2-year plus 7-year typical moratorium and payout period. Whereas we know that a healthcare facility is a long gestation, and there are financial models available in the market for highways, for other infrastructure projects, for power plants, for dams, but it is not being extended to the healthcare setups, which I believe that if we want to reduce the cost of delivery, we also have to reduce the cost of capital. At least we have to enable the availability of capital. And for doing that, I guess a relook at how we want to finance healthcare facilities has to be really, really on a very high level of priority. Because unless we enable private investment to come in and we make it very equity thick
there will be only so many facilities which will be rolled out. If we thin the equity, that means if we make it equity thin, that means the same amount of money we can deliver more capacity. So that kind of a rejigging of the entire infrastructure based finance support to the healthcare providers will enable the current 6 lakh beds to perhaps go to 20 lakh beds. There are a lot of entrepreneurs, everybody loves healthcare, and I don't see any reason why, if given the opportunity, people would not want to provide the maximum care possible. But the only thing is it's a limiting ecosystem, it's a limiting infrastructure. So on one hand, we want healthcare to be low cost, but on the other hand, we are doing everything possible to make it very, very high cost in terms of financing options. So these are the few things which I believe from the policy perspective, from the way things are designed going forward. Niti Aayog is doing an amazing job. We have so many UHCs coming up in central level, in the state level. But this aspect also has to be really looked into in a very, very deep fashion.
No, thanks, Prashant. I think a very valid point. You know, we're working at counter purposes there. So we would have loved to get on, but I think, you know, I've been told that we've run out of time. But I think, you know, the financing and innovation in the continuum of care, I think becomes very important. And I think we should be doing that proactively, because I think especially in the provider space, we were forced to do it. And if we can do it proactively, and like Dr. Paul said, increase that access for every Indian, I think we will really come out as a healthy country. I want to thank all the panelists for their time, both the ones physically and Mayank and Vivek for joining us virtually. Really appreciate that. And look forward, but all I can say is just watch this space. It's going to grow really fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anath, and thanking all the panelists. As we mentioned, as a gratitude appreciation to all our panelist speakers, we are going to be planting 10 trees per speaker as our contribution towards more green coverage and towards sustainable development. And now from financing innovation for continuum of care, we move into the financing and innovative models, more innovative financing models, looking into building hospital infrastructure, especially in the underserved areas of India. And towards that, using innovative asset-light delivery models and innovative financing models. I invite our moderator first, Mr. Gautam Khanna, the CEO of Hinduja Hospital. He's welcome to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Our experts, Ms. Ruma Banerjee, Vice President, Neothea Healthcare Initiative Limited. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Dr. Neeta Rao, Senior Health Lead, USAID. Mr. Sudhir Mathur. So we have, again, this is in a hybrid board, some of our speakers present with us here. Mr. Sudhir Mathur, the CEO and founder of Merodoc. Ms. Visalakshi Chandramouli, the managing partner, Tata Capital Healthcare Fund. And Mr. Amit Chandar, Senior Investment Officer, South Asia Upstream Lead, Health and Education, IFC International Finance Corporation.
Thank you. So before we begin the discussion, so what I've been told is that we have a little short of time. So what we will do is we will maybe have a couple of minutes from each of you, and then we'll go to specific questions. But before that, you know, listening to the previous discussions and what was talked about the infrastructure, and I really liked the last comment where it says that we want to make the healthcare affordable, but we are making everything to make sure that it turns out to be expensive. So I think that is the current dilemma, and it really sets the stage for our discussion. Because just to set the context, as we've heard, that the healthcare sector is growing, and today I saw news that there's been record investment of around 100, by private equity in the country in healthcare in this year. And also we have seen there is growth. Everyone wants to grow. Everyone is growing. But the critical thing about the shortage of our doctors and our nurses and non-clinical talent, that continues to hold us down. So when we are talking about infrastructure, and we will talk about financing is one of the key elements of that, we'll also like to talk about how we address the other aspects of the healthcare infrastructure. We'll talking about physical infrastructure, talking about people, talking about financing. And when we talked about the healthcare is growing, and all of us know, and we've heard it before in the sessions, that all the elements are today in the right place to make sure that the healthcare is growing. This is an idea for whose time has come, like they say. So this is the right time, right place. All we just need to do is just get the models right. So what we will do is, I have a very esteemed panelist with me. So what I will do is, I will do a little, since I'm also in hybrid, we will shuffle between one virtual speaker and one physical speaker, and we'll go that way. So let me start with you, Ruma, Ms. Ruma Banerjee. Can we have your perspective, and especially since you are based in the eastern part of India, what is your view and what do you think? Maybe 2 minutes? Ruma, over to you.
Of course, we will get into a detailed discussion for diversity building infrastructure here in comparatively underserved area. I personally have the experience of working here on the ground in South Korea. What I feel is a lot of joint effort is needed, both all in terms of infrastructure, equipment, and manpower development. When we talk about infrastructure development, we can join hands with someone who's interested in developing infrastructure. It can be some kind of a build-to-suit model, wherein the operator only takes responsibility of a part of the system, not for the brick-and-mortar. In terms of equipment, what I see a lot of engagement from the equipment companies. While we talk underserved area, if we get the opportunity of getting equipments, high-end equipments, on a pay-per-service mode, a lot is happening actually. From the COVID era prior to that, a lot is happening. And in terms of manpower, what I see is a lot of effort to get specialist support. Of course, we can discuss it in detail. Specialist support from different parts, where in Metro City, where there is specialist support, using the technology, the AI system. I think all these put together with really helping healthcare delivery model in understanding.
So thank you, Ruma. And we heard from Vivek and Shishir, I think, in the previous discussion. They did talk about pay for use, and we talked about how to reach tier 4 towns. So I think that model is coming. Anything specific to eastern part of India which you may want to refer to, which is a little different from the rest of the country?
Not really. As we see, across the state, we are looking for that, the manpower crisis, the technical skilled people. That is already there is a crisis. That is across India. Eastern India faces a similar situation as well. So these are the areas what I talked about, of course, refers to the requirement of Eastern first.
Thank you. So may I come now to the physical mode? May I talk to Dr. Neetha Rao? So Dr. Neetha, you are in USAID, and you have said that USAID has been trying a lot of interventions in the healthcare sector. So can you talk about some partnership opportunities, and how does USAID will help in delivering light asset model through innovative financing? Any thoughts on that?
Thank you for that question. And first of all, thank you for having me here. And it's really a pleasure to be here in person after a very long time. And I'm missing the other panelists who I'm actually seeing virtually. So as most of you must be aware, USAID is a development agency which has been working in India in the healthcare sector for over 7 decades. And we have been working with the government of India, but needless to say, we have been also engaging with the private sector very actively, civil society organizations and community-based organizations. So the work that we have been doing has been very foundational, because with COVID, we were able to program $200 million in a relatively short span of time, strengthening all the different components of the health system, and this couldn't have been achieved without strong partnerships. And I'd like to give few examples there, especially in the context of the discussion that we are having right now in terms of asset-light delivery models. So basically, when we talk of asset-light models, it's decongesting the hospital facilities, right? I mean, all the previous panelists and even in the morning sessions that has been spoken about in terms of, having digital solutions that can actually take away the care from the hospitals to remote monitoring to providing home-based care, which is basically reducing the stress on the hospitals. And there are a few different ways in which this could be achieved. So this could be done either by strengthening the primary healthcare service delivery, by strengthening the capacity of the community health workers to provide services at the periphery, to strengthen home-based care, to actually supplement all of this with home-based kits, with artificial intelligence for screening and then making the necessary referrals, and also to provide specialist care through telemedicine or telecare. And I think there have been a lot of examples that have been quoted since morning on this. So we have been supporting all of this work. So I'd like to speak about one of our projects called Nishtha, in which we are working closely with the government on Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center. So while on one end we have been working across 13 states with the state government and the local governments, we've also been working with the private sector. The other example I would like to quote is where we are providing, strengthening the capacity at secondary level and below secondary level hospitals. And this is basically through our project called RISE, where we have a hub and spoke model where the tertiary level facilities are providing the capacity building to secondary level facilities. And this is across the country with the government, but also charitable hospitals and private hospitals are part of this entire program. And then the third one that I want to quote here is Samrit, about which Mr. Ashwajit Singh mentioned in the morning. It's a healthcare blended financing initiative which USAID started with the pandemic. And this is to provide support to the social enterprises that come out with solutions that address critical challenges in the healthcare system. So if we have to look at asset-light models, there are a host of them, like pay for per use, which has already been mentioned in the earlier session. There are leasing models, and I'm sure some of the other speakers would be speaking more to that. There are aggregator models where the pharmacy networks in the unregulated space are actually brought together. This not only provides economies of scales, reducing the operational costs, but it also improves the inventory management of the entire system. Likewise, in the diagnostic space, there are network of facilities, which is more like a hub and spoke model, where samples could be collected from the periphery and transferred to the laboratories that can do the necessary testing. There are also contracting out services, just like hotel chains do it. This is something that has been tried in the hospital sector as well. So there are all these different models which improve efficiency, which are innovative, which are asset light. And Samrit has been supporting a lot of these initiatives through blended financing structures and tools. And what is important is all of this could not happen without partnerships. So besides the social enterprises, we have more than 15 partners, NATHEALTH being one of our very important partners. So I would just like to end stating that we have to consider all the different stakeholders in the entire ecosystem to be able to support any model that can be sustained and that can be scaled up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nita. I have a follow-up question.
Sure.
So what the interesting models you talked about and some were, of course, you talked about the Samruddh, and you talked about the government, the Nishta model, but you also talked about helping the private sector also, the second model which you talked about. So I want to know, can our members, the NATHEALTH members, can they reach out to, is it easy for them to be part of this model, or does it have to be through some association or government, or can they do it directly with you? How does that work?
So NATHEALTH is already a partner with us in this initiative, and there are, in Samruddh, we actually have 4 different kind of partnerships. One is the technical assistance in terms of, any technical inputs that could be provided through Samruddh. One is the financial institutions which are actually providing access to capital. We have partnerships with foundations and, CSR funding that could be made available through this facility. And then the 4th component are the social enterprises. So there is a pipeline of innovations and enterprises that get support through Samruddh. So I would encourage everyone to look at the Samruddh website, and there is also a business pavilion and a counter. So if you could take a look at it and see where is it that you could fit. So there is a lot of opportunity. I'm just saying it's more than 15 partnerships now, but there is an opportunity to have over perhaps 100 partnerships.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Wonderful. So may I also ask Mr. Sudhir Mathur? Mr. Mathur, now you are the founder of Mera Doc. Can you tell us what is your views on developing the infrastructure and how you can add value through your initiatives?
Yeah. Firstly, thank you for having us over. And I'd like to begin by saying first, innovative financing requires an innovative business model. So it requires 3 things to happen in parallel. One, I think we need to redefine the healthcare infrastructure, what it really means in the current context. Second thing that it requires is sustainability. Donorship, grants can only take a business up to a point of time. And third is really how finance comes into play and what kind of finance, as capital comes in many forms, shapes and sizes. So I think, traditionally, infrastructure has been associated with land, building, equipment, and elusive assumption that skills, competence will follow to underserved areas. In my view, and as Dr. Mishra said, it's highly unlikely that they would follow. So there's a lot of infrastructure available. I mean, we've heard since the morning that the government is putting up primary centers, 100,000 plus of them. But there's a lot of unutilized land and building, whether it is, with the government, whether they are community centers, ITI, schools, which are Anganwadis, which are used for part of the day. And I think they can certainly be brought into play while delivering healthcare, rather than keep them unutilized for large parts of the day. So that reduces the investment considerably. I think also, a lot of people, even in underserved markets, do have today oximeters and various other equipment through which they can communicate some of their vitals. Mobile vans carrying more sophisticated equipment can move from one underserved area to another, allowing people of a certain geography to get themselves tested for a more sophisticated or more complex issues that they may be facing. Now, if one was to combine all this with what we have heard today, and has really been evolving since the breakout of the pandemic, which is digital health, which means that there is inventory of care available, but it's not being fully utilized. I think models which will work very well and are a need and are coming into play, I think what we really need to do is to accelerate them, is to plug and play the digital health with the already existing infrastructure. Now, the government has taken many initiatives, but it's really up to all of us as private sector, and the government needs to, I think if there's one service they can do is open us with arms. There's enormous amount of data that's available with them. With them, laboratories locally, with insurance companies, and how do you combine that? So a general physician, for example, which we believe at least at Meradoc, is capable of resolving 60 to 70% of issues, is able to look at that data, be equipped with that data when they render advice. It could be, and we have heard 60, 70% of the issues are chronic, right? So it becomes easier, we get a much more informed view before even addressing the population of that area. The second thing is around sustainability. Businesses can't survive on donorship or philanthropy. And in healthcare, at least in my view, it's unethical to have a donor money, run out after 3 years of serving a geographic need, and the poor fellows there don't have access to anything after that. So, it requires creation of scale to be this thing. So on one hand, we reduce the investment, bring down per unit cost, and through scale. Now, how does scale happen? I think one of the things that, another perspective of the pandemic, which was devastating for all of us, was in 2 years' time. When it started off, we didn't know whether we were going to have a vaccine. 2, when there were signs of it, would it be commercial? 3rd, how are we going to deliver it to 1.3 billion people? Today, it's available in every nook and corner for 780 rupees only. That is what scale does, right? And there were, I'm not sure what happened across the world, but were volume guarantees given or not given, right? But there were implied volume guarantees which just created a scale of an immense proportion. Now, Meera here spoke a while back about insurance, and then we heard Mayank talk about. Just imagine OPD, the huge cost. And insurance companies are struggling on how to make this a part of insurance. Insurance has a huge role to play in financing, right? Now, if insurance companies, whether for life or health, were to be able to buy out, let's say, 1 million pathology tests, right? 500,000 GP consults, and package them, it would mushroom significant or accelerate a significant number of telemedicine providers. The third biggest, so, volume is very essential. Now let's look at how these two come into play, because capital comes in many shapes and forms. There's a risk associated with it, there is social impact funding, there are commercial funding, and, business goes through a life cycle virtually from non-profit to profit. And I must say I've been very impressed with the USAID partnership with IP. I think it's the first time that, at least in this country, we've seen various forms of capital come under one roof. So whether you talk credit insurance, whether you talk donor, whether you talk equity, and the subsequent association with access that I heard Ashwajit speak about in the morning, multiple forms. So either it can be provided at the very early, at different stages of the life cycle of the company, different kind of money requirement, or it can be blended into one single instrument, right? And which encourages entrepreneurship, startups to reach a certain scale. But I think the bigger thing, what Samrid and the likes of them can do, is really to put partners, and my colleague here from Tata Fund, it's not necessarily just to provide capital. Sometimes it doesn't fit your charter. But at least put together, play a strategic role in putting together these companies together with complementary skills to create the required scale so that they can sustain on their own. They'll find, 2, 3 of them can combine to find the capital. So I think it's largely around, and lastly coming to, what we heard in traditional capital, 2 years plus 7 years as available to infrastructure. I think another way to accelerate the entire physical infrastructure growth, if I can call it, is what is practiced very highly in retail, which is a shop in shop. A hospital does not need to set up its own laboratory or its radiology or some of the other things. Different players have to be invited to a hospital to ensure that each comes with their different capital structure. One could be a equity one, but it makes the whole enterprise as a hospital much more sustainable than it would be. But I think that what really combines all this is entrepreneurship and the digital play that's happening. How quickly we can combine this, and financing would follow, I would think. Thank you.
Mr. Mathur, thank you for your comments. Before I move on to Mr. Amit Chandra, I'd just like to point out one or two things based on what you just said. You talked about digital delivery, and we've been talking about digital health, and we all agree it is the future. But there has to be a way of ensuring some kind of a physical delivery. Has to be some physical touch point. I mean, you cannot do everything physical. At the end, the patient will want the doctor to see him or her, or the doctor will want to physically examine. So we have to work on that. And the second interesting point you talked about was about the sustainability. And you said it cannot be done on donation, and after 3 years, what happens to the hospital if there is no donation? And I think that's a very, very valid point here. So one of the suggestions is for the donors who give large money is to ensure that in the 3 years or 4 years or whatever is the term they are going to support the hospital operations should run professionally and in a self-sustaining manner, so that they are independent and stand on their own feet. So this issue of every 3 years going to somebody with a begging bowl is not there. And I think that is a very, very valid point you mentioned. So coming to you, Mr. Chandra, from the IFC. Now, IFC is the big daddy of finance. So you tell us how you can help the India healthcare infrastructure.
Thanks, Gautam, and I hope I'm audible to everyone. Thank you. So, thanks also to the organizers and NATHEALTH for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts here today. The topic is very core to our country strategy here in India, and very early on in our engagement, we realized that, to unlock healthcare in these underserved markets, you have a variety of complex issues that you have to deal with. And we sort of took inspiration from that and developed a broad toolkit of interventions that we feel will help in solving some of the issues that my co-panelists have also highlighted. So there are 5 key elements of IFC's offering to these markets, and I'll just briefly touch upon these to give all of you a sense of where our sort of interventions are coming from. So first, we acknowledge that there needs to be patient long-term risk capital that needs to be available to healthcare providers who are entering these markets. As a financial institution, we possibly have the largest umbrella of such products, ranging from really long-term debt to simple equity, which includes everything from startup financing to growth equity. What we are also trying to do is to try and sort of bring to India new financial instruments that we've tried in other parts, in other emerging markets, which are facing similar problems and where we've had some success. So to give you an example, last year we provided financing to a healthcare operator in Philippines, which was trying to come up with a network of primary care clinics across the Philippine Islands. And this was financing which was done through the instrument of social bond. So this is a new product where essentially investors who subscribe to these bonds are not only looking at financial returns, but there is a commitment that the money will be used to achieve tangible outcomes in terms of alleviating social issues that are there. We've done close to 60 such bond issuances and been able to raise capital in excess of $4 billion. So we are very keen to see if new products like these could come into the Indian market. We've also in Africa recently started a risk-sharing platform which enables smaller hospitals to get financing from local banks to be able to buy medical equipment that they need to take their services to the next level. So essentially what IFC is doing is we are partnering with a few manufacturers of medical equipment and offering to cover some of the credit risk that banks would face if they were to lend to this segment. So without this risk sharing, the view of these smaller hospitals are that this is a high risk category. Let's refrain from lending to this, and these hospitals then don't have access to the capital. So depending on how this platform sort of scales up in Africa, we want to kind of introduce it to other markets in Asia as well. So that's the first offering. The second offering is to the point that Sudhir was saying that, look, you don't want to be struggling for finding out what the next source of capital will be at the next stage of growth. So we acknowledge that problem and we are trying to build an ecosystem of financing in the country where in addition to the direct investments that we are doing, we are also providing capital to venture capital and PE funds so that they can, with our financial support, crowd in more money. Get into the fold operators who either are outside the fabric of formal financing or are accessing financing at prohibitive cost, which then adds up to the cost of delivery of healthcare in the system and back to the affordability and accessibility issues. I think if you look purely from the lens of the risk sharing facility, there we are partnering with banks and saying that, look, if you find lending to these smaller players risky, we are willing to burden some of that risk, which allows you to then release some capital into this segment. Now, there the inclusion would, to some extent would be driven by what banks are comfortable lending against. So typically they would lend against private limited companies, they would lend against partnerships, they would be comfortable lending against even family-owned enterprises. I'm not so sure how it would pan out in the case specifically for something that's structured as a trust or a society or a charitable sort of a format.
The reason I asked you this is going back to Mr. Mathur's comment that these charity hospitals actually need the funds. So they've got the funds for 3 years and after that they are left high and dry. So maybe this social bond will work, I don't know, but this is just what I wanted to know. But let me go to Visalakshi. So Visalakshi, you are the last speaker for today, but you know, having heard all of them, very interesting ideas. And I think you will be the one who can combine all the ideas, what you heard from the Eastern region about the hospital infrastructure, you heard from the other speakers, you heard about financing options. Now you are a fund and you also heard that how funds, even though they cannot invest, they may be able to help the sector. So let's hear your perspective, Visa, on how we can help the industry in the country.
Thank you Gautam, first of all, and thank you everybody for having me as a panelist. I think I'll just directly take off from what my earlier panelist from IFC, clearly how global development financial institution like IFC is looking at India. So maybe I'll start off by saying that private capital, that's the space in which we as a fund operate, clearly has seen a boom in the last few years. 5 years back, every year, India used to attract something like $1 or $2 billion of private capital only for healthcare. The last 2 years, consistently, we've attracted more than $3 billion, and 2021 has been a record year. We've attracted $4.5 billion of private capital only in the healthcare space. So these are investors who are investing into a particular sector, and their definition of sector is the entire gamut of healthcare life sciences, which is the 4 key verticals, pharmaceuticals, healthcare delivery, medtech, etc. Now it's interesting to see that about nearly 75% of this capital has now come into pharmaceuticals, healthcare delivery, and even the early stage, which is your health tech companies. So this is clearly a paradigm shift. In fact, we as a house, we estimate that in this coming decade, India will see at least a $30 billion worth of private capital and that is going to impact not just the smaller companies, it is going to have a huge impact in terms of accessibility, in terms of actually impacting lives in a big way. Let me also spend half a minute in terms of who are these investors who are now, actually putting in this money. We heard about, a development financial institution like IFC, clearly that's global money that is impacting lives. But what we are seeing in the last 2 years or 3 years is that the domestic financial institutions have also started getting very active. Now, our fund has actually got commitment from a Government of India fund of fund, which is under the PMO scheme, which is called as a Self-Reliant India Fund. And that's a 10,000 crore fund of fund specifically to impact the SME sector. And within that, it can be, healthcare, etc. But that's one way in which the domestic money is playing its part. There were also dedicated funds like SIDBI. There are other sovereign funds which are out of India, which are actually putting money into these, not just sector specific, but across the board. Plus, there are also, I would say, global corporates who have a specific objective. These could be health tech corporates, these could be, medical devices corporates who are looking at India from a strategic standpoint. So all this is going to, go a long way in improving accessibility. But at the same time, I think one needs to stitch this private capital, and also there needs to be a counter from what the government should do in terms of impacting this. So putting all this, you asked me to sort of put all these points together. I would also talk about the fact that from the government side, it would be great if the government also, because PPP on the government is a very, very important agenda. In fact, last year we did we went to the extent of speaking to a lot of stakeholders who are doing some work on the PPP side, and we found that except for radio diagnostics and in the dialysis field, there's hardly any kind of a PPP work happening in, say, in cancer care, in multi-speciality hospitals, etc. So can the government think of, impacting PPP through a fund-of-fund structure? Is that something, and these could be some innovative forms of delivery which can actually be managed by a private fund manager or by global institutions, and it can actually go about I would say delivering the right economic model so that there is a balanced risk reward across the various stakeholders. So these are some of my initial thoughts. Thank you, Gautam.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Lisa. We couldn't have stitched it together ourselves. So we've come to the end of our session because I think we're already a couple of minutes above our time. So thank you everybody for wonderful thoughts and comments, wonderful insights, and I hope our delegates have enjoyed and they'll get some new insights from this. Thank you everybody. Over to you.
Yes, thank you. And before we close the session, ma'am, just we'll request a few minutes of yours. I would like to in fact invite Ms. Meera Shah, the Secretary NATHEALTH, and the MD of Metropolis India for the synthesis of the session and concluding remarks.
Thank you, and thank you so much to this panel. It's really been a very enlightening session and some very, very good points and inputs by everybody. I think we've had a really good afternoon with a lot of productive discussion. We also had luminaries like Dr. Paul, Mr. Kant, who joined us as well. We've also released a bunch of reports this afternoon. We've seen how healthcare continues to have a massive opportunity in the next few years. We're talking about reaching 1 billion digital users by 2030. Really looking at how 65% of people who are using e-commerce can also use digital health. And these are all great opportunities for incumbents as well as new players to come in and really build new business models and a way of being that will allow every Indian to have access to hopefully more affordable and good quality healthcare in the years to come. I think a dream of all of us is healthcare should be more equitable. And technology can play that huge disruptor in doing that, while we have not been able to do that in a pure physical brick and mortar model. Having said that, we also have been reminded of a few challenges in Bharat, which are not going away anytime soon. And Dr. Paul has recommended and requested all of us to join hands with the government to really work on two areas, infrastructure as well as medical talent, and to really figure out how we can promote the DNB program in a significant way that allows more medical talent to be available for private and public sector coming into the next few years, and how we innovate new low-cost models in healthcare delivery and healthcare provision to cater to tier 2 and tier 3 markets. You know, as we spoke last time, the financing currently is so driven by private equity in the country that the rate of return expectation on that financing is so high that a low-cost model is difficult to engage with if you want to drive a 20-25% kind of return, unless you build a new innovation model where your costs are significantly lower. And I think therefore that also leads to requirements of having opportunities of having long-term debt with lower interest rate, more patient capital, definitely as one area to grow healthcare. And we've been obviously requesting the government for many years to give infrastructure status to the industry that allows us to have access to that kind of debt for capex investments that go in. But we all know that in healthcare, while infrastructure is very important, there is nothing more important than the people. And all of us in the past year, 2 years during COVID have really seen ourselves stretched in every possible way, mentally, emotionally, to really serve the people of India. And I think it's very important that as we take this momentum of healthcare and we take the digital disruption that's happening in healthcare and really figure out how we can contribute back to the nation with all the stakeholders, including government and private, to really be able to find a new India, a new health horizon, where there is equitability, there is health for all, in line with our goal of universal healthcare and health coverage. And I truly hope everybody sitting in this audience and all our people on the panel will continue to do the great work we're all doing, and hopefully with more collaboration, more partnership, more synergy, that we can reach this new health horizon soon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. And with that, big thank you to all our panelists. And we are going to be planting trees, 10 trees per person. Thank you. So we are going to be moving straight into the next session. There's going to be running tea in the next hall. People who wish to have their tea, you can have your, grab your teacups and be with us. Now this is on reimagining integrated care delivery through digital adoption. We have been talking about that technology is going to be a great enabler, pinning our hopes on technology for increasing the outreach. So digital adoption and supply chain innovation, we look into this session. We are going ahead with the next session. The tea and coffee, as I said, is in the next hall. You can probably not all go together. Few of you can get your teacups and join us, and then we continue. So this is in this session, as we take into the digital health mission, as we understand better, we are also going to be joined by Shri R.S. Sharma, the CEO of National Health Authority. I would like to invite our session lead, Dr. Shravan Subramaniam, the Senior Vice President, NATHEALTH, and the President and the CEO of GE Healthcare India and South Asian Managing Director of Wipro GE Healthcare. So I think we'll just wait for a couple of minutes because the attendance here is really thin. Results that's going to be shared. We have a panel discussion wherein we are going to be looking into the supply chains through the digital adoption. How do we make the supply chain more efficient? So that's the panel discussion we'll take. And then joining us will be Dr. R.S. Sharma, the CEO of National Health Authority. He has his keynote address, and with him we are also going to be releasing a short report on Ayushman Bharat digital mission. And at the end, we'll be also having a quick feed from all the federation heads. They're going to be sharing in their views and some key suggestions coming from them. Path Labs, Apollo Hospitals, Fortis Healthcare, HCL Healthcare, and Acumentis Infinity. Thanking our silver partners, Metropolis Healthcare, Polymed, GE Healthcare, Vigon, Siemens Healthineers, Mahajan Imaging, PD, Hinduja Hospital, and MRC, Roche Diagnostics, J&J, Johnson Johnson, and Philips. Also, we have our business pavilion, which is there of Samantharan Private Limited, of USAID supported Samrid, the healthcare blended finance facility, of Medica Education and Drugs Department, the government of Maharashtra, and also of International Finance Corporation, IFC, along with Uzbekistan's radiotherapy. We have then session sponsors, Neothea Healthcare Initiative Limited, Terumo India Private Limited, BPL, also Genesis, Vocard, Healthium, Medtronics, Medica. These are our special sponsors. Tomorrow we have the CSR sessions and we also have the CSR awards which are going to be presented. Joining us will be the Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development, Srimati Smriti Irani. She is going to be joining us to confer the awards. Tomorrow we'll have, in fact, the conference is going to be short from 10 as we start. It's going to be till 12:30, 12:45 or so. And then post that, we are going to be having at the end we'll have the AGM, and then there are certain few sessions which are there outside in the next hall. But the conference per se, we are going to be closing by 12:30. The breakaway sessions are also on, and that will also continue till the end of the day.
Could the tech team please unmute the podium speaker?
Sorry? Okay, on the side. So you have tomorrow the startup pitch sessions which are going to be starting at 10 o'clock itself. And we also have the round table on home care with the PwC. That's going to be post lunch tomorrow from 2 onwards. There's also a value-based procurement session which is going to be at 3 o'clock tomorrow. So we have a round table, we have basically round table on home care, round table on value-based procurement, and the startup pitch session. These are the 3 sessions which we have separately going in the next hall tomorrow. So if I can request people who have joined us to kindly take your seats so that we can start with our session now. Hope people who have joined us, you've had your tea and you've refreshed to be back with our discussions here. Please take your seats. If I can request people who are standing to take your seats. So this is a session on reimagining the integrated care delivery with digital adoption and supply chain innovation. Looking into this session, more of the out-of-box supply chain models, innovative finance models, home care, how do we go about medical technology, pharmaceutical sectors, harnessing their potential and contribution. And with that, I request Dr. Subramaniam, Senior Vice President of NATHEALTH, to please set the context of the session.
Thank you. You should have mentioned that tea is being served here. Yeah, but for the benefit of please the audience that's joining us online, let's not delay this any further. The topic that we have, you might have seen in your agenda, is all about the innovative technology and analytics for supply chain integration and how we can maximize our outcomes and make processes agile and efficient. You know, standing here while we are going through a post-COVID trauma also, which is in the form of supply chain crisis, which is hurting the overall industry, whether it's service providers or medical technology, pharmaceuticals. I think the timing couldn't be better to look at what we can do to shape this and learn from each other and make sure we don't make the same mistakes again. The healthcare market landscape is rapidly evolving in India. Case mixes are shifting towards longer term and lifestyle diseases, and the shifts in disease burden towards lifestyle diseases, long-term ailments, care delivery landscape is being transformed. COVID-19 has obviously been a catalyst, and it's also teaching us new tricks of the trade, and the pandemic has necessitated acceptance and deepening of digital healthcare services. On the flip side, it's also exposed the lacunae in the conventional supply chains and infrastructure, and through the lens of this change and care delivery integration, we can expect this to become widespread. Digital adoption is a change in the healthcare landscape, and how digital innovations are becoming increasingly embedded in the nuts and bolts of healthcare delivery and supply chains is what we're here to learn about today. I'd like to invite the moderator to take over from here. Thank you.
So we have a presentation. Now, as per the survey which has been done by ADL, India's fast evolving healthcare landscape is poised for a digital revolution driven by Indian digital health consumers. We have the presentation on looking into the global learnings and the best practices on how to address the emerging technology needs in the context of integrated care. Our presenter, Mr. Barnik Chitran Maitra, the Managing Partner, Arthur D. Little.
So we are running very late, and we don't want to be late for Dr. Sharma. Yeah. So I have just actually 4 slides, and I'll cover them very quickly. I think the headlines of the report which we released today, unfortunately, have already been discussed, and Shri Amitabh Kant actually gave away a lot of the headlines of the report, so I don't have a lot of things to talk about. But what I will talk about are just a couple of findings. I think one, just setting the context, right? I think we've discussed this extensively today. A lot of healthcare today is what we call facility-based, which is gradually moving to networked healthcare. I think the entire paradigm we want to move towards is integrated health management, where there's a lot of different changes going on, moving from overall treatment of diseases to health of clients, family-centric to facility-centric to patient-centric, episodic to lifetime care, and finally looking at patients actively managing their care. Now, all this has been discussed already. I think one of the big theses we want to push is that digital will be the biggest enabler for this entire paradigm shift. For every single shift we are seeing in consumer behavior, in doctor behavior, in the way things are getting financed, if you're not digital first, none of these paradigm shifts will happen. When we looked at this, we asked ourselves a very important question as to what is the adoption of digital health services in India. And over the last 6 months, we as ADL, in association with a few knowledge partners like Benori, have surveyed more than 1,000 customers around India, including focus groups discussions, and we found some startling results. We actually found that nearly 65% of e-commerce users in India have used some sort of digital health. So this is 65% of nearly 650 million, which is around 400 million. And if you look at where people have used digital health, I think e-pharmacy is number 1, online doctor consultations, fitness, wellness, home healthcare, and e-diagnostics, right? So again, this is a remarkable achievement for India. I think we should be Not proud about it because we didn't really go about doing it. I think the consumer just came and created the demand. And this is despite, to be absolutely honest, any concerted effort by the industry, minimal support from health payers and insurance, and actually any unified health information backbone, which was not ready over the last 2 years. So this is where the Indian consumer has stepped up and said, listen, I demand this service, and people who've actually stepped up to provide it, like the pharmacy players, the teleconsultation players, have actually benefited. So I think that's the good news. I think the more interesting news is that in 8 to 10 years, this could easily become over 1 billion users. And there are lots of use cases we believe will be fundamentally digitally enabled chronic care and home care. We've had a lot of discussion on how care is moving outside the hospital, and there's a full care continuum. There should be broad-based adoption of electric medical records. I think this is one important delivery which is going to happen as part of ABDM. And once the unified health records get activated, that creates a lot of use cases for digital health. There will be belief, and despite all the innovations we do in financing, technology and digital has to come to the fore to create e-ICUs and technology-enabled virtual hospitals. Fundamentally, all hospitals have to be digital first, and there are 2 areas where providers have to step up: supply chain transformation and value-based procurement. I know my friend Rohit is going to lead a panel on supply chain transformation, both digital as well as physical. And finally, there are other opportunities which will be enabled in the metaverse by AR, VR, mixed reality, and coordinated health. So everyone knows what the entire opportunity set is. I think the consumer is waiting for these opportunities. Now it's up to people in this room and beyond to deliver this. And we've, at least in the report, laid out a few imperatives for stakeholders to act on. I think for healthcare providers, rather than doing digital as an afterthought, embark on what we call digital first strategies. Again, you need to integrate your healthcare stacks with the ABDM stacks. ABDM is create 4 or 5 layers of solutions, and it's up to the providers to buy ABDM compliant software and integrate their software and their backbones with the ABDM stack. I think regulators and policymakers have to support legacy players in making the transition. I think there should be more policy support to encourage health tech startups. And finally, investors, all the investors in the room who are thinking of how to invest in more infrastructure, look at digital as an important marker for your investments, and obviously building out the entire health tech and the insurtech ecosystem will only help. So this is the teaser. I think the report is already live on the microsite. There are some physical copies here. If not, drop me an email. I'm happy to send a copy of this. And with this, in the interest of time, I'll wrap up and hand it over to Rohit for his panel. Thank you very much.
So thank you for those insights into the report. We are already, the industry, having its digital footprints, and the consumer also ready to embrace it. For there is, of course, ease of health services felt. So we take these discussions now and into the supply chain through digital adoption, reorganizing that, innovations and the value-based procurement. Our moderator, Mr. Rohit Sathe, the President, Philips India Healthcare. If I can request you. Experts, Mr. O.P. Singh, Group CEO of Acums Group. I think he's joining us. Okay, we have Mr. Narendra Vade, the Managing Director of Shindia, Mr. Saurabh Pandey, Co-founder and CEO of Acna Medical Private Limited, Ms. Meenakshi Nevatia, the Managing Director at Stryker India Private Limited, Mr. Sandeep Makkar, Managing Director, Johnson & Johnson, and Mr. Himanshu Ved, the Managing Director, Polymedicure.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to everybody, and welcome to my esteemed panelists as well. Can we see them in the room over here? Can we see them virtually over here? Oh, after I show the presentation. Okay, fine. So let me just introduce. I just have a couple of slides over here. Okay, there you are. So hello, everybody. And So I think Barnik has already sort of spoken about it, and Shaman has spoken about how the pandemic has accelerated the whole march into the digital world. We're looking at a specific aspect of that in healthcare, and that is the supply chain part of it. So, you know, my esteemed colleagues over here, virtually as well as physically, are going to talk about a few of these. Now, before we get there, just to bring everybody up to speed with what's happening in the world in today's day amidst the pandemic. And you can see some of those headlines out there, okay? The oldest one is probably from last year, about August or September, but most of these are recent, which means these are 2022, right? So obviously there is great geopolitical shifts happening out there with the Russia-Ukraine war and what's happening with that. Our relationship with, with China, what's happening between China, Taiwan, all these things have a potential to impact supply chain. A lot of our equipment, devices, APIs, all those types of things have multiple components that get manufactured in different parts of the world. They got to be put together in another part of the world, and then they got to travel here to India or travel as components to India and then get put together. So today we have a good mix of people over here who are experts at manufacturing. There are people who are good at managing the supply chain over here internally, which means talking with distribution setups till it finally reaches the main consumers, which are hospitals and patients at the other end. So we're going to start with this entire supply chain story with manufacturers, and I'm not going to talk about each of these points in the interest of time. We only have time till 5:15, till Dr. Sharma comes here as well, an important guest for us. So I'm not going to read through some of these, but while I'm talking about how I'm going to lead the session, you can probably get a sense of what are some of the issues that we're going to be grappling with, right? So we're going to start on this supply chain. We're going to go from the manufacturing part of the value chain to the final delivery to the patients and to the hospitals who are our end consumers of this. Okay? So I think we can now take down the slides, and I'm going to go take the seat maybe and start asking questions over here. Thank you. All right. So like I said, we're going to start first with, with a couple of people who are involved in manufacturing. So I've got my friend sitting beside me, Himanshu, who represents, the Indian manufacturing scenario. So, the first question, I'm going to throw at Himanshu. Himanshu, given the pandemic, very simple question, what have been your challenges, and how have you, surmounted some of those? I am going to ask the next question to Mr. O.P. Singh. So O.P. is going to answer questions about manufacturing also in the pharmaceutical side, but he's going to talk a lot more about technology. So if you can sort of talk other than that, how did you manage with some of those challenges? That'd be great.
I think, thanks Rohit. And I think the biggest challenge we faced was on the supply chain side, and we had like 200 vendors outside India. And to get products in time, because the average delay was at least 8 to 12 weeks from every supplier worldwide. And to meet the expectation, our expectations, and as the business is growing, the demand is rising in terms of consumption, but we're not seeing those materials. So our buffer stock was zero. Normally we could keep a 2 months buffer stock, but the buffer stock became zero. And still, trying to cope up, we had to find a lot of alternate suppliers. And I think for us, that was the biggest thing we did in the last 2 years, that we developed local suppliers in India, and not for critical materials, but for non-critical products, and where we could, quickly validate those products and put it into our manufacturing. So that was one big thing. Second thing was optimizing raw materials, because we looked at, we were buying materials from different suppliers, same material. So we optimized the supply chain and the sources, and went to a few big suppliers and to get the materials, more bulk materials in time. And the third thing was to maintain a bigger buffer inventory. 2 months was not big enough. So we said, okay, we need to go a little further. So it was a more working capital involvement. So we invested more in, getting more inventory at our end. But I think that actually worked, because today I can say that we do 150 products in terms of manufacturing. And there are hundreds and thousands of components and parts and raw materials. But we could run our production lines every day. So that was very important for us. And I think the fourth thing was, right way of managing inventory because we run multiple plants. We have plant in EOU, SEZ, DTA plants. So how we could optimize and have centralized inventory. So earlier we were maintaining inventory in each plant, but then we went for more centralized model, and there we could distribute the inventory to various plants as and when needed. Otherwise, in some plants we were overstocking, some plants we had lower inventory, and we could not move the stocks because of certain nature of the plants. So these were the learnings actually over the pandemic period.
Thanks, Himanshu. I think important points touched over there. Specifically in medical equipment, I think you have a huge sea of suppliers for manufacturing, and if you're able to find alternative suppliers, I think that's a huge battle won out there. So thank you. I'm going to move to OP Singh. So OP, you know, you're in the business of manufacturing APIs and you know, raw material for pharmaceuticals, and you've leveraged technology in a big way, and you probably command about 13% market share of some of these movements as well, as you said. So can you help us understand during this time, how did you leverage technology to realize efficiencies and productivity in your manufacturing process?
Thank you, Rohit, and namaskar, everyone. I think this COVID has taught a lot to us, but in fact, getting back to the business scale at which we are today managing 1,100 clients and 4,000 brands, and even I have to talk about the SKUs close to 40,000. In fact, without technology, it is just impossible. I hope I'm audible to the audience, right?
Yes.
Great. So the whole idea is whatever available today, you need to really take the help of those, and those are very simple, the CRM model, and the second one is WMS. So right from manufacturing, when you have to manage at that large scale in Akum's drugs and pharmaceutical, where we have more than 13 plants, where more than 13,000 are employed, different departments, just imagine at what scale you need to really manage and cater to the 1,100 clients in time. Of course, without technology, it is not possible, though COVID has come and those has become the point of discussion. But at Akum's, we were prepared to cater the need of our clients and also to ensure that we are able to reach out to the market. Though we can claim that 13% of India's total formulation market share, Akum's is responsible in terms of helping the pharma industry, more than, you know, top 600, 1,100 companies. But I think today's topic is technical adoption, you know, digital adoption. And on that, if I have to tell, we are talking about after COVID, but even before COVID, this corporate was prepared, and of course, many other software we have really adopted. We are starting from procurement of API, packing material, and different SKUs. We could able to show to our clients, in fact, that kind of preparation we've done, that they can see to at what scale, at what stage their, you know, PO is ready. And that kind of technology we have done at the manufacturing side. When it comes to the making it available, in fact, of course, the digitally today there are many organizations has come in the front and reaching out to the people at large. But we as an organization have decided to reach out to direct to retailer, direct to hospitals. Through a technology call, we have given apps to our customer at the level of stockist, and they can able to see what is the stocks available at our, you know, warehouses, including what schemes, what trade offer, what price. And this transparency has really helped us today to be into the most preferred choice in the pharma industry. And I think we are happy to share that many are in the process. If I have to talk AI, artificial intelligence, it is not very far when you will find that starting from planning till the execution, it is going to play a major role, because I personally feel, I think, you know, Himanshu mentioned about inventory management became the, you know, one of the pain to us, where our working capital got stuck and we have to maintain a higher inventory, because we have to depend mostly on the, you know, China for API. But I think we are moving towards becoming Atmanirbhar, as our Honorable Prime Minister Sir has mentioned. And I'm happy to share to the audience and who are listening, we have already acquired 2 API plants, because we are moving towards that direction to see to it at what level we should minimize. And technology, of course, Indian brains are the best in the world when it comes to technology, and we should adopt all those available resources, where it is the CRM model or WMS or different kind of apps which can give the visibility to the clients. In short, we are prepared to face and we are prepared to cater the best way to our Indian citizen, to our supply chain. And that's what I see a great future for our country. Yes, Rohit, I answered.
Thank you, OP. I think a repeat a little bit of what Himanshu said as well, the theme being self-sufficiency, Atmanirbharta. You said that as well, how to not depend so much on the Chinese APIs, but you're acquiring companies here. And I think the second important thing that you mentioned over there is visibility in the supply chain. How do you have end-to-end visibility, transparency? I wonder if blockchain has a role to play over here. We've only heard of cryptocurrency. Maybe there is a role that it can play over here in supply chain as well. So thank you very much. I think we have a lot to learn from you, OP. Thank you. We're going to move from the manufacturers, I think, to some of the multinationals that we have over here as well, right? And I'm going to ask my next question to Meenakshi. I think during COVID, there was healthcare, a lot of transactions, a lot of things happened, all right? But I think the way in which it happened, the stochasticity of demand was actually, quite surprising. And, Meenakshi, if you can talk about, and I know you deal, with, elective procedures also, the sudden on and off of procedures, depending on whether there's a wave coming or not, the fear psychosis among patients also. How did you manage forecasting demand in these tumultuous times?
Thank you, Rohit, and good afternoon, everyone. So absolutely, Rohit, I think you touched upon 2 or 3 of the real pain points and learnings during the COVID period. I think the first was finding some way to get our arms around the demand unpredictability. Second was finding ways to get our arms around the freight unpredictability. We just did not know when we'll get a slot in the ship, when we'll get a slot in air. So there was a lot of that, and then underlying all of that was making sure the costs did not go completely out of whack. So to answer the first question, I think the big thing for us, and as you said, our business is half of Stryker is focused on the implants and consumables, and the other half is capital. And they were 2 completely different stories. I think when we entered the world of COVID, we really did not know how this is going to shape up. But what we realized quite quickly is that particularly as COVID ran through the country, it wasn't at one time everywhere, right? So as it ran through the country and as it moved through the states, there was a lot of on-off, and really, we did not on the one hand want to miss an opportunity, but at the same time, as we all do, we don't want to overstock either. So we did a couple of things that I think on hindsight were absolutely critical for to be able to really ride through this period and come out stronger. The first was we used this opportunity to really build a very solid understanding of the inventory that's lying with our channel partners. Now we work with a large number of channel partners, and in many cases, how many implants, what sizes, how many instrument kits, are the kits complete? A lot of this basic information was either in people's heads or not there at all. So really putting a system in place where we know at any point in time what is the stock in all of our channel partners and what is the level of instrument kit availability in our channel partners was absolutely crucial. And I think in a way COVID gave us that platform or that need or urgency for all of them to come together, because before COVID the willingness to share this information wasn't always there. But I think through COVID everybody came together because everyone realized that if a channel partner in Orissa has a shortage, it's better he declares it so that somebody in Karnataka can help him. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible to really win together. So I think in a way it gave us an opportunity to really build that information flow. And of course that is hygiene for any business. So I think now we are using it in many ways, but largely to manage inventory, not overstock, but at the same time not be out of stock. So I think that was one big critical thing, really tapping into or dialing into all the dealer databases to be able to know exactly where what is and how much, and expiries and returns and everything was a huge opportunity in disguise. I think the second was, and it's not really, I won't say it's digital, but it's just basic communication flow. I'll give you a concrete example. We're also in the ICU beds business. And as you can imagine, in the peaks of COVID, we had some surges in demand suddenly, really suddenly. 100 beds in Jharkhand, another 200 beds here. There were very sudden needs and they were absolutely urgent. So the first thing we did, which was high cost, was really shift from sea freight to air freight. Now the cost impact is huge, but that was the only way we could get our beds from Turkey to here. But there again, the information flow was critical because, getting one slot in one aircraft was not the option. So I think what the freight companies also did during this period is really provide a lot of more transparency on freight availability so that we could really book slots, by the hour and bring our stuff into the country. So I think once again, it was more, I would say, communication than digital because I think the platforms were already there, but they just started getting used a lot more during this period. So I'd say those would be two concrete examples. One is of incoming supply chain, and that was working very closely with our freight forwarders and expediters. And one was the outgoing supply chain within the country where tapping into the channel partner inventory was absolutely critical. And then we pushed it one level further in accounts where we work directly, which is hospitals, really starting to tap into that database so that the inventory can be managed. Now we're still at the tip of the iceberg there, at least we as Stryker are, and I know some of the other players are a bit more ahead on that. But that's the next leap that we have to make, is really have this seamless flow of information on inventory stocking points so that at no point is anyone out of stock and at no point are we overstock either. So that's where I'll close this point. John, back to you.
Thank you, Meenakshi. I think a repeat of the theme of transparency, visibility, sharing information across different stakeholders. I think things which are considered taboo things where, you'd hold your information close to your chest and not sort of be very open to share it. Being shared in the interest of making the whole chain more efficient. I think that's a repeat theme that we're hearing, so very nice. I just want to point out something over here, which we faced at Philips as well. I think the government helped quite a lot over here, and I think it just opens our mind to the fact that the government does have the ability to open some doors for us. When it came to ventilators and oxygen concentrators, we at Philips actually did reach out to the government, and we actually had plane loads from Air India, that sort of allowed us to bring a lot of stock from our factories directly in here when we were fighting for space. So I think important role played by the government as well. Good, thank you, Meenakshi. I'm just going to move to another industry actually, which was an industry that was really involved with COVID, and that's Narendra's industry, from Narendra from Roche. Narendra, we've seen like 3 waves so far, right? Now, what was your experience during these waves, and how did you guys manage it? And more importantly, how did you use technology to manage through these ups and downs?
Thanks, Rohit. Good evening, everyone, and happy to be here at the NATHEALTH Annual Summit. Rohit, you said it, as being part of diagnostics and in the forefront of RT-PCR kits, antigen kits, and biomarkers. Supply chain was the hot topic for us, and has been the hot topic for us the last 2 years. As all of us know, these waves also have been crazy. They come and it's a vertical spike. In 1 month, you are clocking 100,000 cases per day, and the next month you see the cases are gone down to 10,000 cases per day. So this has caused a lot of craziness, a lot of mayhem with forecasting, bringing in products. And wave 2 especially was something where I can count on the same experience that you shared with Philips, Rohit, that there was a major situation with the critical biomarkers like IL-6, D-dimer, or CRP ferritin, and at that point in time, we worked with NATHEALTH, ICMR, the Government of India, and we got fantastic support from the customs, and that's sometimes, being part of a multinational, the advantage is you're part of the global supply chain, and we got excellent support internally from my leadership to ship products from places where waves had come in earlier, like South Africa and Brazil. We were able to ship goods from different countries into India and make them available. But while we did that, and while customers got the stocks, what we soon realized is as soon as wave 2 ended, we had blocked extra space in warehouses, and we had a lot of stock lying over there, which then we didn't know what we can do with it. And with some of the regulations where we could not ship those stocks again out of the country, those were some of the unseen costs in terms of write-offs, huge shipment costs, that we had to take care of at that point in time. But in the larger scheme of things, it was all okay because it was a pandemic situation. We had to serve the country, we had to serve the people, so it was the right thing to do. But as we move forward, there are a lot of learnings that have come through these different COVID waves. And one of that is there needs to be a good trust between the different partners in the ecosystem, right from our end customers to the warehouse partners, the distributors, channel partners, and the suppliers, right, the manufacturers. So I think that trust is important to understand each other's pain points so that during these times of crisis, we support each other. One thing which I'd like to see as we evolve further is one thing we have to use probably a lot more technology, and while we say we are the hub when it comes to IT, there still needs to be a lot of innovation in this space. And what I'm referring to is again going to be very specific to diagnostics, because most of our products need to go in a temperature controlled manner from our warehouses to our customers, and still we don't have a system that is able to integrate and track shipments in a temperature controlled fashion. Once it leaves our warehouses to when it is on the trucks, it goes to our distributors and finally reaches the end customers. And this is something where from a diagnostics perspective, I would like to see better integration across across the network from the time we ship out to customers actually receive it. The other part where I would like to see improvement also is in the way we order, and if there is a way in which the systems can automate, and there are some systems there, but the adoption level is still low, where we still see situations where we are expected to supply within 24 hours, and sometimes exceptions are okay, but it happens regularly. And that's where again an integration where there's an intimation and our systems are connected such that when it reaches below a certain stock level, a certain threshold, we get an intimation and we can send it out like a standing order. I think those are areas which can really help reduce some of the stress levels in the whole supply chain system, between the manufacturers and the end providers. One other area which I want to touch upon is inventory management, and a lot of people have touched upon it on this panel. But again, in diagnostics, we've seen with some of the players, they end up wanting to have too many vendors, and probably, that's part of the strategy. But we've seen, even from a vendor even from, the lab standpoint or the hospital standpoint, when you're able to consolidate and go to one or maximum two so that you want to hedge your risk, in terms of vendor, it helps you to manage your inventories better, better control on your spending when it comes to inventory management. Also helps you to get more prioritization with the manufacturers because of the whole loyalty factor and being a larger part of it. So these are some of the areas which I wanted to call upon. From a policy standpoint, I think GST has helped us a lot, because before GST, movement of goods from one state to another was a nightmare, and I think this is a great step which has really streamlined the processes. One other area where we would like to see improvement is in the way the policies and rules are done on the ports and with the customs, because the rules are so open-ended that we constantly face issues where the same goods at the Chennai port are stopped but are let go in Mumbai or are let go in Delhi. And this is where, again, there needs to be a more clear look at the way some of these rules are drafted, so that there's limited scope for interpretation from the local officers over there. So these are a few points, Rohit, that I wanted to touch upon from a diagnostics perspective. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Narendra. I think you touched upon several important points. Again, you repeated the theme of transparency and trust from different partners, and of course the importance of inventory management. And then even from a government perspective, how GST, enabled your movement across different states, which itself was not such an easy thing.
And then, of course, there is an ask over here. We are saying, hey, let interpretations of different laws be the same, different policies be the same at different ports, and I think that's definitely going to help all of us. So thank you. Thank you for your views, Narendra. I'm going to move on in our value chain now. Okay, so we did our manufacturers, we figured out what the manufacturers are doing, we looked at the forecasting, the variability in demand and everything. I'm going to move to my friend Sandeep, and Sandeep, you're somebody who, deals with the implants, and how do those implants finally find their way into hospitals? So, what are some of the examples of, hospital or customer-centric supply chain innovations or processes that improve, things like revenue cycles, reducing operating costs, and improving cash flow for hospitals? How do you leverage technology, and how did you help your partners, the hospitals, deal with this?
Well, thanks, Rohit. So, we manufacture in India as well, but also, provides tens of thousands of SKUs across multiple disease states. In fact, many of my customers are here in the audience. It's all large hospital groups, but also people that are not here in the audience and that rarely find a voice in forums like these, which are the tier 2, tier 3 hospitals and even small nursing homes. Rohit, we're in the business of, supplying products for cancers, general surgery, OBGYN, cardiovascular conditions, of course, orthopedics with implants, but also trauma, right? So we are very broadly based in that regard. And I want to put a context both from a COVID response, but also what will be the new world going forward, in that regard. So from a hospital lens, what the hospitals told us that they wanted accurate order delivery and on time because the demand was all over the place. They said accurate order delivery on time regardless of your logistics issue. They could care less what your global supply chains were, where they were being made, who was transporting where. They just wanted product on time. They wanted visibility of order at any given time so that they could serve more patients and improve their revenue. So that was from a hospital expectation. And also, to lower their operating costs and to improve cash flows, especially the dealers in the hospitals. They were also, first of all, they wanted to have the right mix of products. They didn't care for substitutes. They said, if I'm doing a particular surgery, I want the right product at the right time, but also I don't want to carry inventory. So for their cash flows, they didn't want to carry too much inventory as well because credit was an issue during that time and of course, flows of patients as well. And to capture the value for innovation, they wanted to make sure that the counterfeit products were not entering the supply chain because there was a lot of counterfeits that were also entering the supply chain at that time. Also what they told us is if the product needed to be returned for any reason or price claims, etc. needed to be settled, they wanted an efficient process and immediate resolution, again, to improve their cash flow situation. So again, revenues, improve my revenue, reduce my operating costs, improve my cash flows. These are common themes that we kept hearing. And again, these are, of course, during COVID, but it's a truth after COVID as well. And these problems were more acute, I think, in tier 2, tier 3 markets for us. So during the pandemic, we made a few advances as J&J with respect to the adoption of technologies. And I'll give you a few examples. First and foremost, just the basics, hygiene, is more diligence in sales and operations planning. We call it the S&OP process, which each company has. So accurate forecasting, not at a macro level, but at a hyper-local level. At each district, each territory level, especially because the demand was changing very fast at local level. So, and lockdowns were happening. So accurate forecasting at a hyper-local level, especially for strategic and fast-moving products, and what we saw was demand was shifting between non-elective procedures to elective, and so all that was happening. Tier 1, Tier 2 metros and Tier 3, that demand was shifting rapidly. Mumbai was locked, demand would shift to smaller places. So forecasting was must. And again, making sure that all the relevant functions, multifunctional approach to forecasting. So that was one. Second was just making sure that all our customers migrated to a common platform for ordering. So we had, we call it the JJ Customer Connect. And what we did was we quickly automated that portal. We have achieved 90% automation of all our orders, all our dealers, hospitals are ordering through JJ Customer Connect. And what we realized was that our accuracy rate went up by close to 100%. So whatever was being placed was being shipped accurately to close to about 100%. So that automation made a ton of difference during this time. We also changed our metric. So the standard metric, as you know, supply chain is OTIF, on time in full. But that's an internal metric. It's a supply chain metric. So we wanted to change that to make sure that it was OTIF-D, on time in full, delivered to the customer, because the customer didn't care if you shipped it. They wanted to know when I would have it for my surgery, because my patient is due to get surgery tomorrow. So OTIF-D became the sole metric for us to track. We also automated. Remember, the products were coming back, they were being returned because customers wanted some other products, other surgeries were being scheduled. So we automated a lot of our product return processes, price differential claim settlement processes, real time. So all of that through automation. We also started doing warehouse mapping to see if North was coming live, where lockdowns were reducing and cases were happening. We made sure that the North warehouses had the right inventory and the right stock level. So warehouse mapping was being done. Transport management systems were put in place. Track and trace RFIDs are being introduced as well. So a lot was happening on that front. Transportation and delivery, we found alternative transport options. We've activated redundancies in local logistics arrangements, so that's helped as well. So that has really improved, and our OTIF-D has improved by at least 10 points there as well. And I think the customers also want visibility initiatives, so there are a lot of now features that we've introduced through our online portals that provide visibility and communications to the product flow throughout the supply chain. So I think these things are being addressed, and going forward, we are integrating all of these fragmented processes into what we call Transcend, which is our supply chain management system, which will integrate and optimize all of these fragmented supply chain systems and processes that are out there. So I think end of the day, the customer really cares about increase my revenue cycle, give me the right product, right time. I don't want to carry the inventory, and make sure whenever, you help improve my cash flows as well. So these are just a few examples here, Rohit.
Thank you, Sandeep. I think a good lesson in the management of supply chain. So thank you very much. I think it's not just about forecasting. I think you brought in an important point there, that is about how can you change the KPI that you focus on, right? So, the on time and full, fulfillment of customer requirement given the variability of demand, I think is an important thing to focus on. So that's one takeaway for me for sure. Now, I'm not going to sort of maybe summarize on the others. Sandeep, just, a last speaker here, Saurabh. I'm going to turn the mic over to him. We've got about 4 minutes left over here, Saurabh. And if you can talk about, you majorly deals with the hospitals, and if you can talk about how are you using, how does data capture at the hospital end and analytics at the hospital end enable the hospitals maybe to deal with patients in a better way? What is your experience, as part of your company? How did you guys change your ways of working?
Sure. Thanks, Rohit. So, good evening, everyone. Good to be here. I think being a last speaker, you don't have much to say, but I think hospitals are actually the last leg of the supply chain where consumption actually happens, right? And hence, a lot of forecast or things we talked about actually get validated from that perspective. I think it's well understood, never waste a crisis, and we actually did that. We built the whole company during COVID. We were 4 cities pre-COVID. We expanded to 25 cities now. We work with almost 1,000 hospitals on a daily delivery basis. So I think all what Narendra said or Sandeep said is a perception which is getting perceived and well demonstrated at the hospital side. I think what has changed significantly over the last 2 years, and thanks to COVID for that, is that the willingness to change is probably at the highest level in the hospitals. The concepts which were earlier in PPTs and slides, I've been a consultant most of my earlier life. What we used to talk about smart hospital, actually the CEOs and the CFOs or the hospital management are actually thinking that. And hence supply chain becomes very, very key component, because product is also the largest direct cost in the system of healthcare P&L, right? After manpower cost. And hence product management, be it inventory management, be it procurement, consumption, all take important. I think very key to understand that we are still very early in the game of having hospital use technology, right? Because they are not standardized technology, no standardized, they are upward of 8,000 HIS in India, right? The data quality sitting in the hospitals is still a challenge. And hence, what get procured and what get consumed is still a gap. And that gap is most of the time blame to technology, blame to inefficiency, or blame to some channel issues. And that's where I think organizations like us are trying to be an enabler for hospitals, where we are going to the hospital and saying, okay, appoint us as your supply chain partner. Narendra talked about consolidation. I think today we are working with majority of the hospitals in India, being a partner of choice as a single vendor or part of the 2-vendor or 3-vendor process, where instead of working with 200, 300 distributors for each of their units, they're working with one vendor at India level. I think when you can sort out the supply chain issue outside the hospital and you have a common vendor to supply, I think data quality also improves substantially. And that's where the journey starts for hospital to improve their supply chain or improve their product or improve their the costing and things like that. I think it's still a challenge for hospital to nail down to root decimal point to actually quantify the cost of CABG procedure done within one hospital versus second hospital within the same network. And hence, I think, just to sum it all, I think what's critical is that data quality is important, and I think hospitals with digital adoption going forward, post-COVID world, will have a significant role to play as we drive supply chain efficiency for the whole value chain.
Thank you. Thank you, Saurabh. Thank you very much. I think we're just on the ball. We've got our next guest here as well, Dr. Sharma. Dr. R.S. Sharma is here already online. You guys can see him. So thank you very much to the panelists and to the audience over here. We're going to move on to the next session. I think this was very instructive and educational for all. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you to all our panelists, those present physically here and also joining us virtually. As a token of our gratitude, we are going to be planting 10 trees per speaker. And with that, we come to this very important session wherein joining us is Dr. R.S. Sharma, the CEO of National Health Authority. And as we heard, welcome to you, sir. Thank you so very much for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, as we heard, respected Secretary in the morning, he explained about the Ayushman Bharat mission. And under that, the 4 pillars, one of the most important pillar is the Ayushman Bharat digital mission. Which is towards, which aims to address the gaps, the existing gaps between the various stakeholders by building digital highways. And at the core of it, driving it, is the CEO of National Health Authority, who's also driving the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, which is the largest insurance scheme in the world, which is now entering into its 5th year. Dr. R.S. Sharma has been, in fact, an harbinger of change, brought in a lot many reforms and transformations by leveraging IT, especially in the administrative processes. He has been involved in the areas of e-governance. He's the former chairman of TRAI, the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, the former Secretary, IT and Electronics, and the Chief Secretary of Jharkhand. And he's also been the chairperson of the Empowered Group on Vaccine Administration for COVID-19, COVID. So with that, I once again invite Dr. Sharma, and I request him for his keynote address.
Well, thank you very much for that very generous introduction. And first of all, let me thank NATHEALTH for inviting me to this, their 8th annual summit. And I was looking at the agenda and the program, and I find that a lot of luminaries and a lot of wise people have addressed and participated in the conference. So I think, I'm sure they must have contributed tremendously to the, this space of health, which is so important in today's context, especially. It was always important, but now post-COVID, and we don't know whether it is post-COVID or still some more things are to come. It's so unpredictable, but I think health has emerged as one of the most critical aspects of our lives. I think, and also I'd like to thank NATHEALTH because I have been in this space for last about 14 months, and I have found NATHEALTH to be at the forefront of many of these deliberations, brainstorming, thinking, innovations. They are really ahead on the curve, and they are very much proactive in this space. So it's really a privilege for me to participate in their annual summit. And now, as the speaker whom I was hearing a little while ago was talking that digital is the way forward, especially in the health space, and of course in many other spaces, but in health today, I think digital is the way forward, whether you talk of the consumers, whether you talk of doctors, whether you talk of hospitals or any other parts. And I think the only way to ensure that we can create a ubiquitous, quality, affordable healthcare system, which is also puts consumer or the patient at the center of the universe. I think digital again is the way forward. And the Honorable Prime Minister's announcement on 15th of August 2020 of the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission at that time, wherein it was started in about 6 union territories and it continued to be sort of working in those territories for about a year and a half. I think that was a very, very important announcement. And thereafter the developments which have taken place have given us the confidence that this mission or this particular architecture can be taken forward, and it has the potential to transform the delivery of health services and healthcare in this country. So what has been done is that we have, sort of done a proof of concept of many of the building blocks of this whole mission, and which was, as you know, announced nationwide, launched, happened in September last year. And all these building blocks have been completed. So I would like to share some of those building blocks with you, and of course to say that this project, I mean, it's one thing to create technology architecture, which of course is also very important, but I think the most important part is its adoption. And adoption is the critical aspect, and it will determine whether the project or the mission becomes successful or not. And in this particular case, because the stakeholders are varied and many, starting from the clinics to the hospitals, to the doctors, to the laboratories, to the pharmacies, and of course at the center of all is the patient. Now this is a very large ecosystem of players, and unless each one of these players adopts this mission and the digital technologies, this will not succeed. So I would add, I would begin my intervention by requesting and urging all of you and all of us to really, promote this mission, because that's where I think we will end up creating a beautiful ecosystem of patient care, services delivery, as also wonderful data analytics platforms, because a huge amount of data will be generated, the anonymized part of which can be used for health policy research and many other kind of interventions can happen due to that. So the broad building blocks of the Ayushman Bharat digital mission. Before that, I must also say that India as a country has really in the last decade or so we have created a huge digital infrastructure, digital connectivity infrastructure. So today we have 1.2 billion mobile connections. We have got 800 million plus internet connections. We have got 600 million plus smartphones in this country, growing at the rate of 25 million per quarter. So it's really a beautiful, digital infrastructure. And of course, we have the cheapest data rates in the world. We have the entire country covered with 4G technologies, and 5G is coming now. So we have this ground is ready of the physical digital connectivity infrastructure. And on top of that, we have created a number of digital public goods which are really working at a scale. So we have created Aadhaar, and 1.3 billion people of this country have got Aadhaar. Aadhaar offers services like authentication. We have done 60 billion plus authentication. I mean, you can imagine on an average, every citizen has done 60 authentications in this period, and in this period of 7-8 years. And we have done electronic KYC, which have actually made subscription into services extremely easy. So whether you want to have a mobile SIM, or whether you want to get a ration, or whether you want to open a bank account, all electronic KYC is what is required, which is instantaneous from anywhere, anytime. Similarly, we have created digital signatures. We have created a beautiful payment mechanism. I think this is a unique payment mechanism in the whole world, where we clocked 4.5 billion transactions in 1 month last month. I mean, this is unimaginable. It actually surpasses all the debit cards and credit cards put together. So, and it is free of cost, and it is instantaneous. You don't have to wait. You know, I transfer 1 rupee, and that 1 rupee goes as 1 rupee to the other person. So this is a beautiful system which we have created. So we have created a lot of digital public goods which are horizontal in nature, in the sense that they can be plugged into any domain. So for example, Aadhaar authentication can be plugged into, when a patient checks into the hospital, he or she can be verified whether he is eligible for Ayushman Bharat or not, using the Aadhaar authentication in a seconds, 2 or 3 seconds, that fast. So we have, and imagine the latest public good which we made, COVID. Now, COVID is an example which actually is a record in itself. I don't think any system has a scale to, about close to 1.83 billion in a matter of a year. Simply a year, in about 2 billion in a year. I don't think any system has, even for getting 1 billion, systems have taken months, years together to reach that scale. And this is a scalable, interoperable, inclusive, open standards, open API based, open source system. Now that's the capability which our country has got. So as far as technology capability is concerned, we have proved that we can create architectures which are interoperable, frugal, and based on standards. So what we have done in digital mission thus far is that we have created, one is the personal health record architecture, whereby a person, the patient or individual, is able to, sort of view his longitudinal health record. And he is able to link his or her health record wherever they exist to his system, can store it on his phone if he wants to, or is able to share with the doctor or with anybody else. So that's the architecture which has been created. And the beauty of this is that this architecture does not aggregate the data at a single point. It's a federated architecture, which means that the health facilities are now enabled to provide this information on the authentication authority of the individual, which means that I give a consent token, I give a token saying that this is me, and the hospital will then enable my record to be linked, and I can share that record and I can get that record to anybody whom I want to share. So this is the architecture, which is a federated data architecture, which is privacy preserving, which is consent driven. That kind of stuff, that kind of a structure has been created. We are creating health facility registry, which means all the facilities, whether they are laboratories, hospitals, and hospitals of all types, whether Ayurvedic or allopathic, whatever system of medicine they are, that registry will be there, and it's authenticated registry. So that's another artifact which we have created. Then of course you have health professionals registry, which means the doctors or the web or the other service, other kind of health professionals, allied health professionals, that registry is there. And then any person will be able to then search, book, avail services. So that's another component which has been created. There's a consent manager which has been created which ensures that no data sharing takes place without the explicit consent of the data owner, who is the patient. So this is what we have created, and the most important part is we are creating, teleconsultation part, we are creating that also, and the unified health interface is being created, which is actually provides interoperability among various disparate systems. So irrespective of what client application you have got, you will be able to connect with any service provider's application of the same domain. So if you have a teleconsultation application A and the service provider or doctor has got telecommunication part B or application B, that doctor will be able to communicate with the patient, and that this pipe which we call unified health interface shall allow that to happen. So this is the framework which has been created. The framework is ready. There are large number of partners who are working with us, the private sector. And please remember, this is just a framework being created by the government, by the National Health Authority. This basically enables innovations on the sites, innovations in the system. So there are as many as 400, or maybe I think I am a little outdated. It's now 700, partners who are working with us, creating all kinds of applications, whether it is PHR applications or teleconsultation applications and other applications. This is actually a great ecosystem which is emerging. There are software companies, there are startups who are basically creating these solutions. And the basic characteristics of these solutions is that they are all interoperable solutions. Each application will talk to the other application of the same domain or the same functionality. So this is the architecture which we are creating. Private sector is participating. The health HMIS systems, I think the gentleman who was speaking before me was talking about the data being, traveling from one facility to another in the sense of sharing by the patient at his or her consent. That kind of, thing is being created. So digitization of the entire health system or health ecosystem is going to lead to a lot of efficiency, lot of cost, advantages, and I think it is going to be a win-win-win for everybody. And that's what we have to realize. Only thing is, sometimes habits die hard. So habits do take time to change. Who realized just about 2 years back that I will be speaking to you, or we will all be having virtual webinar is a household word nowadays. So we have all realized that it's possible to connect virtually and still have that feeling of being physically connected, of course, minus the tea and the snacks and other kinds of things. And of course the bonhomie which happens when you meet in a hall or in a hotel, whatever. So this is, now we have used to, and one of the positive aspects of this dreaded, disease called corona has been digitization. We have accepted digital as the way forward, and we think that it is something which can be done. And therefore, if all the participants come together and realize this vision, I think India will be one of the few, I think, unique country in the world to have created such kind of ecosystem. There are ecosystems which exist in Western countries, in the USA, in Europe, but they are all driven by monopolies, driven by few players in the market. And those players are becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's actually the nature of the digital systems which are based on private kind of non-open APIs, non-standard APIs. So you continue to shrink the space, and just one or two players remain in the market and everybody else has vanished. So this is the system which we have had thus far. But now what we are doing is we are building a system which is entirely democratic, transparent, completely eliminates information asymmetry. This is what we are building. And I think through this conference, I seek the support and help from all the participants here and the NetHealth as an organization to essentially, make this happen. This can happen. I mean, I don't want to compare projects, but I can say that we did Aadhaar. This project is much more difficult than even Aadhaar. And you may ask me why? Because in Aadhaar there were only two stakeholders. One was the government, which had the money to enroll people. Another were the people who were actually looking for identity, a verifiable identity. And both of them participated happily, and we created, of course, we had to do a lot of other technology stuff and other things. But this is a project which has got multiple stakeholders. And therefore, if one or two stakeholders don't come in, the game will not begin. And if the game is to begin, and if we have to create history, and if we have to really realize the dream of the Prime Minister's Digital India program, then I think we have to work together, and we have to really transform the delivery of health services in our country. Thank you once again for inviting me to this conference. It has always been a pleasure to interact with NATHEALTH. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for giving us a very comprehensive account of this very connected, safe, secure digital architecture which you have created, which is going to be helping in bridging the gaps between the various stakeholders and seamless digital connectivity through these digital highways, the flow of data, flow of information, making it more cost effective and operationally also effective. Ladies and gentlemen, I forgot to mention that Dr. Sharma has also helped in formulating and launching Aadhaar. He was the founder, director general and the mission director of UIDI. And he said that, Aadhaar was much a simpler process to come up with as compared to this digital mission, and they're further working on it, bringing in greater transparency and a completely democratized system. So thank you, sir. We'll be also now launching a report which has been prepared by NATHEALTH along with the NHA. And for that, I would like to invite Ms. Smrita Reddy, the past president of NATHEALTH, the executive vice chairperson of Apollo Hospitals, to kindly give us a little brief about this report. This is the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission webinar series. This is a 15-episode industry question-answer webinar series which is going to be launched. More into it, I request Ms. Reddy.
Namaste, and I'm delighted to be part of this extremely important and vital session. And Mr. Sharma, thank you so much. From the last time I met with you in your office, things have just moved literally with the click of a button, I think. The speed with which you've performed and achieved things for our country makes all of us so proud. Thank you for that. NATHEALTH, is a very young organization, and I keep saying that, and in the short time, it has achieved a lot. And what NATHEALTH's mission and vision has been is to do whatever we can to up the standards of healthcare within our country, to bring every aspect of healthcare providers on a single platform, and to be as inclusive and as integrative as possible. It also would like to be a knowledge provider on multiple formats, positioning ourselves, I guess, on the Brookings Institute. And under the leadership of Siddhartha, Dr. Mahajan, Shravan, Sumit, the current leadership team, I think they've done phenomenally well. This paper on the webinar series is one such initiative. And it's kind of unique because nobody really brings out a paper on a list, a whole bunch of webinars. Webinars stay in the ecosystem and people log in as and when they want. But this is one consolidated document on the tremendous work which really the government's digital mission has been all about. So it's like a document which any healthcare provider, if they want information, they can go into this, this whole document which is done. It started off by an introduction with again, Dr. Sharma, thank you and Mr. Praveen Gadam, both together, and all the federations. It went on to the design, architecture and standards, learnings from international experiences. How can integrators leverage the ABDM and participate? How can doctors and hospitals adopt and use it? Because I think that is really the key for us to cover the whole country and the ecosystem. How can citizens, you told us that it's a bit different from Aadhaar because there are multiple stakeholders. So the citizens of our country who are stakeholders, how can they benefit from the ABDM? What does health insurance do in this? What are the aspects which health insurance brings in? And then a very key aspect, which is the privacy, security, and confidentiality. Because while we know that data is exciting, data is gold, data can do so many things, it's literally the magic word which is being everywhere. There is an issue of privacy and security, confidentiality, and especially in the healthcare space. So I think this addressed those issues. And a unified health interface, which is something I think the country needs, because you said it, sir, that we all work in silos and there are multiple providers, but nobody talks to each other. So I think this is definitely going to be doing that. So today we present to you this unified document as a series of webinars, but which has all the information that we need to have as citizens of India, literally in our hands. So I think it will just make us a healthier and a better place to live in. Thank you so much.
So may I now request Ms. Reddy to kindly jointly release this webinar series report along with Dr. Sharma. If I can request the Federation heads also to please join us in this. I request all of you to please join us. Dr. Divyagyani is going to be joining us digitally. Dr. Upasna Arora, Mr. Rupak Barua, Dr. Sushmita Bhatnagar, Ms. Neha Ganesh, Mr. Narendra Badwe, Mr. Gautam Khanna, Ms. Richa Singh Devbhuta, Dr. J. Jayalal, Dr. Smeet Gupta, Ms. Thankam Gomez, Dr. Nagendra Swami, Mr. Pavan Chaudhary, Dr. H.M. Prasanna, Mr. K.J. Ananthakrishnan, Dr. Sudarshan Jain, Dr. E.K. London, Dr. Vidur Mahajan.
Let me just add a few words. So I would just like to add to this conversation this document that is getting released. I think this would not have, first of all, been possible. The idea behind this document came where there's a lot of brilliant thinking behind the entire the ABDM architecture. But from industry perspective, as Dr. R.S. Sharma said, without industry's buy-in and strong participation, this dream, this vision would not be a reality. This series was possible where we decided to take one aspect of the digital health building block, and we reached out to all the federations who are present here today. Asked them, do you have a certain question around this topic? We were able to curate everyone's question, send it to NHA, and thanks to the wonderful experts who are in the National Health Authority, they curated this session, they talked about that subject, but while talking about it, they blended in the entire industry's questions, curiosities, concerns, some founded, some unfounded. What this has resulted in is a real dialogue between the National Health Authority and the broader industry with all the federations who are present today. So this document is a joint product of National Health Authority, ABDM, and almost 20 federations whose chiefs are present here. And hopefully this can be a document of reference which can forge a stronger alliance in the roadmap and the implementation of ABDM series in the path ahead. So I would like to congratulate every federation who is present here for participating, for your partnership. The role of NatHealth only has been a facilitator, but it's you, your energy, and the vision and the commitment of the National Health Authority that has made this day possible. So from the bottom of our heart, to add to what Ms. Preeta Reddy said, we are very thankful to all the federations. And with your involvement, this paper is getting released. Thank you so much.
So thank you. Once again, congratulations to all the federation heads. Thanking Mr. Bhattacharya for giving us a greater insights into how this entire web series was planned. Many questions coming from the industry, taking it to the NHA, and I think it has demystified the entire process and given us a lot of clarity. We'll be in fact having a session with all the federation heads also, but before that, as I once again thank Dr. Sharma, and we would in fact want Dr. Sharma, if he can continue with us, we leave it to you, sir, depending on your time. But the next, we are going to be now looking into further in the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission series and what have been the major achievements of this series. We have the special address coming from Dr. Praveen Gedam, the additional CEO of NHA.
Thank you to NatHealth for having me here. It's a very important forum which has given me an opportunity to interact with you all. When NatHealth reached out to us that to requesting series of webinars, I will be very candid. The first reaction was, okay, we are having yet another webinar in COVID era, because we are having kind of one webinar per week or 2-3 webinars per week at times, and all these videos go and get dumped somewhere on the YouTube, and then that's it. But the proposal that came from NatHealth was very well structured with very clear way forward, if I can say so. I mean, it was very clear from the beginning that it's not just another webinar, but something which is a start of long journey. And I'm very happy to see that the report has come out very nicely in a very crisp and understandable manner after this series, which will enable all that was discussed during those 7 and 8 sessions to be actually implemented on the ground. Otherwise, what happens that we keep on discussing in our conference halls followed by nothing. So I think this report actually is a good report in that way, that it will hopefully lead to actual implementation on the ground. And this webinar will be in a series of webinars. Actually, this series will actually pave way for adoption of the digital health. I won't repeat what our CEO has stated, but I can tell you that a lot of efforts have gone in development of this ABDM platform. You all are aware about the modules, etc., which we have developed over the last 2 years with the help of industry after taking your feedback. But the policy making was also required. This was totally, lot of vacuum was there. So like there was nothing to talk about management of health data, how consent will be given, who will give consent, and who will be actually in control of data. While it is clear that we have to abide by PDP bill, but it is still a bill and not an act. So there was a policy vacuum which we tried to fill. We developed modules, and most importantly is that we have to now adopt it. Our role is to develop a platform which creates an opportunity for private developers and also for government entities to plug into their solutions into this common platform and start using it. So the ABDM as a platform itself is of no use unless it gets integrated with various solutions, and many of the solution providers are, I believe, present today. I'm very, we are very encouraged by the fact that we right now have 800 plus integrators on our sandbox, which is a very good sign, given that not even 6 months have elapsed since the national rollout of ABDM. We discussed numerous topics or subtopics related with ABDM. Obviously, in addition to general introduction about what is the mission and how the design, architecture, etc., standards, etc., have been formulated, we went into very specific points: how doctors can benefit, what the hospitals can expect, how citizens can use, what is UHI, what integrators or health tech companies can do. So these are very specific points where a specific group of stakeholders can understand, and they could get chance to ask their queries, which were responded to by those who were addressing and the experts. And I'm also happy to note that the reach of these series of webinars was also very wide. We could reach out to thousands of people, thousands of stakeholders. Now, what is required going forward is a continuous engagement. I will say that this is a kind of good beginning that we have done, but not the end of it. We have to ensure that these 800 plus integrators reach the finality of integration, start using their solutions, start generating digital records. I know there are many digital health solutions and even within government which are installed in various healthcare facilities, but they are just installed and not used, because there are lots of issues. There are issues about user interface and user experience. There are issues about connectivity, the speed of the processes. We have to tackle all these issues. We cannot tomorrow go and say that, okay, we have installed these solutions in these many mobile phones, these many apps are downloaded, these many hospitals have these many PCs with all these kinds of solutions. Ultimately, we have to have digital health records which will flow freely between various entities, obviously subject to the consent of the patient, and which will enable the benefits of digitization to be provided to all the entities, like proper analytics, proper clinical decision support system, public health decisions, then longitudinal medical history, and then reduced cost of healthcare, remote connectivity, this equitable distribution digitally of the healthcare providers. So all these benefits we must ultimately intend to reap for one and everybody in the India. And I think this webinar series and this report, I believe, can play a key role, a crucial role in this, our ultimate objective of ours. So I thank the NATHEALTH and organizers and all the members of NATHEALTH for starting this journey together. It's going to be a long journey. It's going to be a difficult journey. I understand this is the most complex digitization that one can imagine at this scale. And I look forward to your continuous support in this particular endeavor to make India the next powerhouse of digital health. I thank you organizers once again for having me here and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us insights into the ABDM series and its importance. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the voices of our federation heads. Taking this discussion will be Mr. Barnik Chitran Maitra, the managing partner, Arthur D. Little India. I would also like to invite the chair of the...
I'm afraid I can't hear anything. I don't know if the rest of you who are logged in.
Okay. I would like to invite the chair of the session, Ms. Preeta Reddy, the NATHEALTH past president and the executive vice chairperson of Apollo Hospitals. May I request Mr. Barnik, Mr. Maitra to please join as we take this. He drives the discussions with our federation heads. Dr. Girdha Gyani, Director General AHPI, that's the Association of Healthcare Providers of India. Dr. Upasana Arora, the Co-Chair Healthcare Council, ASSOCHAM. Mr. Rupat Barua, the President of the Association of Hospitals of Eastern India. Dr. Sushmita Bhatnagar, President, Association of Medical Consultants. Ms. Meena Ganesh, President, Home Healthcare Association. Mr. Narendra Vade, the Vice Chairperson of the Asia Pacific Medical Technology Association. Mr. Gautam Khanna, the President of the Association of Hospitals, Ms. Richa Singh Dev Gupta, the Co-Chair ICC National Healthcare Committee, Dr. J. Jayalal, National President of the Indian Medical Association, Dr. Sameer Gupta, Co-Chair Hospital and Diagnostics Committee, PhD, Ms. Thankum Gomez, President of the Association of Nurses Execution, Dr. Nagendra Swami, Principal Coordinator, Federation of Healthcare Association, Karnataka, Mr. Pavan Chaudhary, Chairman, MTAL, Dr. H.M. Prasanna, Chairman of ANA, Mr. K.G. Anantakrishnan, Director General, OPPI, Dr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General of Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, Dr. A.K. Tandon, the Honorary Advisor of GAPIO, Dr. Vidhu Mahajan, Chair, FICCI Digital Health Task Force. And I just wanted to check from our virtual, the speakers who have joined us virtually, our voice is clear? And
yes,
if you want, we can do a quick mic check also of yours. If that's...
Yeah, let me do mine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hand over to you. I think that will be...
Thanks. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes. Yes.
Cool, good.
Yes.
So the objective of this session is we've just released the report, which is actually the report of all the federations. So congratulations to all of you for coming up with this very unique artifact. I think the objective of this discussion is to talk about adoption and talk about how you will use the findings of this report to encourage your stakeholders in your associations to engage with ABDM and also encourage adoption and participation in the stack. The way we will do it is there are, I think, around 16 of us in this panel. I think we don't want it to continue till midnight, so I'd invite all of you to speak for 2 minutes, and if it's a little bit more, it's fine, but I'll cut you off if it goes much longer. And I will do a mix of calling first some physical and then some virtual folks, so just be patient. So we'll start with Dr. Upasana Arora, who's on the dais. I think you can get started on ways you think you can encourage your association members to engage and adopt ABDM. Just hang on, I think Preeta wants to just say a few words.
No, I think I just wanted to take this opportunity to first say hello because I can see all good friends on the screen and we've been part of this journey. And for all of you, you know, being part of NATHEALTH and being part of this journey is very important for all of us together. So I just wanted to say thank you before Upasana starts off.
So how will you encourage your association members to engage with ABDM and adopt the solutions and participate in ABDM?
The most important question, I think, because, it's very easy these days. Everyone is using all type of, applications, and it's very easy, especially at the time of vaccination. We have seen that CoWIN app was working so well. But when thing comes to patient record, so it's very difficult to, make your doctors ready. So as a SOCHM or as a hospital, I know that everything is already on computer, online. Only one thing is missing, that doctors are hesitant to use this. So for this, I think there are lots of other techniques are coming, and that will be very useful for doctors as well as for patient, because if we really want to do something, because Ayushman Bharat Yojana is a game changer of India, which is going to be create a history for, India is going to make a Vishwa Guru, is going to be Vishwa Guru, because we will be able to do it, because we have already done lots of things. So when there are writing pads are available and there are lots of other things are available, I think when people will came to know the benefit of this ABDM, everybody will be ready. Because like I am here, sitting here, and now I am going back home and I am not feeling easy. So next hospital I can stop and I can go to check myself with any doctor. He can see my reports anywhere. So it is so easy when patient will understand this, doctor will also understand this, that I can just look a patient with a click of a thing, and there is a whole history is there. So just it's a need of awareness. I will not take more than 2 minutes, but it's a need of awareness that everybody should know. What is the benefit? Benefit is this: all data will be collected at one place, so even government can, do research work with pharmacopoeia, and they can, came to know that this drug is not good or something like that. And it is, now it's a time to adopt this. If we will not do it, then there is either now or never. So this year is a very crucial year, and I think 2023, we all are going to be fully digitized. And this is my wish, that everybody has to understand. And NATHEALTH is playing a major role in this, through webinars, through this report. I was going through this report and I was reading questions, how hospital can, what problems hospital can face, or how private healthcare can help in this. Private healthcare will play a major role, because, private hospitals are the place where all the big and very prominent consultants are sitting. If they are agree with us, then everything will be easy for everyone. And I am very, very hopeful that things will be, things are going to be happen. There will be no hurdle. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Arora. Let me invite Dr. Girdhar Gyani, who is the Director General of AHPI, for his remarks.
Thank you very much, and Madam Preeta Reddy. What I can say on behalf of Association of Healthcare Providers India, that what Upasana said, that is the first line is very important, that Ayushman Bharat as a whole is a game changer. The earlier component PMJY and this now Digital Health Mission. If we are able to implement, we will be, I think, far ahead, number one. Number two, I want to appreciate the National Health Authority, because they have come forward to take support of the industry. Generally, it doesn't happen. So this is a very good initiative that NHA is approaching the NATHEALTH and association like ours to work together. So that is second. My simple point now is that we have got 3,500 hospitals with 100 bed and above. 25,000 hospitals, 30 to 100 bed range. But my worry is 40,000 small nursing homes which are less than 30 bedded. How do we reach out to them? Because they are in comfort zone. They really do not think beyond what they are doing. They think about today, they don't think about tomorrow. So our purpose will be, how do we connect them? And that is where here the role of association comes. We have luckily 19 chapters, and we will be doing, with the help of all my colleagues in other associations, to reach out to them in their place. If we invite all of them to Delhi or Bombay, they are not going to come. We will have to go to them. We have to sit with them in those places and explain and how do we connect. So I think in short, my approach will be start from the reverse direction, smaller nursing home, because bigger hospital in any case will come. I have no doubt in that mind. So 40,000, 25,000, that is the way we will try to approach. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gyani. If you don't mind, I'd like to invite Dr. Sushmita Bhatnagar, President AMC, for her remarks.
Good evening, all of you all. I'm very, very happy to be here on this platform. I came to know about ABDM only through NATHEALTH series. In spite of being president of AMC, it was really, an eye-opener, I would say. And the really ambitious mission of the National Health Authority is commendable, absolutely commendable. Now, coming back to the issues that we are facing is, yes, the medical fraternity is not aware. I would say all healthcare workers who are going to be involved in this ABDM scheme, they are not really aware to the level at which they are supposed to be performing. So after going through all the webinars of NATHEALTH, we have ourselves, the Association of Medical Consultants also has started webinar series wherein we are informing the doctors about these, and obviously at a personal level this will have to be taken up, because in webinar we could only pass on limited information and the what should I say, macro information. The micro information comes only on one-to-one contact. So Association of Medical Consultants is also very keen to take up this project at micro level and put this forward amongst all the healthcare professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatnagar. May I invite Meena Ganesh, President Home Healthcare Association, to give her remarks.
Many thanks. It's my honor and pleasure to be here as a part of this audience. As home healthcare, as an industry, as all of you know, has come into the limelight more recently in the last couple of years. And earlier today, Dr. Paul had very kindly... sorry, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can continue.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Paul had recently, just earlier today, had released a white paper also on what the industry can do and how we can support the overall requirements of the country's healthcare needs. Now, as an industry, we are, the way or most of us have set up is to use technology, is to be digital first, to provide remote support, to provide support at home, and tie all of that together with technology. We are very keen to understand how we will be able to work in this new framework of the ABDM. There is no specific mention of home health, whether from a provider angle, from a facility registration, or from a provider or individual registration, because not all home health care workers will be doctors, there will be nurses, there will be physiotherapists, there will be other medical workers also. How do we make sure that through them we are able to capture the data that we are of the patients that are getting collected on site at the patient bedside? So we are very keen to engage on this particular platform and understand better, so that as an industry we can come and play a much more material role in the overall healthcare ecosystem, which we are planning to do. But on this particular platform, I don't think there is clarity yet, and we seek that clarity, and we are very keen to engage.
This is something which NATHEALTH can facilitate and see how we can bring this clarity. Good, thank you, Meena. Now I'll go to someone on this dais, Mr. Rupak Barua, President AHEI.
Thank you. As a hospital association from Eastern India, we are having around 18 large hospitals under the group. As a private healthcare, yes, of course, to provide this, whatever the services these healthcare private players can provide. See, we all know that almost 70% of the total bed capacity being dominated by the private industry, private healthcare. So there is a enormous amount of support is required, both private and public. And this mission actually is an extremely large project and needs very close synchronization and interoperability so that the project can take place. So here we as a healthcare service provider, we have major challenges. But the major challenge is one part that already Madam Dev informed, that is introduction of this EMR, implementation of EMR in the large hospitals. That is very important. Unless we are creating the data, unless we are supporting the data, there is no question this digital mission will take place. So that is one part that is we can do. So more of the hospitals, we should aggressively, we should take initiatives of the digital process and implement it very carefully. That is one part. The second part, you know that there's almost the 70% of the total population is actually in the rural area. So these private players should expand their wings to this your rural areas, and either through teleconsultations, through follow-up services, because we need big data. So that's most important for the private players to expand. There are a couple of areas of concern is actually because there is no currently open protocols available for the delivery of the digital services today. So, and that's the data transfer and all, which is very seamless data transfer is very important. So that is one concern area. The PDP, the personal data protection also, I think the bill is still in the parliament. So I think very shortly it is going to implement. That will give us a lot of help to this one. That is one part. And the third part is that is your, we are talking about this, your data protection. And each of the state governments actually, they have their own EMR solutions. But whenever we are talking about a central data transfer or central data availability, that's a major kind of a challenge where seamless networking and your cloud system is very important. So where the private players can take this forward in a major way. So these are some of the initiatives and some of the challenges which we have in terms of introduction of this your ABTM. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupak. May I invite Mr. Narendra Vardhe, Vice Chairperson, APAC Med, for his remarks.
Thank you, Parnik. Good evening and namaste. Firstly, I would like to congratulate our Prime Minister, Dr. Harish Sharma, and everyone involved in bringing ABDM forward and committing to such a huge 1,600 crore budget for it. We've seen in the recent past that through CoWIN, Aragyo Setu or eSanjeevani, adoption has increased and we've made it possible. And while we are still assessing what that whole potential with digital health looks like, COVID did help us with some use cases around it. Coming to how we would apply this, and today I'm representing APAC Med. I'm also the sponsor for the digital health chapter in APAC Med. We presented an APAC Med digital health paper to CDSCO last year, and this was really to review our regulatory readiness, that we are going to be ready when new innovations for digital softwares, digital health softwares come in, so that as innovation comes in, we know how to use it, we know how to apply it, and that is an area we've already started working. And this is now another great step which we see immense potential in. The success to this will really be on sharing information. And in a lot of our conversations, and since I come from the diagnostics industry, this is going to be very, very crucial for us, and the potential can be immense. More than 70% clinical decisions are taken based on diagnostic reports. But if doctors are not going to trust a report which was done at another hospital or another nursing home, I think that's where the problem is going to arise. So implementation is going to be the key over here in people being able to trust the reports, the suggestions, or the treatment that was prescribed by another doctor. And that's where I think more clear guidelines on what is acceptable, what is the right quality, and the right regulations around that is going to be complementing the adoption of ABDM in my point of view. That confidence on the quality is going to be very important for us to see this through. As we also see more and more focus on personalized healthcare, which is the future, and we've seen a lot of the Western countries also starting to adopt personalized healthcare. We may be a bit far from it, but it will come. I think, again, ABDM is really the right step forward to help us facilitate that as well. One thing when I look at it from the private sector's point of view, it could be controversial, but I think they should be incentivized for faster adoption. And we can take some learning from the fintech industry, or also take the learnings from the telecom industry, where actually they're incentivized for data storage and data sharing. And probably this can help build a lot more willingness and a lot more transparency in the system. Overall, my best wishes. Really want to see how this unfolds, see immense potential, and this is a revolutionary step. Thank you.
Thank you, Narendra. Mr. Gautam Khanna, President AOH.
Thank you, Barnik, and firstly, thanks to Mr. Sharma, Dr. Gadam, and of course NATHEALTH for leading this initiative. So, like my previous speakers have mentioned, wonderful initiative by the government, and it will transform the Indian healthcare industry. The challenges, I'm representing AOH, the Association of Hospitals in Mumbai and surrounding areas. So we have around 53 hospitals, and all of them are charitable and not-for-profit trust hospitals. So apart from the few large ones which we know who will adopt the digitization and this model, there will be a little bit of challenge for the smaller players, because one, they are charitable, and then if it involves any expense, they may be a little reluctant to do. So one of the things which we have thought about is that we'll have to explain to them the real benefits of doing this in terms of what we have talked about, that they will get benefit of expanded reach. Because of this, they can access records from other places. The doctors, of course, currently they are relying only on one doctor, but they can reach a doctor in some other area. So they will benefit. So they need to know the benefit of adopting this. Second thing I think is the way the country adopted the COVID app and very quickly, understood it. I think some kind of training or hand-holding will be needed for all the smaller players in our association, because without that, it will be really tough. So we will work with the NHA and whoever the agency to help us do that. And the other thing which we've been thinking about is, the overall advantage of digital health in this is the way it will revolutionize the community health. And since all our hospitals are charitable and not-for-profit, that is their main ethos. That's why they have been set up. So one of our ways of convincing them would be on how they will be able to deliver better community health, which will be more efficient, more responsive, and more patient-centric. So it will be a little tough journey, I think, because the mindset changing and going from physical to digital, and my predecessors talked about it, that some of the clinicians have a little reservation about going digital, but we'll see how it goes. But we are in this journey together, and we will try our best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gautam. I think one of the themes which is coming across the first 6-7 comments is about how to create awareness, excitement, what are the benefits. Again, unsolicited recommendation, I think the report we released today should be the starting point. So a very strong suggestion to circulate this report amongst all of your association members. I think it's a good, simple, easy report to read. It actually explains a lot of things quite well. Benefits are very clearly laid out. As people engage on the report, if there are more questions, I think they can be easily directed towards NHA via NATHEALTH or directly, and NHA will help. So again, I know all of us are talking about awareness benefits, but again, this artifact we released today, which is your report, is actually a very good starting point to engage with everyone in your association. With that, I'll invite now Ms. Richa Singh Debgurha, co-chair ICC National Healthcare Committee.
Good evening, everyone. So Indian Chamber of Commerce strongly believes in the mission which Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission has been set up with. And as everyone said, that it's a very, very ambitious, but at the same time, very realistic project, which if we successfully complete is going to change the way we look at healthcare and we deliver healthcare in our country. Now, I must appreciate the way NATHEALTH has got all the federation and different organizations together. I think that itself is the first step in a big way that, how we can increase the adaptation, because Dr. Sharma also spoke about that adaptation is going to be the main thing, and that is true in any digital project that we do. So even in our organizations, and forget about the company, it's forget about the country, it's much larger place where we need to successfully do it. Talking about how we can accelerate the adaptation, first and foremost, I think the lead time that we have in which the phase-wise, this digital mission will be rolled out, we need to prepare ourselves individually and also at the group level and country level, that how do we integrate our HIS in a manner that it seamlessly gets integrated with digital platform. And Dr. Gyani and Gautam spoke about that smaller hospitals group which are significantly large in number may have difficulty, and I would request if we can collectively work on this to get together. That's when it is rolled out, it is not the select government hospitals and some of the larger players, but it gets rolled out across the country. Second thing which I would like to say is that when we have any digital mission rolled out, most of the time we end up saying that the technology is not working out. But with my limited experience in rolling out different IT projects, a lot of time it is also to do with user. So training is going to be one important component that before people start to write off such huge ambitious project, whether it is the clinical community, whether it is the patient or healthcare providers like us, I think we need to be patient. So that's one thing which I would like to say. Rest of the other things, a lot of my colleagues have already covered here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Richa. So we'll now get to someone on the dais. I call Dr. J. Jailal, who's the president of IMA, for his remarks.
Thank you very much for this wonderful meet. I think this is a good beginning of all the stakeholders are able to come together and able to talk on this issue. I fully agree with the Indian Medical Association, the largest professional body, agree with the intent of Ayushman Bharat. I was specifically saying intent because the content implementation gets into the lot of problem. Though we talk in terms of national level, these Ayushman Bharat or digital missions are practically being practiced by the individual state in a different way. Today, many of the states are not following the Ayushman Bharat, what the Prime Minister is intending to that pattern. But similar way, if the digital mission is going to be implemented in a national platform in a one way, and if each state is going to make changes in that and it is going to suit that, then it will be a practically difficult will be there. We have successfully in implementing a PICME, a number giving to all the antenatal women to get into that. The similar way it can be done. But the issues with the digital health mission, what in full-fledged we are not able to talk, is already been discussed. But last 3 years we are talking on the confidentiality, that issues, but the transparency on that, how exactly the solution, how the confident on the individual is able to make it out, we as an organization has to come out of that. One of the big challenge I still have is the court, the consumer forums and the RTA section which is available. And whatever this confidentiality you talk on that, someone is going to the court, somebody is writing on RTA, is the digital mission data is safer from these intrusions? It's a question to be answered. And the third I need to ask about the trademark versus the generalism. In each hospital today, India, we have a multiple stakeholder. Apollo is one, Fortis is one. Each has its unique field and unique visibility. Or it can be blended when it is making in the digital, the data of the one hospital can be shared with another hospital and how it will be interpreted. Again, a lot of homework we need to do. But in principle, Indian Medical Association welcome the intent of the digital health mission. But practically, seeing that nearly 1 lakh general practitioners, people, how we are going to approach, hand-holding is mandatory. It is not only in words, but practically we need to be with them, support them, encourage them. It will take time, but I'm sure the India will reach to that the full intended digital mission in the near future.
Thank you, Dr. Jailal. I now invite Dr. Sameer Gupta, Co-Chair, Hospital and Diagnostic Committee, PhD.
Thank you so much for having me on this platform. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate Dr. Sharma, Dr. Gadam, and the entire government and Mr. Modi and President Modi's vision, Prime Minister Modi's vision of this digital health mission. It is just absolutely fantastic, and will just help improve patient care more than anything else. I'm over here representing the PhD Chamber of Commerce, and as a doctor, as a healthcare administrator, and as a member of the chamber, we will definitely put all our efforts to try and make this successful. Some of the things that we should do, that we will do initially, is create a lot of awareness about this. My primary knowledge about the mission came from NATHEALTH, which I'm a member of. But a lot of my colleagues are not aware of this. So I think awareness, like the speaker before me has also mentioned, is of primary importance, along with training. To give a small example, one of the people in our hospitals, when we were implementing something digital, and this person was somebody in her late 50s, early 60s, and her computer knowledge was limited at best. And she actually got very haphazard. She got very frazzled when she realized that we are doing something digital now, she will have to do. So training will be of utmost importance, and that training has to get all levels, not just at the higher levels, but also at the lower levels. People should be trained, the data entry and all. And adaptation with HIS, with the hospital information system, is going to be very important, where it can automatically get integrated. Another thing that we will do also is type with various medical societies, like the Indian Medical Association. Our Dr. Lele is already here, but apart from that is the Cardiology Society of India, the local medical bodies, and create awareness over there and tell them about the benefits. And I think in the long term, for it to be successful, there will have to be some reimbursement cost that has to be built into adopting this technology. That is going to be something which is very important, because at the end of the day, when you tie something with money, people just generally go with it and adapt it more, just like the NABH and other quality metrics. But this is a great mission. We are all very excited, and I'm also very excited with to see the data that comes out of it about epidemiology and about patient outcomes. So congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Sameer Gupta. I now call upon Ms. Thankam Gomez, President ANEI, for her remarks.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you very much to NATHEALTH for bringing all the federations together, and I'm very honored to be speaking today for a few minutes. Most of my colleagues here from various federations have put forth very valid points. So Association of Nurse Executives India represents most of the private nursing leadership of the country. So one of the objectives of our association states that being an active enabler with government policy-making institutions, commissions, committees on legislation, regulations, reforms in nursing. So just by that objective, we are rightly placed to be collaborating and partnering for ensuring that ABDM gets the right visibility, and nurses can definitely play a major role in ensuring that more of our Indians are, coming to know about it. And incidentally, I happened to look at the Arogya Setu today, and I could see Abha number there. And the next one I'm going to do is actually register myself and see how it is going to be. And definitely we will get in touch with NATHEALTH to make sure that the information under these 350 nurse leaders, we have more than 50-60,000 nurses to start with. So we can educate them about this particular project and how this mission is going to roll out, and what are the benefits of this, and they can become the spokes of educating and training the public at large. I mean, they can be utilized very effectively. I had one observation in the report, and I would request all to pay attention, that in the initial chapter, Abha number healthcare professionals registry, especially the registry mentioned about doctors, nurses and other paramedics. In the subsequent chapters, only doctors were retained. So I would request that all the professionals should be part of the registry because it should be futuristic. So we should not repeat what has so far happened. So that is one request. So it will lead to standardization, and we nurses look forward to participating in strengthening the healthcare digital mission. And it goes without saying that all across the world, nurses have been, already identified as one major resource for expediting the journey towards health for all. And I'm very proud that as an Indian, I can see that Arogya Setu, how it has been adopted by millions of, Indians in our country. So it makes it far more easier now to educate the public about this particular mission, because we are rightly experienced with COVID, unfortunately, but it is one of the plus side. So especially the nurses, I can see they have become far more digital savvy, so that can be strengthened and they can be utilized to expedite this, sharing this knowledge of ABDM. And special thanks to NATHEALTH, because if it was not for NATHEALTH, even I would not have come to know about it unless it has come in the newspaper, and then we would have. Last, just a futuristic thought that right now we are looking at, putting things in place, the base level. The nurses have been known to manage chronic health conditions digitally across the world. So that's a role that nurses can play very effectively as this rolls out, because as Dr. Samir just mentioned, the kind of data that can come out of this mission is so huge, and I'm sure that we will reap benefits of it, and nurses would have a great role to play in that. And I, on behalf of ANI, or Association of Nurse Executives India, I definitely promise to share the information and seek opportunities to spread this news so that this can be first adopted by nurses and their families, and then the nurses will play the rightful role in the healthcare ecosystem. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. I'd like to invite now Dr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance.
So thank you very much. Good evening to all. And right at the outset, I would like to thank NATHEALTH, because they got all of us together, and that's the first starting point of adoption of EBDH. I will also like to congratulate Dr. R.S. Sharma and Dr. Praveen Deyam for this outstanding initiative, and they have got the maximum credibility, and when they launch any initiative, it has to be successful. I'd like to say 2-3 steps from our point of view. 1st of April, we have called Dr. R.S. Sharma, and he will be addressing all our chief executives, 25 top CEOs of the country on this program. I had a meeting with Siddharth, and I got so excited. He was talking about it, so I said, let's Dr. R.S. Sharma talk to our CEOs, because that's the highest body of our country. 25 CEOs of top companies. We contribute around 60% of domestic sales, 80% of exports from India. So we said that let Dr. R.S. Sharma, after Dr. Siddharth's meeting, thank you Siddharth for that initiative. Like we, and Anant is also here, KG, and we have been talking, I've been part of the healthcare industry for 40 years. There is information asymmetry, and the reach of healthcare has been very, very limited. Although we call ourselves the pharmacy of the world, but when we talk about reach of healthcare, it's very, very limited. The way I look at it, this initiative will help to improve access of healthcare, Dr. Lal, as you talked about it. This initiative will help to get efficiency in the healthcare system, because there is a lot of duplicity. We have been talking of healthcare record over the years, but now we can see it in action. This initiative will get a lot of data, and which will help to build healthcare protocols for management of the disease. And this initiative will also lead us forward in our journey of innovation, and will make us truly digital powerhouse of the world. We are looking at this initiative with tremendous excitement, and thanks once again to NATHEALTH for getting us all together, and if we work together, we will make it happen. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite Mr. KG Ananthakrishnan, Director General OPPI, for his remarks?
Thank you. At the outset, congratulations to NHA and NATHEALTH, for this extraordinary mission that we have embarked, on National Digital Health Mission. It's simply a great initiative which all of us have already talked about. As an industry, let me share a couple of things that will really help, both the patients as well as the industry. Effective data collection will help all innovators. I actually represent OPPI, which is the research-based pharmaceutical industry from across the globe. So this effective data, that we are going to get will help innovators better understand the disease, especially the ones with an unmet need, and which will inform better treatment and management practices. So at the end of the day, we believe that this is going to help patients, in the long term. Over time and through strong regulations, it's important that we have that. Leveraging data analytics will precipitate a shift actually from a reactive system that we have built to respond to injury or illness to one that is geared towards early detection and prevention. And I think that is what this National Digital Health Mission can really, help us move towards. More importantly, as all of you are aware, and Sudarshan very nicely alluded to, pharma companies will increasingly discover and develop drugs using data and AI-based tools, which will in fact help reduce cost, increase access, improve quality, and I think in partnership with these technology companies and with the robust data that we have, we can take this industry to an altogether different level. What does it mean to the patient? Maybe we'll get drugs much more earlier. The timelines for research can be condensed. More effective drugs can be brought, to the field much earlier than what it is today. Hence, it is important that we have a strong partnership, across the stakeholders to ensure that we take this to the next level, and particularly from a privacy perspective, because that is one area where I think we need to work together with the regulations to ensure the patient privacy aspect is very well addressed. I think Dr. Jayalal also touched on this particular topic, which is very much a concern of the medical practitioner, but also of the industry, that we ensure that the privacy perspectives are very well, taken care of. I would like to once again compliment and wish both NHA and NATHEALTH the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. I'd like to invite Dr. H.M. Prasanna, Chairman FANA, PHANA.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening to everyone, and my sincere thanks to NHA, NATHEALTH for giving this opportunity to FANA. FANA is the Association of Private Hospitals and Nursing Homes Association of Karnataka. We have about 500 members in Bangalore alone and about 6,000 members across Karnataka. ABDM, in fact, was introduced to me through this platform itself. Otherwise, even I was a novice regarding what was ABDM, only we used to see on TV or on newspapers. Really, we are all excited to be a part of this initiative, but there are few bottlenecks like various speakers have spoken. We need to address them and correct our path as and when we go, because it's a very long path and a very difficult one. But definitely this is the way forward. This is the only way that we can get ourselves some respect in front of the Western world, who always tell that documentation is very poor in India, and whenever we present a paper in international forums, they don't take us serious. So this should address those concerns very much. Like Dr. Ghani has told, a lot of smaller hospitals, like in our association also, more than 50% of our members are below 30 beds and standalone specialties. These will be a real challenge to integrate them into ABDM. But definitely, what is the advantage is like the incentive to be shown. Like one thing I would like to tell here is most of the smaller setups in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, they are the ones who are catering to Ayushman scheme in a big way, because their overhead costs are very low and they can take up these surgeries and treatment costs in a bigger way. So they will be definitely incentivized to be part of ABDM, because that is a platform which will become a must in the future to be part of Ayushman scheme. The challenges will be in the bigger cities where the doctors and the big names, they will be reluctant to part the data to this platform. But as the days goes by, everybody will fall in place and definitely we will be able to do a better one. And I see some positives in this mission, because now the transparency of treatment and treatment protocols taken up by various physicians will be on the platform. They will be more vigilant, and this should help in weeding out even quacks, which IMA is doing in a big way across the country. I see this as a positive initiative, because quackery can be totally limited to few very small remote places if ABDM is implemented in a better way, so that the patients are safeguarded from these quacks. And last but not the least, digitization is the way forward, and that will also mitigate the use of stationary papers, and that will help in a great way to reduce the tree cuttings, and all our green emission norms and other things can be met by India in a bigger way. So these are the few positive and pros and cons I could think about. Definitely FANA, we are committed to be part of ABDM, and we will do our best to implement this in a bigger and better way. Thank you.
Thank you. I think probably our last virtual speaker, Dr. Nagendra Swamy from the Federation of Healthcare Association. There, yes, I see you here. You're on mute. You have to unmute.
Thank you very much to all, and especially NATHEALTH. On behalf of the Federation of Healthcare Associations of Karnataka, which we have about 7 major associations, including FANA as our member, and we commit to support ABDM completely. But just to highlight few of the challenges that we might face is the misinformation and the disinformation which might go. The success of this program will be completely clear when when we will be able to disseminate the information correctly to all the people. And my humble submission is, let us make sure, though we start with the Ayushman Bharat, beneficiaries, it should not confine to that. We should go beyond the boundary of the Ayushman Bharat and try to be more inclusive of everybody into this issue. The only way to begin is to start with the incentivizing the people for a faster and a safer adaptation. And it's not an easy journey. 2 decades back, we have seen how HMS in major hospitals, we faced the challenge where the most educated challenge, we had all the HIS and everything. Still, we had a clinical information. Even today is a challenging issue. But with the nursing participation and a lot of clinicians, younger generations coming up, I'm sure this will be taken up rightly. And I assure you complete support from FANA and rest of the members of the FHA who will back this initiative of the thing. NATHEALTH has been great support and we continue to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swamy. Finally, Dr. Vidur Mahajan, your comments.
Hi. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be representing FICCI here. I am the chair of the Digital Health Task Force at FICCI, and enough has been said about how ABDM can help us leapfrog essentially. We have all wanted standards, we have all wanted interoperability, and now I think is the push that finally makes us have it. And I think it's also brilliant on the government's part that they have started with bringing ECHS and CGHS onto NHA and thereby hopefully into ABDM. So kudos to that. From FICCI's perspective, of course, we remain committed. We are lucky that we have a lot of translational committees. So for example, I am part of course, the Digital Health Task Force, but I'm also part of the AI and Machine Learning Task Force. And that's the strategy we are applying is, how do we bring learnings from other industries to our respective industries and use FICCI as a channel. So we remain committed to the cause. There's a lot of overlap in people, so that makes things easier. But very excited about this, and I think one line summary is that excited to be alive during this part and eventually be a beneficiary of the care that would be provided through ABDM. Thanks.
Thank you. I hope I've not missed anyone on call. I think I diligently went through the list. I think with this, I think we've got comments from everyone. Preeta, you want to give some concluding remarks?
Thank you, Barnik, and everyone, in this session. I think very valuable inputs from each one of the members. Again, as I said earlier, it's the coming together which has been so unusual. Nobody's really done it before. And the joint commitment to get this going and rolling out. We've heard and seen multiple advantages, whether it's the institution or whether it's the patients, whether it's seamless transformation of data, whether it's usage of data for, AI or ML and research. So I think we're seeing bright sparks in this whole initiative. And thank you again, Barnik, for putting it together, and everyone for patiently being on the call and listening to each other's comments, because all this will be collated for utilization for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I think with this, we hand it back to you.
Thank you. And before you start, I just want to say that because we are talking about digitization, so our report is digital. We will get on everybody on mail. But right now, Mrs. Preetha will just hold that report, and we all should come here for launch. Kindly, that time I think only 3 persons were there. So I want everybody has to be here for launch of this report.
Yeah, so all the LT members and all the federation people.
Like Siddhartha, Dr. Mahajan, please come here.
There are more copies of reports coming. Big group photo.
We'll have, in fact, everyone on the screen. We did not get everyone on the screen. Just now they are on the screen. We'll take another pic. पहले screen पर नहीं थे सब. Screen now they're there. So we'll take another pic.
Just let's ensure that this report reaches every member of each of our federation. This is a very valuable report. Yeah, and this is very important for capacity building.
I'll just check it. So all the reports, the white papers and studies which have been released today, they're all going to be on the summit's microsite. So before we call it a day, it's been a long day for all of us, but many people to thank. And as we conclude, for the concluding remarks, for the synthesis of the entire day, and to propose the formal vote of thanks, inviting once again Dr. Shravan Subramaniam, the Senior Vice President of NATHEALTH.
Good. Long day, but great session. I think there's really no shortage of critics or admirers for ABDM, but attending the NATHEALTH series will make sure, and with all our partner federations, will at least make sure that we're all very knowledgeable about it when we are talking about it. Just a quick synthesis, we're going to get all the information and snippets and summaries from NATHEALTH in the coming days, but some of the quick thoughts that I gathered from the last few sessions. And Barnik, you were absolutely terrific. Thank you for your publication, very useful. And you opened with, if you're not digital first, you will miss out. And Dr. R.S. Sharma closed saying digital is a way forward. So this was the topic that bookended the entire series. Rohit was speaking about optimizing inventory by talking about local procurement. Himanshu Bed was speaking about that. Meenakshi was talking about basic communication flows and going digital. Digital was very much in the theme wherever we went, whether we were talking about transparency in conversations or working with freight companies, standardization, going hyper-local. So, we've had a really incredible set of sessions. Our speakers have come from all over India. It's great to have everybody here in person. And I know it's been a long day, so I'll let you go now, but leave you with some thoughts. The team from NATHEALTH, the Secretariat, once again, thank you so much. You've been incredible, as well as the AB team. This morning, I had the good fortune of spending some time with Anjanda, who was the first Secretary General of NATHEALTH. Unfortunately, he had to leave for a personal exigency, but we're so glad that he could be here. And again, all the sessions with our government speakers, with the forums, with the NGOs, with the hospitals, with the medtech companies, I think the learning has been tremendous. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You mentioned about the critics and the admirers. I'm sure there have been more admirers at the end of the day. So with that, as we close, I'll just, for tomorrow's, we're going to be starting at 10 o'clock. That's going to be looking into CSR in healthcare. Also, the CSR Healthcare Awards are going to be presented. Ms. Smriti Irani is going to be joining us, the Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development. And post-lunch, we'll have sessions. In fact, 10 o'clock in the next hall, we're also going to be having the startup pitch session. We have the Business Expo, networking, and the exhibition, which is going to be on from 10 onwards till 4 in hall number 2. In hall number 1, post-lunch here, we are going to be having the home care roundtable and also the value-based procurement roundtable. So that's for tomorrow. With that, we pack up for the day and look forward to all of you having tomorrow, 9:45, if you can be seated. We'll be able to start on time. Thank you. Have a great, great day ahead.